Snow in addition to all of that. Start out outside today where it was actually a warmer day than we've been seeing and one of the warmest that we're going to have on the entire 7-day forecast moving forward. Wonder what that is right there. That's pretty interesting. Moving really fast. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at what we've got here. Just interesting stuff flying around the sky. There's the live view from our 50-pen camera looking off to the north.
Last year, we all remember, drones. I'm not talking about we're behind in the technology and all the technical issues. A lot of people saw them. A lot of people saw them. There were sightings. The Coast Guard saw them. The nuclear plant in my district, professionals saw them. Chiefs of police were in my office the other day, and they asked if I could find out more about it. Originally, they said that they didn't know what it was. The Pentagon didn't know what it was, Department of Defense. They knew it was something, nothing to fear. They didn't know where they were going, what they had, but nothing to worry about. Then we were told that it was just backyard drones. We found out that wasn't accurate either. And now recently we've been told it was the FAA, which I don't understand, because if it was the FAA, wouldn't we have communicated? We spent a lot of money getting the Department of Defense out there, getting advanced radar systems out there that could detect if they were doing frequency skipping. Spent money with the different agencies, police officers, the municipal police, chiefs of police. None of them knew what was going on. Can anybody tell me, if it was the FAA, why wasn't there some level of communication?
What you're about to hear is the voices of the pilot and air traffic controllers, and it's set to computer animation. Take a look.
LA Thunder, Troy 2-1.
Troy 2-1, go ahead.
It's not weird, but I just had something pass underneath my wing, maybe like a football-sized object right underneath our wing.
Troy 2-1, Roger. Do you think it was a drone or?
I have no idea. I got my sensor operator looking for it on the camera right now. We'll see if we can find it. But it's like a dark gray cylindrical object, and it was probably the size of a football, and it passed maybe 10 feet under our right wing.
Troy 2-1, Roger. Thank you for the report. Keep me advised if you find anything else out.
Yeah, we'll do. We're looking for it now. And okay, correction. LA Thunder, Troy 2-1. We got something on air-to-air radar. We're trying to get visual on it.
Troy 2-1, Roger.
And LA Thunder 094, bearing from us for about 60 miles is where it is now.
Troy 2-1, say again.
094, bearing from us about 60 miles away is where we're picking it up now.
LA 15, okay.
Troy 2-1, Roger, thank you.
All right, this guy was stopped at 14 for him because we were busy. There was some UFO reported here, but that's all taken care of now, so you don't have to worry about it unless you want to talk to Aaron. It was earlier, but it's gone.
I may not have to worry about it, but I am plenty worried about it.
There are new signs of an ongoing mystery around potential drone sightings. This comes after a frenzy just last month. The FAA, in fact, issued temporary flight restrictions on drones in both New York and New Jersey.
Well, that appeared to slow things down. The sentiment is now changing. NBC's Sam Brock has more.
So that's the airplane, but look at that.
This morning, it's not deja vu, but a possible return of more drones.
The lights are coordinated.
From Connecticut to New Jersey, new videos emerging once again.
We have like a field in the back of our house and we can see them up there.
Mandy Malisic, like others in the Northeast, spotted drones in December. But
it's not a plane.
I don't hear anything and something's moving in erratic ways. It's in the shape of a jelly bean, but the interior was like plasma. It was just going like this,
Chris Frederick has been a teacher for over 2 decades, and he currently works for a metro area school district. He showed us this video from January 25th. He's in his driveway off Northwest 21st in the Gatewood district. He said it all started that night when his wife wanted to go to Brahms, so they walked out to their car. But after a few minutes, neighbors were calling each other.
He started calling neighbors, and before long we were all standing out in the street and had our phones out.
Chris has been a drone pilot for about 10 years. He started working with them when he and his wife were realtors in Ardmore several years ago. He fired it up and attempted to fly his drone to get a better look at the object.
The sky at night, you have to have aviation lights or it's not legal.
But strange things started happening.
My controller talks to me, and it said unable to take off, electromagnetic interference.
After he recalibrated a few times, he eventually got it in the air and took these pictures of the object, which he estimates is around 1,500 feet off the ground. His drone was at about 400 feet when he took the pictures.
It concerns me that something was up there at night at that altitude that could have been a hazard.
He said his video function wouldn't work, which was odd. And there was something else. Only about 4 minutes and 18 seconds of flight time.
It had a fresh battery in it. It has a 35-minute flight life. And as soon as I took those 3 pics, my controller said a low battery, return to home.
Chris and his wife kept seeing that object for about 4 hours that night.
These drone incursions are an absolutely fundamental question, and the public has been played on these drones. We don't know if they're anomalous or not, but something is buzzing, not only the continental United States, but countries all over the world, large objects that are flashing non-regulatory lights that appear to look like drones, but are they really?
Retired 4-star General Mark Kelly was the highest-ranking officer at Langley to witness the swarm. A veteran fighter pilot, Kelly went up to the roof of a squadron headquarters for a clear view of the airborne invaders.
So what did you see?
Well, what you saw was different sizes of incursions of aircraft. You saw different altitudes, different airspeeds. Some were rather loud, some weren't near as loud.
What was the smallest one? What was the largest one?
The smallest, you're talking about a commercial size quadcopter, and then the largest ones are probably size what I would call a bass boat or a small car.
The size of a small car.
Mm-hmm.
The cloud-like shape was visible for several minutes, confusing many who posted photographs to social media.
If you were amazed by that, wait till you see this, because if you were looking up at the sky last night, you might have suspected you were seeing your first UFO. Can I just say, this really happened. We haven't manufactured this.
It's not an April Fool. Yeah, no. This is a large blue and white spiral appearing in the night sky above parts of the UK about 8 o'clock last night. Did you see it? It was visible for several minutes before it then just faded away. So we've been trying to find out what it was.
Well, the government for decades has investigated UFOs. And in a way, UAP is just like a different term for UFOs. It's rebranded to make it clear that it's more of a defense and national security issue. So I think it's undeniable that the government has looked at this for decades.
That there are 3 things going on. There's the extraterrestrial vehicles and people. There's the man-made craft and man-made alien phenomenon. And then there's the extra-dimensional or interdimensional beings that they deliberately mix up with both the extraterrestrial and the man-made. Some of the extra-dimensional entities are actually able to be brought into this dimension through very advanced electromagnetic systems. And I know physicists and engineers who have done this. It sounds like something out of Stranger Things because it is like that. That's where they got the idea from the movie, the whole Montauk experiments and all that on Long Island. Back on the eastern part of the far eastern edge of Long Island. So when you begin to analyze this, the denial that we have these technologies opens up only one conclusion for all this other phenomenon. It's all got to be non-human. It's all got to be done by the aliens. So by denying that we have these technologies, we have these craft, it sets everyone up for coming to one logical conclusion. People have been abducted. There have been mutilations of cattle. All of that, therefore, goes through that open door, even though it's a completely false narrative. And that's why repeatedly these counterintelligence officials go around and say, we don't have anything like this. There's no way. Because as soon as they acknowledge we do, it's not hard to then make the connection from the whistleblowers we have to say, oh, well, these have been used in these counterintelligence operations, psychological warfare, psyops. And that's then, of course, inescapable that people realize, well, gee, what part of this is actually non-human intelligence or extraterrestrial, and what part of it has been masquerading? No one's asking that question, and most people in Congress and the bureaucracy or White House and national security don't know enough about the issue yet to come to that kind of assessment.
He doesn't know either, but he does know that aliens are real. Nobody's debating that in this room.
It's just a drone.
Here's why.
Okay.
You've been following the drone situation in New Jersey. We saw that, and then suddenly that just disappeared. Now there are so many videos that are popping up about possible alien sightings off the coast of Florida.
Oh,
People are seeing them now. And it just seems like, and I do want to make sure that we record this sound. It might be next year, it might be this year, it might be in 10 years.
Brace yourselves, everybody. Brace yourselves for this one.
They're coming. And when they get here, do I have all your attention?
Yeah.
Here's what the proposition is. They are wanting Earth to join their intergalactic federation. They have a council where they're keeping track of all the...
And Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith are keeping track of each one of them. Okay.
No.
All right, my bad.
And so they have been holding back from inviting Earth to be a part of it because they can't trust us right now. Right now, humans are not, we're not doing a good job. There's war, rumors of war.
Hi, Alison. Well, this is quite a story, and it comes from the man who headed Israel's space security program for nearly 30 years. Chaim Eshed is making the extraordinary claim that the United States and Israel have been in contact with a group of aliens for years, not immigrants, but extraterrestrials. He has called them the Galactic Federation of Aliens, and he says President Trump is aware of the existence of these aliens and had been on the verge of revealing their secrets, he claims, but was asked not to do so by the Federation in order to prevent what he calls mass hysteria. Well, the retired general says the US and Israel have kept it from the public because, quotes, humanity isn't ready and the aliens don't want to reveal themselves until humanity can evolve, he says, and understand what space really is. Well, the good news is that he claims an agreement has been reached between the US government and the aliens, a contract to do experiments here. There's also, he says, a secret underground base on Mars where there are American and alien representatives. Now, this former head of a branch of Israel's defense ministry is 87. He was very well respected, at least until now. And he said all this in an interview with an Israeli newspaper in Hebrew, but it's really taken off after parts of it were published in English by the Jerusalem Post today. He says he's come forward now in the hope that his news will be accepted as true. He notes that if he'd made these claims 5 years ago, he would have been hospitalized, but now he says, I've got nothing to lose. Well, so far, President Trump has not tweeted about this, though remember a year ago, he did set up the Space Force as the fifth branch of the US Armed Forces. Well, we did ask the White House, the Department of Defense, and Israeli officials to comment. So far, they have not responded to the NBC News request, and I wonder if they ever will.
Joe, what did you learn about this task force and what they're actually going to be examining?
Well, it's definitely a novel idea. And look, Elizabeth, this is going to be taking on quite a bit of material here. The task force on the declassification of government secrets. As we heard the chairman of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer, and Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna describe, they say it's basically going to be a force for transparency within the government on things that have been private for decades. Now, they say, should be released to the public. They say that President Trump was elected with a mandate for transparency and promises to do something like this. So they're trying to tackle a whole bunch of things all in one task force. The Oversight Committee does have that power, and Chairman Comer, standing right next to Luna there, said that if this task force needs it, he would be willing to have the committee issue subpoenas whenever necessary. Take a listen to what else they said here this morning.
The biggest information problems that we've had with UAPs is the amount of stonewalling, stovepiping, and also it seems that there is this push to gaslight the American people into looking at the evidence and then not fully believing it. Why is it that members of Congress who are given a top secret security clearance are being denied access?
Extraterrestrial life on
planet Earth. One of the things you said in an interview, you talked about a conversation you had with a U.S. admiral. They tell me something's moving at hundreds of miles an hour underwater, as large as a football field underwater. This was a documented case, and I have an admiral telling me this stuff. What do you believe exists on Earth in terms of extraterrestrial life, and what have you seen proof of?
Well, there's some things I've seen proof of that I can't discuss, and I've urged the White House to disclose these things. You know, they spend hundreds of millions of dollars researching something, and then you have one group telling us they don't exist, and I have the best pilots in the world telling me, Tim, this thing was 14 feet from my canopy, and he did this, and I've seen things that I wish the public could see. There's just a lot of unknowns, and again, they tell us they don't exist, but then they issue redacted reports, and they're still studying. Almost every one of our alphabet agencies has that. And we had testimony that said they have a recovery unit. Now, what are they recovering? I'd like to know. It's our tax dollars. We have a right to know. And when government thinks that we can't handle what's going on out there, that's when government's gotten a little too big, and we need to cut their wings off. And right now, they're spending. Our Pentagon has got all this dark money. You have the alphabet agencies studying these things. One group will tell us they exist, the other one doesn't. I just think it's time that we have total disclosure. And you all in the press ought to be for transparency and disclosure. I don't see a problem with that.
You know, I've been on the Oversight Committee and the UAP Task Force to try to identify and disclose. In fact, I don't mind saying I've been reaching out to Trump's campaign and to his policy team, trying to get them to consider UFO disclosure.
What have they told
as well,
you?
do an executive order on that. And I think that Chuck Schumer, it's one thing I think Chuck Schumer and I can find an agreement on, is that the American people, really the world, deserves to know this.
For the first time ever, details coming to light about a secret FBI working group that allegedly investigates unidentified aerial phenomena, or also known as UAPs, UFOs. It's the first time that the group has ever been publicly disclosed, according to Politico. That claim coming from former Navy pilot Ryan Graves. If you remember, he was the first active duty pilot to come forward about regular sightings of UAPs. We heard his whistleblower testimony in front of Congress last year. Graves says the FBI working group is made up of more than a dozen staff who, quote, spend much of their time tracking down UAPs.
So these agents have taken upon this responsibility as a part of a bottoms-up approach in order to understand what potential illegalities might be occurring with objects that are operating within our airspace that we're not properly tracking or mitigating. The FBI has both a law enforcement as well as a counterintelligence responsibility. So having objects that are harassing military bases as well as the general public over our national airspace squarely fits within their domain of responsibilities.
Yeah. You know, I think a lot of Americans are listening to this segment right now, seeing this headline saying, what, FBI agents, looking into UFOs? How long have they been a group, Ryan, and tasked with investigating them?
Well, my understanding is that they kicked off this work in about 2020. We've been engaging with them for the past year and a half. And what that primarily looks like, we receive a lot of reports at Americans for Safe Aerospace, some that might have serious national security implications. And so with the permission of the pilots or the witnesses, we've referred the pilot to interview with these groups such that these agents can then follow up on the reports, gather additional information, talk to additional witnesses, and look for gaps in our national security that they can address for the nation.
Remember the drone hysteria in New Jersey last month? We have a local story that pretty much tops that one. A crew on board a private jet spotted something high in the sky, and they shot this video of it, and they have no idea what they saw that night. Ari Odzer is joining us now from Fort Lauderdale with a first-hand account of this very bizarre sighting, Ari.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And there was definitely something in the sky that night. It was way too high to be a drone, moving way too fast and erratically to be a weather balloon. And the flight attendant who shot the video says several other aircraft reported seeing the same thing. The aerospace world is full of flying machines that we all recognize. But sometimes people see things in the sky that defy explanation.
It started as white and then it just got green and almost like an electric
some type of energy around it.
Cassandra Martin is a flight attendant for Surjet, a private air service. On the night of December 23rd, she says she and two pilots were flying back to Fort Lauderdale in an empty jet high over the Bahamas when air traffic control sent a message.
When all of a sudden I heard traffic control say, "We have a foreign object, can you please identify?" I looked to the left and pilot saw 3 objects, I only saw 1, and I grabbed my phone and I just pressed it to the window to see if I can get a video of what the object was. I don't know what it was, and then I zoomed in as much as the phone allowed me to, and the object was white, and then it turned slightly green, almost kind of like an electric field around it of some sort. And it stayed with us for about 45 minutes, and then we didn't see it again. And we were about 45,000 feet, and it was way above us.
Is there any military activity out straight ahead of us?
No, we're not seeing anything. I had another one report at like 30,000 feet in the Eugene area. We're not sure what it is.
Yeah, there's lots moving out there. We're seeing 3 or 4 targets. You know, they're all altitudes, up and down. It's pretty crazy. There's one way up high and one about my altitude, moving in like a circle, like a corkscrew pattern. I usually have eyes on what looks like an aircraft strobe that's at my 2 o'clock and 22 miles at my altitude. He looks like he's moving towards, it looks like it's moving towards the north. Just had another one show up about my 1 o'clock, about 1,000 feet high, zipping towards us and then back out towards the ocean. It's red in color, moving at extreme speed.
You are cleared to maneuver as necessary, left and right, to avoid the UFO out there.
It lit up the entire cab of my cruiser to the point where I was having a hard time driving because I really couldn't see it. I was blinded by it. So I immediately put it into park, rolled down the window, and blocked the light with my hand because it was very intense to see where it was coming from and what exactly it was. At that point, the light started to move along the left side of the cruiser until it stopped right in front off to the left. As I looked up, that's when I saw this object. It was approximately 30 feet away from me. It was fairly close, and it was probably about the size of like a Mini Cooper, and it was a perfect sphere, and it almost looked like plasma moving constantly, and it was changing colors from red to green to white, and then it repeated the colors again. At this point, I was perplexed and confused at what I was looking at because I'd never, in 25 years working as a police officer, encountered anything like this.
So there was no noise. It was very quiet, and also that circle of light was pulsating, and it was getting brighter. And I even took pictures, and it didn't look like a planet or a star. It looked like something very different that my eye has ever seen.
And miles away in Sweetwater, Eric Stanley saw something similar.
And then I saw all the weird colors, and I was like, this doesn't look like a drone to me. Like, it's more like a plasma ball.
Sightings of what looked to be like orbs and drones, like this spotting near the 79th Street Causeway, leaving people confused.
What else would it be?
Reports of unexplained drone sightings across America have many concerned, including here in Oklahoma.
We've been getting reports of mysterious drones here in the metro.
The mysterious drones, which have caused so much anxiety and constant media attention, you said if it's not a craft from outer space, and I think that has to be on the table, so are you not ruling out aliens?
Oh, well, absolutely. I think everything's on the table. I mean, I've been in some briefings where specifically about 2 or 3 weeks ago, we were in a skiff in a classified setting, and I can't share what shapes these are. But there are actually 2 specific shapes that have been, there was footage and photographs of them in the skies that the federal government, the U.S. federal government, cannot identify and don't know what they are. So I think that all options are on the table. With regard to the drones, I think it's very clear it's the U.S. government. I think it's very clear the U.S. government is lying to the American people and to Congress because we don't really know what's going on. I do believe that at least Congress has the right to know so we can pacify some of the safety concerns and fears that people have all along the eastern seaboard.
The explanation of, oh, by the way, these are all lawful, so don't shoot them down, but we don't know where they're coming from. We don't know who owns them. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what they can do. And they are oversensitive military installations. I think is not only utter nonsense, I think it's a disservice to the American people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to our witnesses who are testifying today. I want to thank each of you for being here to discuss a topic of grave importance to our national security. Earlier this year, a Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of my home state of South Carolina. Since the Roswell incident in 1947, many Americans have wondered about the dangers of unknown objects crisscrossing our skies. Whether these are UAPs or weather phenomena, advanced technology from American allied or enemy forces, or something more out of this world. So my first question, I have several questions, and if we can just be quick on these first two, I'm going to ask each of you the same question, and then I'll get to each of you individually. The first one, when you reported your experiences with a UAP, did any of you face any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no?
No.
No. I've actually never seen anything personally, believe it or not. So.
All right. And then do you believe there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs, yes or no?
I don't have an answer to that.
As previously stated publicly, yes.
I think previously with like Project Blue Book, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't report seeing UAPs.
That's just my personal estimate.
In the incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after it was reported?
Absolutely.
A few questions for Mr. Favor. As an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen an object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots?
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sat somewhere in a file. Never got reported.
In a drawer. It happens a lot up here. Shocker. Mr. Gresh, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government? Of the 5% that are reported.
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through that I could triage. So.
Do you believe that officials at the highest levels of our national security apparatus have unlawfully withheld information from Congress and subverted our oversight authority?
There are certain elected leaders that had more information that I'm not sure what they've shared with certain Gang of Eight members or et cetera, but certainly I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this documentary evidence, this video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So, and you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next hearing that we have, but who in the government, either what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting? And you probably can't name names, but what agencies or organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
Super, thank you, and I yield back.
This is not just a movie. This is a warning. From the pages of Genesis to Revelation, from Project Blue Book to Project Blue Beam, the greatest deception in human history is coming to the skies near you. This is the heavens and the earth.
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us? What could be more alien to the universal aspirations of our peoples than war and the threat of war?
Flying saucers, where do they come from? This is the title of a recent book on the subject of UFOs, or unidentified flying objects. And the author is Sydney businessman Mr. Richard Tambling, who claims to have had several sightings of UFOs. Mr. Tambling was an RAF photographer and an expert in aircraft recognition. Now, in the preface of this book, Mr. Tambling, you say that now that the existence of UFOs is gaining widespread acceptance, the question is, where do they come from?
Last October, in the quiet Mississippi town of Pascagoula, two local men confronted authorities with a rather bizarre story. Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker told of a strange craft landing near their fishing site and of being taken aboard by three unearthly creatures. The two men were questioned under hypnosis and lie detectors, but their story remained intact.
I'm going to step off the limb now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Good evening. A flying saucer landing on the steps of Sydney Town Hall. Fact or fiction? Well, that scene was fiction from the ABC children's serial The Strangers, but there are some people who claim it's a fact that flying saucers have landed here.
I guess that was when I heard it. It was some kind of zipping sound, and when I turned around in this area out here, about 40 or 50 feet out there, there was some kind of craft, you know. It looked like it's going to come right onto the ground. The blue light, it had blue flashing lights as it was, you know, approaching the ground, but then they went out, and when the opening appeared, some source of light came from the inside. It was just almost blinding.
So I looked out the window at the top, and naturally I saw this object above.
Tony, this is so great you can't believe it. I believe it, Charlie. It's raining, Johnny. Okay, let's go, would you, Charlie? You got all your steering to get straight. Oh, this is going to be some kind of different ride.
I think maybe I'd answer it this way. I keep, in my frustration sometimes, you know, actually, if you count some of the things going on in smaller countries and all, there have been about 114 wars since World War II. But I've often wondered, what if all of us in the world discovered that we were threatened by a power from outer space, from another planet? Wouldn't we all of a sudden find that we didn't have any differences between us at all? We were all human beings, citizens of the world, And wouldn't we come together to fight?
Mr. Tamley, you say here in your book that it's only a matter of time before the strangers from the skies come to know us better. Now, are you suggesting some kind of invasion from outer space?
This is quite possible. I don't think in the sense that we would think of it, but people coming, yes.
This guy says the Old Testament, written in Hebrew, taught him how to summon UFOs. All right, he says he can also do this on command, and he adds he's been doing it for 25 years. We met up with Prophet Yahweh, seer of Yahweh, at Doolittle Park off Lake Mead. We picked the day, we picked the time, and we picked the location. When the prophet started praying for a sighting, I wasn't exactly convinced. Look at it, there it is. You can barely see it, a white speck. Then, another sighting. There it is, I got it. Photojournalist Jonathan Hawkins locks in on it. Let's take a closer look here. It's an orange sphere that appeared out of nowhere. I call the boss with an unexpected change in my story. I can see it clear as day. In fact, it's bright.
That's a UFO for sure.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh, whoa. What is that?
There's a new video this morning that some say may be proof we're not alone in the universe. A UFO in the form of a bright light is seen descending over the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem.
The Pentagon recently formed a new office to study UFO reports, and now it's NASA's turn. The space agency launching a new team to investigate who or what may be behind the unexplained sighting. Hippity-hoppity, over hill after hill.
I cannot imagine a more sensational and exciting conspiracy theory than the one about a big giant cover-up regarding the existence of extraterrestrials and UFOs and life on other planets. I mean, even coming from a guy who makes controversial documentaries about satanic cults and secret societies and end-time prophecies, and everything in between. So as somebody who is well acquainted with the occult aspects of this reality, the implications of a supposed alien visitation concept are enormous. If it were true, it would eclipse everything else that I talk about on this channel. I mean, what could be more important? What could possibly be more groundbreaking than the revelation that humankind is only one of many intelligent civilizations in our universe? And in the case that any of these other intelligent life forms were actually visiting Earth and making contact with humans, well then such creatures would obviously be far superior to humankind in terms of intelligence and technological ability. And so if that were true, and if that were revealed to the masses, it would just change everything. I know, speaking on behalf of Christians, we would be forced to rectify the differences between what the Bible says about creation and the alleged existence of intelligent beings who are somehow superior to the ones who were made in the image of God. Not to mention that these aliens would likely come with stories of, humanity's origins and possibly seeding the galaxies with life and, all the theories that are out there. And you can scoff at this now, but will your faith be shaken when you turn on the news and the #1 story is the aliens have arrived? Because those who trust in the testimony of the Bible will be challenged to put faith before sight. Because if my expectations are correct, then what we're going to see unfold in this world will defy all tradition and conventional wisdom. And for the Christian, you will be required to either refute all of this evidence that's being revealed and just to embrace your faith, or to accept all of this alleged evidence and facts and in turn abandon your faith. But you just simply cannot accept a literal interpretation of the book of Genesis and come away with the idea that God created not only the heavens and the earth, but also millions and billions of other planets that could potentially foster life, in millions and billions of different galaxies and even a bunch of different universes. I'm not saying that God couldn't do this, and I'm not even saying that God didn't do that, but it certainly is not how the Bible describes the heavens. And you also can't rationalize the existence of these superior races on different planets if you trust the Bible, which says that God created everything in 6 days, 5 of which pertain specifically to Earth, mind you. And then he breathed the breath of life into human beings, after all. And how about Jesus, who was born on earth and who is coming back to earth? And if the earth is such an important part of God's creation, as the Bible describes it to be, then why the heck doesn't the Bible mention the supposed fact that Earth is actually only one of an incalculable amount of planets spread throughout billions of galaxies? And again, according to conventional astronomy, a lot of these other planets apparently could foster life just like here on Earth.
By 2010, Kepler had reported data on all but 400 of the 150,000 target stars. Out of these, 706 were reported to have viable exoplanet candidates, with sizes going from the size of Earth to much larger than Jupiter. February 2nd, 2011, they made some groundbreaking announcements. Out of the potential candidates, the Kepler team noted 1,235 that were a size close enough to Earth that potential habitation could be considered. 54 of these finds were reported to be possibly within the habitable zone.
And sometimes the conditions would be even more ideal for life. And then the likelihood of other intelligent life within that vast amount of space would be almost absolute. So did Jesus also die to atone for their sins as well? And so this idea of space travel and alien civilizations that exist elsewhere in the universe, it's all just really inconsistent with the way that creation is described in the Bible. Now, if you're a non-believer, on the other hand, that doesn't invest your faith in what the Bible says, well, then the existence of intelligent aliens all over this universe is not only probable, but almost definite. I mean, we're talking about an almost infinitely vast amount of space that's just filled with hundreds of billions of galaxies, and each galaxy contains over 100 billion planets, they say. How could planet Earth, a tiny planet by comparison, be the only place in the entire universe where intelligent life exists? And supposing the Big Bang were true, and supposing Darwinian evolution was also true, well then how stupid would you have to be to suggest that planet Earth, a mere grain of sand in the seabed of the universe, could be the only one to contain civilized society? And so the probability of the existence of these extraterrestrial beings of superior intelligence is actually really high according to the laws of evolution, and I think just scientific expectation according to how the world perceives life to have started. And I would know, because there was a time where I considered myself to be somewhat of an expert concerning the topic of aliens and UFOs. I was truly captivated by that idea. In fact, it's sort of what introduced me into this world of conspiracy and secret agendas. I mean, I must have read about 50 books or more on the topic of aliens. I went in expecting sort of fun campfire stories, but what I found instead was just a whole bunch of solid evidence that the governments of this world were engaged in a cover-up regarding some type of alien agenda. And studying this topic is sort of what taught me how to research confidential materials as well. Like finding information via the Freedom of Information Act, and just how to scour through the internet, and certain keywords and all that kind of stuff, That's where it sort of taught me that. And as I studied these things, just countless books and documentaries and websites, and just sifting through stacks of declassified evidence and witness testimony, and I was just astonished to discover how much of this stuff was actually founded in reality. I mean, who could refute such a massive collection of corroborating evidence? And yet, it would certainly appear that it was all being covered up, by the government and by the media. But was it being covered up? I mean, on one hand, it really is true that the media at that time would tend to downplay events like UFO sightings or supposed alien abductions. Every report was always accompanied by the X-Files theme music and presented with as little seriousness as possible. And it's also common knowledge that, at least historically speaking, reports of UFOs and alien abductions and these types of things have generally been disregarded by the U.S. government, at least when it comes to their public stance on the matter. Denial always just kind of seemed to be the official government position.
So why didn't he say anything then? Partly, he says, because he didn't want people to panic.
I think as a public figure, you have to be very careful about what you say, because people can have pretty emotional reactions, and I said my goal wasn't to try to stir the pot.
And he went to humorous and controversial lengths not to stir the pot. He held a news conference after the Phoenix Lights to announce the mystery had been solved.
And now I'll ask Officer Stein and his colleagues to escort the accused into the room so that we may all look upon the guilty party. Don't get him too close to me, please.
In the alien costume, the governor's chief of staff.
Now, this just goes to show that you guys are entirely too serious.
UFO enthusiasts were not amused.
And so I was already well aware that our government had long denied having any information or evidence of life on other planets before I even began researching it for myself. But as I began to uncover all these official government documents and references related to extraterrestrials, I was naturally shocked, and I soon became convinced that the governments of our world were indeed engaged in a full-on cover-up of this phenomenon. I was coming across entire archives and volumes of reported sightings, abductions, and even extraterrestrial communications from credible and high-ranking politicians and military officials, and all ranging over a period of more than 50 years. And there were all these reports and testimonies from important key figures which literally detail things like the retrieval of alien technology from crashed flying saucers.
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army. Army officers say the missile, found sometime last week, has been inspected at Roswell, New Mexico, and sent to Wright Field, Ohio, for further inspection. Late this afternoon, a bulletin from New Mexico suggested that the widely publicized mystery of the flying saucers may soon be solved. Army Air Force officers reported that one of the strange discs had been found and inspected sometime last week. Our correspondents in Los Angeles and Chicago have been in contact with Army officials endeavoring to obtain all possible late information. Joe Wilson reports to us now from Chicago.
Anyone familiar with UFO lore will recognize at least some of what Phil Corso says. Reports of crashed saucers, recovered alien bodies, a government cover-up. But in 50 years of UFO controversy, no one of his rank or stature has ever publicly proclaimed this level of inside knowledge. Corso was an intelligence officer inside the Eisenhower White House, assigned to the National Security Council. He also served as Inspector General of the 7th Army and commanded the 1st Nuclear Battalion in Germany. His credentials are impeccable, his record spotless. But did he really handle wreckage from a flying saucer?
They came from a flying saucer.
How do you know that?
Because they were marked in the files as coming from New Mexico.
Roswell?
Yeah, it's Roswell.
Philip J. Corso, a former member of President Eisenhower's National Security Council from the years 1953 through 1957. And he was also the chief of the Foreign Technology Division of the Army Research and Development Department at the Pentagon, which, by the way, if there really was a such thing as a crashed flying saucer, a lot of people think that would, end up in the Smithsonian or that it would be front page news. No, if that were to happen in real life, the first place it would go, at least if it happened here in America, would be to, the Research and Development Department at the Pentagon. So you just can't get a much more credible and qualified witness than Philip J. Corso when it comes to government knowledge of an extraterrestrial presence on Earth. And Corso published a book in 1997 called The Day After Roswell, wherein he claimed that during his tenure as the head of foreign technology for the U.S. Army, he was assigned the duty of handling and studying these fragments of alien technology that were retrieved from a crashed alien spacecraft in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947, the famous Roswell incident. And that while these materials were in his stewardship, he created a task force to conduct a reverse engineering project, which would study these alien technologies, and analyze its potential for earthly applications, specifically military applications. And according to Corso, it was through this reverse engineering of the crashed spacecraft in Roswell that mankind achieved many modern technological advancements, including lasers and fiber optics, and even integrated circuit chips, which obviously have come to change the world and enabled the advent of the computer age that now defines our culture. And in his book, The Day After Roswell, Corso made many more incredible claims, which included detailed descriptions of both the crashed spacecraft, and also the alien creatures within the wreckage. And of course, when the book was published in 1997, it was largely received with ridicule and denial, by many media sources. But it was also praised and endorsed by others. But what I found uniquely compelling is the fact that Corso wrote and released this book within the very last years of his life. It was published in 1997, and Corso passed away in 1998 at the age of 83. So this practically renders his book to be a form of deathbed confession, in a way, And it seems unlikely that a highly respected and accomplished former Pentagon official would choose to create a giant hoax in his last days of life, compromising his reputation and becoming a target of ridicule. It seems more likely that if it were true that you spent the last 50 years, guarding such a deep secret and having to tell so many lies to the people you love, it seems reasonable that on your deathbed you might choose to tell the truth, and to confess the thing that you've been covering up. And so I just think those are compelling conditions to consider. But Corso wasn't the only highly credible witness of these secret operations to make a deathbed confession about it. There was also Boyd Bushman. And I know, what a name, right? But he was the senior engineer of Lockheed Martin, and he made similar claims of alien contact and being commissioned by the government to participate in reverse engineering programs, much like the one described by Corso. And then there was also Lieutenant Walter Haut, the press relations officer at the military base in Roswell, New Mexico, at the time of the infamous Roswell incident. And he also made public admissions about the aliens being real and that the crash really happened, as well as that it was all covered up. And, he made these confessions shortly before his death as well. And there's even more examples than this, but let's move on. Because this is just a small sampling from a vast pool of extremely interesting and compelling evidence suggesting that there really is a government cover-up of these aliens and UFOs, or whatever you want to call it. And the 20-year-old version of me was just totally riveted and captivated and compelled by all these official and legitimate revelations that I was coming across. In fact, I was so invested in this topic of research that I actually considered applying to become what was called a field investigator for MUFON, which stands for the Mutual UFO Network. And they're kind of like the official organization devoted to the research and investigation of this UFO stuff. And then this field of research, by the way, at least back then, was referred to as ufology. It's cringy, I know. As if you can just add the suffix ology to the end of a word and suddenly it becomes an academically credible field of study, And of course, so any researchers within the field of ufology would therefore be called a ufologist, which does not reduce the cringe level at all. But, that's what we called it. And I was sort of an amateur ufologist, I guess, one of the unpaid variety. And this was back when I was, again, in my early 20s, and I was into this pretty deep. I participated in numerous groups and websites related to UFOs, and studying this stuff was really exciting for me. I really felt like I was always on the verge of uncovering some great mystery. And within my small library of UFO-themed literature, I had no less than 3 different signed copies of books by nuclear physicist Stanton Friedman. He was my favorite ufologist. He was highly esteemed among his peers, due to his academic credentials and professional credibility. A rocket scientist who became somewhat of a pioneer in ufology. And he was kind of like the Michael Jordan of this fringe community. And one time in the summer of 2009, Friedman was scheduled to give a presentation in the nearby town of Burlington, Wisconsin. And I took the day off of work so that I could attend his presentation, and just shake the guy's hand. After all, he was in his late 70s at that time, and I was kind of thinking I might not really have many more chances to meet him, you know, supposing I wanted to do that. And he would also commonly call for younger people to get involved in the field for the sake of continuity of his research. And so I had this whole pitch prepared, you know, to offer to volunteer my assistance in any way that he might have use for me. And so I was really excited for this opportunity, you know, not just to meet Stanton Friedman, but also to volunteer my services and see if maybe Friedman couldn't usher me into this world of ufology, you know. But on my way to the event, I got a call from work about some emergency staffing situation. And I was the store manager at that time, so I really had no choice but to go to work and to address the situation. And I mean, I was just so ticked off. I was just fuming. I could not believe that something like this would come up at this time on that day. And I decided that I wouldn't give up that easy, you know. So I continued driving to the event, and I devised a plan that I would go in early, I would buy some of Stanton Friedman's books, I would ask for his signature, and that's when I would drop my pitch on him, you know. And then I would race to work and get back to my responsibilities. But when I finally got to the event and went inside, he wasn't there. There were people at his desk, you know, at his little info table, and they told me that he was having lunch at a local diner before his presentation, you know. And so I cursed under my breath and proceeded to purchase his newest book. And I started making my way back to the car, but then I decided that I was too close to give up. And so I actually drove to the restaurant that he was supposedly eating at, and I parked in the parking lot. And I knew that approaching Mr. Friedman at his table while he was eating could be construed as a rude gesture, but I hoped that he would be impressed by my determination to meet him, even in spite of these inconvenient circumstances. And so I decided I was going to go for it, you know. So I park my car, I grab my book, I exit my car, and I start walking toward the entrance of this restaurant, kind of revising the pitch in my head, you know, to accommodate these unusual terms that I was going to be meeting him on. And then I started doing what I always do. I got nervous. I started doubting myself and second-guessing the whole thing. And I was pondering all the different ways that he might dismiss me or be annoyed. And whenever I fall into these types of anxiety attacks, it becomes a bit of a struggle to keep a calm composure. You know, something I'm getting a lot better at now, but it's just always been a struggle for me. And so, in my anxious state, I didn't realize that I had been pacing around the parking lot for quite a while at that point. And I probably looked like a crazy man to any onlookers that might be watching me through the restaurant windows. And surely Stanton Friedman himself was sitting next to a window and probably watching me all along with pity and amusement. And I just ended up fleeing the scene in embarrassment. And I just went back to work, and I continued my little life as a shoe store manager. And I always kind of regretted my lack of confidence on that day. But that's the story. And now you might have found that story to be kind of pointless in context with the subject of this documentary, and you would be right about that, but I just think it helps illustrate not only my strange and frantic personality, but also how passionate I once was about this topic of UFOs and ETs. And I want you to understand that the claims that I'm going to be making in this documentary are not based on some loosely held or flippant opinions of mine. You know, this is the culmination of years of research in a topic that I once took very seriously. And another thing I should mention in this introduction is a disclaimer that this documentary series will make a lot of people uncomfortable. And a lot of people are just going to laugh and mock me in the comments section. But that's okay. You know, as my wife would say, I'm used to it. But the point is, you know, I'm prepared to even lose some subscribers over this one. Because not only is this documentary series going to be detailing the controversial nature of this whole extraterrestrial alien agenda conspiracy, but in this documentary series, I will be calling the very existence of outer space into question. Not the outer space that you see with your naked eyes as you look out into the night sky, but the outer space that exists as the result of the Big Bang that we have learned about from modern and conventional astronomy. And so I expect a lot of pushback, especially from my non-Christian viewers who don't accept the Bible to be God's perfect word. And to you guys, you know, I love you, but you just simply cannot make sense out of these major deceptions and worldwide agendas without viewing it through the scope of spiritual warfare and biblical prophecy, in my opinion. But for those of you who do believe the Bible to be the Word of God, let this film series challenge the strength of your faith in a literal interpretation of God's Word. You know, too many professing Christians have been taught to bend their knee to the scientific consensus of this world, even where it clashes with what the Bible clearly teaches. I mean, most Christians have no problem dismissing every single piece of evidence that secular science claims to be proof of Darwinian evolution. But have you really considered the implications of what it takes to deny the theory of evolution? I mean, in doing so, you are willfully rejecting the research and expertise of the scientific majority. And you are practically accusing the leading institutions of our society of engaging in a worldwide conspiracy to suppress the truth of creation and to indoctrinate humanity with this fabricated propaganda. You know, that's a pretty bold accusation to make. I mean, you would have to be a conspiracy theorist to believe something like that, right? Well, and yet most Christians are comfortable to simply dismiss the scientific consensus when it comes to evolution. But for some reason, a lot of Christians are not willing to expand this skepticism beyond evolution. We confidently scoff at the science textbooks which claim that the universe is billions of years old, but then we turn around and accept everything else in the text. You know, we accept the existence of these spinning planets and solar systems and galaxies, despite our willingness to deny the very Big Bang by which the existence of these things relies on. So it's this doublethink, you know, and I think that another area of Christian doublethink is in regard to the supernatural. And I think that this is especially true among my fellow American Protestant brothers and sisters. You know, we've become so jaded from seeing all these charlatans and televangelists with their phony miracles and blasphemous healing revivals that we begin to doubt, and we thereby stifle or muddle our ability to fully realize and properly discern the supernatural forces at play around us. And even though we fully believe the biblical depictions of demonic possession and the casting out of demons, you know, the way it's described in the New Testament, we tend to just accept whatever the scientific consensus claims is going on around us. So in the case of that demonic possession, you know, these days I'm sure it would be described as mental illness. And my point here is that we as believers, we have been conditioned to accept these secular explanations for things that are actually spiritual in nature. But sometimes what is spiritual in nature collides with what is physical in nature. Sometimes angels and demons manifest in physical bodies. You know, according to the Bible, angels can sometimes descend from the skies in what is described as heavenly chariots and majestic wheels. And then when we get into the revelations of John, we see that there's a great war that's going to eventually happen in heaven. You know, a battle between the angels and the dragon. And this, of course, is after the tribulation period, wherein we see famine and earthquakes and so on, as God's wrath is poured out onto earth. And we see the whole world uniting under the dictatorship of the Antichrist. And of course, when you envision the end times, you imagine fires raining down from the heavens and blood in the streets and natural disasters happening left and right. And of course, you have what the Bible describes as the beasts coming into power. And despite the fact that most theologians believe these beasts to be described metaphorically, and by the way, I happen to agree with that, but I just think that it's hard to read through all these biblical end-time prophecies and to read through the book of Revelation and fail to recognize that much of what is written is depicted literally. You know, and as I study these things that I study, I often ponder, how will the secular world react to all these amazing events that are described in Revelation, you know, and elsewhere in the Bible? Because while you and I and our fellow believers might understand that we're watching the fulfillment of biblical prophecies unfold, we just know that CNN would be blaming the fireballs and earthquakes on climate change, you know, and the lawlessness in the streets will be blamed on guns, and the famines would be blamed on food shortages, plagues will be disguised as pandemics, you know, and then the arrival of these heavenly beings will be described probably as aliens from outer space. And as somebody with a modestly extensive background in the research of UFOs and extraterrestrials, you know, who has since become a born-again Christian, I am exceedingly confident that this world is about to start seeing some really strange things in our skies. And there's going to be an increase in alien abduction claims, which closely resemble the description of demonic possession, by the way. And I believe that when this event occurs, it will be used by the governments of this world as the justification to seal the unification of their one world government under the guise of coming together against a larger common threat. And in this documentary series, I hope to give you a biblical context for what I believe you're going to start seeing unfold in the real world around us. And I won't be debunking the existence of aliens or UFOs. Actually, it's to the contrary. I will attempt to prove to you that both aliens and UFOs really do exist. It's just that they're not what Hollywood and what all these CIA psyops are telling us they are. Because I believe that the Bible tells us exactly what they are. And I believe that the Bible even tells us exactly why they're here. You know that the devil is operating according to a strategy, right? And as the wicked ruler of this fallen world, what if his strategy was to utilize the authoritative institutions of this world to discredit the Bible? Wouldn't that be consistent with prophecy? Institutions like science and education. What if you could use the prestige of such institutions to cast doubt on the truth of God's word? What if he used the mystique of complicated scientific jargon to confuse people into doubting their own intuition? Would we welcome the arrival of physical demons or false messiahs that presented themselves as extraterrestrials who came in peace? I know that this all sounds crazy. And I cringe to think about how many of my old subscribers are now questioning my intelligence. But if you can't tell, I'm really not very concerned about making friends or fitting in. I'm only interested in following what is true. And when you seek the truth, one of the first things that you're going to learn is that our culture in this fallen world has been built on a foundation of lies. And I think that Christians of all people should understand this. I will never understand why so many professing Christians continue to invest trust and confidence into these worldly institutions and traditions. Again, Christians, by and large, have no problem rejecting the theory of evolution in regard to the origin of mankind, simply because it contradicts what the Bible says. Even despite the fact that an estimated 97% of the so-called scientific community accepts evolution as the dominant scientific theory of biological diversity. And we see the way that Darwinian evolution is practically presented as factual in today's public school curriculum.
Creationism, but that's not science.
It is now.
Evolution is widely acknowledged as scientific fact. It's even accepted by prominent conservatives like George Will and the late Pope John Paul. Here's something to think about.
And we're baffled as that very same so-called scientific community has gone on to redefine gender and to dehumanize preborn babies as being nothing more than an inhuman fetus, and we know that the scientific community affirms all of this woke nonsense. And we see how they've propagated this whole global warming thing or overpopulation and so on. And most Christians seem to accept and affirm the premise that when it comes to these topics that I just mentioned, the systems of this world are engaged in a massive conspiracy, to deceive and to indoctrinate society. But somehow we turn around and trust the credibility of this same so-called scientific community when it comes to everything else. What if the so-called scientific community was really just a code word for government-funded scientific institutions? And what if it really was a satanic government that intended to hide God? Wouldn't that be a great method to deceive and to control public perception? Supposing, of course, that you intended to do something so sinister. Because these suggestions may sound to you like the ravings of a conspiracy nut, but, there's a historical precedent for this type of thing. Aren't we told to trust the science? As if we all have our own laboratories where we can reproduce the results of these experiments and projects to verify the accuracy of whatever's being claimed by the scientific community? As if we actually have the time to file through all the white papers and read all of the necessary books, that would be required to verify any of this information for ourselves. No, we don't do that. These atheistic-minded people will tell you that they believe the science, when what they really mean is that they believe the scientific claims being reported in scientific books. And ironically, their worldview is hinged on their own faith that these books are accurate, reliable, and honest. But meanwhile, they're going to turn around and scoff at the Christian who puts his faith in the ancient wisdom of the Bible, another book. And I know I say it all the time, but everybody is operating according to faith in something. And I don't care what anyone else has ever told you. For a skeptic on the fence, the debate really could be boiled down to a simple contest of credibility between the ancient scriptures and modern textbooks. In both cases, we're relying on the testimony of others. And in the case of the Bible, which is not merely a book, mind you, but a library of 66 books that were written over a period of 1,500 years by over 40 different authors on 3 different continents in 3 different languages, and yet when compiled together, they all relay a consistent and corroborative message. And I sort of gleaned that definition of the Bible's history from Bodhi Bacham, who also went on to say this.
Now let's unpack this. First of all, the Bible is a reliable collection of historical documents. Look at what he says here in verse 16. For we did not follow cleverly devised tales when we made known to you the power and coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. We did not follow cleverly devised tales. We did not follow myths or fairy tales or legends. We did not follow things that were made up. Luke puts it this way in his prologue. Inasmuch as many have undertaken to compile an account of the things accomplished among us, just as they were passed down to us by those who were beforehand eyewitnesses and servants of the word, it seemed fitting to me, having investigated everything carefully from the beginning, to write it out for you in consecutive order, most excellent Theophilus, so that you might believe God on blind faith. No, so that you might know the exact truth about the things you have been taught. We have a reliable collection of historical documents, not myths, not fairy tales, not legends. This is not the Gilgamesh epic here. These are things that actually transpired in history and were recorded for us. Not only do we have a reliable collection of historical documents, but they were written down by eyewitnesses during the lifetime of other eyewitnesses. Look at what he says. But we were eyewitnesses of his majesty. We saw.
And this is where I'm going to end part one, because as you can see, we still have a lot of ground to cover. And as I mentioned earlier, this documentary will soon present a lot more information and evidence to further substantiate all these radical claims that I've been making regarding the true nature of so-called extraterrestrial life, as well as a lot of the propaganda that surrounds modern astronomy. But obviously, when it comes to challenging the public perception of something as monumental as the design of our universe, I can't just come in all guns blazing, you know? I understand that a whole lot of you will be predisposed to dismissing a lot of what I have to say on this topic, just for the simple fact that in your mind, the existence of outer space and our solar system and the Milky Way galaxy, you know, it's all a matter of proven fact. I mean, after all, NASA is comprised of the most intelligent and qualified mathematicians and engineers and rocket scientists within their fields. You know, and they all seem to be in agreement about the conventional model of astronomy. And this crosses many borders. Every so-called spacefaring nation has its own space agency that's equivalent to NASA. And a lot of times they work in cooperation with one another to some degree, you know, as we collectively advance in the technology required for space exploration and the science, you know, involving outer space. And furthermore, all that knowledge and technology, which apparently has enabled space exploration, is bolstered in decades, if not centuries, of scientific literature from some of the greatest minds of our time. You know, so in that context, I totally understand why a lot of you would be inclined to just preemptively disregard any challenges against such a well-established science, you know, and seemingly irrefutable facts. And I also understand why a lot of you will just reject this at its premise. You know, it just seems like too ridiculous of a conspiracy theory, you know, that so many people across such a vast community of academics and scientists, you know, and engineers and even governments worldwide could ever carry out such a massive deception. You know, and even if they could, what would the motive possibly be? So I know that the very notion of such a conspiracy theory as this seems utterly ridiculous. And it also may seem pretty arrogant to a lot of you that a regular guy like me, you know, who just works a regular job and who makes YouTube videos on his laptop, would have the audacity to publicly challenge the entire scientific and expert consensus about this stuff. You know, especially considering that I admittedly have no experience or specialized education in the arena of astronomy. You know, I'm not even good at math, but yet here I am challenging the accepted science. But not because I'm academically qualified to do so, and not because I have actually disproven any of their science myself. In fact, I kind of struggle to even comprehend the physics and mathematical equations that are used to demonstrate the composition of outer space. No, I'm coming into this debate armed with only one exhibit of solid evidence, and that's the Holy Bible. And so I hope you'll stick around for the next two parts of this documentary series, as I will attempt to defend and justify all these radical claims that I made here in part one. But in the meantime, perhaps you could get a little bit ahead of the curve by looking into this stuff for yourself. But until then, I'm signing off. This is Tim from Fallen World Films.
In 1974, after being a sixth grade school teacher, I was introduced to the late Dr. Wernher von Braun in the U.S., the father of rocketry. In my first meeting with him, during that first 3.5 hours, he said to me, "Carol, you will stop the weaponization of space." And I said, you know, teachers don't stop until June. He said, "No, you have to understand, this is February, and we have to prevent the weaponization of space because there is a lie being told to everyone that the weaponization of space is now first being based upon the evil empire, the Russians. There are many enemies, he said, against whom we're going to build this space-based weapon system, the first of whom was the Russians, which was existing at that time. Then there would be terrorists. Then there would be third world countries. Now we call them rogue nations or nations of concern. Then there would be asteroids.
NASA just crashed a $300 million spacecraft into an asteroid. Why? To save us from the apocalypse. Haven't you seen Armageddon?
And then he would repeat to me over and over, and the last card, the last card, the last card would be the extraterrestrial threat.
In space, they drank Tang. They mixed it like this in a zero-G pouch, because with no gravity, it would fly all over.
Okay, I'm out.
Okay, he's out. Close free. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
And you did, Jimbo?
Well, you know, I can't bring it on the break.
Don't sweat it. I'll come over to you.
Tang, chosen for the Gemini astronauts. Have a blast. Have some Tang.
60 years ago, when the Russians beat us into space, we didn't deny Sputnik was up there. We didn't argue about the science or shrink our research and development budget. We built a space program almost overnight, and 12 years later, we were walking on the moon.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars and the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
The sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like here on Earth.
The sky is a deep black when viewed from the moon.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time.
Neil Armstrong talking about landing on the moon with a microphone, and yet he's sitting practically on top of a rocket engine. Now we know that is absolutely impossible.
You want me to really be honest with you?
Yeah. All our lives, we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
Some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. Other bodies out there are, though. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space or anything we've observed from space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome.
There's no way you can get a spinning heliocentric globe out of anything in the Bible.
Are you just skeptical of everything?
I have become skeptical of everything, and I think rightfully so.
You really like it? You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself. Away from me. You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
If you're going to somewhere that nobody has been before, you need to have a simulator which recreates that environment as closely as you can.
People in his beautiful book, you see the curvature of the Earth, you very clearly see that it's a circle. So are you telling me that this interview with him, I'm talking to somebody that's just made that up or wasn't actually there?
Yeah, he's not. Can I just...
He's not in outer space.
Can I just...
Where is he then?
In a Hollywood studio type
Not necessarily
environment.
Hollywood
Maybe here. Maybe where we are now.
if we have established one thing so far in this series, it's the fact that the account of creation as recorded by Moses in the book of Genesis is completely contradictory to everything that we've ever learned in science class regarding the nature and origins of this universe. And I know that this idea of the Bible being at odds with the modern scientific consensus of this world is not a novel concept. I mean, it's pretty obvious in light of topics like evolution or the Great Flood, and I find it encouraging that to this day we still have great creationist apologists who are willing to stand toe-to-toe with these atheist scientists and easily dismantle the absurdity of Darwinian divergent evolution. In these debates, the evolutionist will usually predicate his argument around the notion that the very concept of a supernatural creator who could speak reality into existence is just too fantastical to be true.
While there's little dispute within the scientific community, a recent Pew analysis found that a third of Americans reject the idea of evolution.
No one's ever going to convince me that the Word of God is not true.
Is Ken Ham's creation model viable? I say no.
You know, and he's going to smirk and scoff and shake his head while the creationist describes what the Bible says in Genesis, you know, about the origins of everything. But then he's going to turn around during his turn and defend ideas that seem far more unbelievable by comparison. I mean, he's going to explain how, in his opinion, the entire universe was once condensed into a tiny bead of energy floating around in nothingness that just exploded one day, spawning the existence of everything around us. Or in other words, everything came from nothing. And then he will insist that you yourself are in fact nothing more than the descendant of a glob of protoplasm that washed up on the beach one day and then mutated through a series of crude and simple creatures over the course of around 1 billion years before finally developing into a savage and uncivilized primate who would eventually become the thinking, loving, working, sacrificing, empathetic, creative, self-aware, spiritual being that's watching this video right now. And so who's really the one telling fairy tales? You know, because maybe it's easy to accuse the Bible of being hard to believe, but it's not necessarily so easy to defend how monkeys managed to survive and thrive for generations on prehistoric surfboards.
Is this serious?
This is serious. Yeah, you could type in on Google right now, when monkeys surfed, and you'll find that monkeys made a voyage 34 million years ago from Africa to South America.
They're saying that the monkeys surfed over here from Africa because they're trying to explain how did these monkeys get from Africa to the Americas.
And it's not easy to explain how humans are so much further advanced than every other animal on Earth. If Darwinian evolution were true, shouldn't we expect for at least a few other animal types to be at least somewhat civilized by this point? What makes humans so special? I mean, what? Did we have an extra 10 billion years to evolve or something? What possible evolutionary advantage or circumstance could ever justify the enormous gap between human intelligence and animal intelligence? I mean, does this gap in advancement really even make any sense according to the survival of the fittest logic? I mean, we're out here programming computers while no other animal has even invented a toothbrush yet. You know, and I like animals just as much as the next guy, but obviously, compared to us, they're all idiots. You know, no other creature even comes close. No other creature is even on the same spectrum as the human being. So use some critical thinking. I mean, which is more reasonable, that humans are just simple animals that happened to advance so spectacularly by random chaos and chance that we managed to somehow subdue the earth by merit of our own exclusively involved intelligence? Or could it be that we were just made in the image of God, like the Bible says, you know, and placed in dominion over the world? The truth is obvious, and the truth will always be God, or creation. You know, creation is self-evident. And the reason that I'm ranting over here about evolution is because I wanted to break the ice with something that at least most of us could agree about. But this movie is not about evolution. However, this movie is about creation. It's about the entire account of creation as it's clearly defined in the Bible. Before we dive in, I got a question for you. Have you ever noticed how the creation debate is almost always framed specifically and exclusively around the theory of evolution? Because, you know, there's a lot more to the creation account of Genesis than simply the creation of man and animals. God didn't even create animals and man until day 5 and 6, and yet we're willing to defend the accuracy of these 2 specific days of creation with righteous fervor. But what about the first 4 days? Because if you're asking me, what happened on days 1 through 4 are probably considered to be even more scientifically inaccurate than the whole debate of evolution as a means of human origin. Because before God created anything else, he created the heavens and the earth. And by the way, this heaven and earth that God created, according to the Bible, does not share one common trait with the cosmology that we've all been raised and educated to accept and believe. For example, it was on day 1 when God created light. even though it would still be 3 more days before he created the sun or stars. So how does that work with our understanding of cosmology? Because he even called the light day and the darkness night, again, long before there was even a sun in the sky. Actually, there wasn't even a sky yet, because that came on day 2. And it was also on day 2 when God created the firmament, a word that translates to dome or vaulted ceiling. And the Bible says that he created this firmament to separate the waters below earth from the waters above earth. As if there exists a physical surface to the sky that's literally separating us from these waters above the earth. When what the heck is that anyways? I don't recall National Geographic or the Discovery Channel ever telling me about a body of water that separates us from outer space. And then on the next day, God creates plant life, even though he still hasn't created the sun yet, And of course, we all know that plants require sunlight to live. And so I hope you're starting to get the picture here, that the way that the Bible describes the cosmology of this universe is a lot different than what we've all learned in science class. The truth is that our Bible doesn't really define outer space in much intricate detail. And despite the growing popularity of this biblical topic, most researchers in this space are humble and honest enough to admit that nobody really knows exactly how this universe works. We've constructed maps and diagrams based on the biblical description of creation, and these are helpful and useful, but this continues to be a subject of great mystery. And I believe that's how God intends for it to be. The heavens are a beautiful display of God's glory and a demonstration of his power. And throughout the Bible, the heavens represent a source of wonder and majesty to our finite human minds. It's the place from which angels descend, the space between creation and the throne of God. And so however you slice it, the Bible describes the heavens to be an area that's outside of human jurisdiction. And in this video, we're going to go through the creation account of Genesis 1. But first, let me remind you about something that happened a little later in the book of Genesis. About 100 years after the Great Flood in chapter 11, there was an evil and tyrannical ruler by the name of Nimrod who commanded the construction of the infamous Tower of Babel in Babylon. It was supposed to be the tallest building ever constructed, so tall that it could reach into the heavens. In fact, reaching the heavens was the expressed intention of the building's design. Nimrod's desire was to taunt God and to make himself equal to God by building a residence into the heavens. And so I guess you could look at this as man's first attempt at space travel. But unlike the allegedly successful Apollo missions of our time, Nimrod's plan didn't go so well. And in his arrogance, the tower was destroyed and humanity was forever scattered into isolated factions with differing languages, and you know how the story goes. But I think it's a good point for us to start on, because if you're going to put your faith in a literal interpretation of God's word, then you need to have an answer for questions like this. And if you think that in ancient times God would bring judgment on mankind for trying to build a tower that reaches the heavens, then how do you defend this idea of astronauts playing golf on the moon? And it's just one of countless problems between what the Bible teaches and what this world is teaching us concerning the heavens and the earth. And unfortunately, I know that a lot of you who would otherwise reject things like evolution and the Big Bang Theory, due to your faith in the Bible, will continue to perceive Earth as a spinning ball-shaped planet revolving around the sun, in spite of what the Bible teaches and in spite of the information that I'm going to present in this video. But I don't think that you will do it intentionally. Frankly, I doubt that most Christians have given the idea of biblical cosmology much thought at all, and it's easy to understand why. Because why would you ever question something that you have learned about your entire life? That seems so irrefutable, it's one of the basic fundamental truths in this world. 1 + 1 = 2, the sky is blue, and of course the earth is round and it revolves around the sun. I mean, after all, you've seen the evidence for yourself, You've seen a man walking on the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
And not only did we walk on the moon, but we even have a bunch of video footage.
Ready to cry a little bit? You know what they think happened to the original moon tapes? Is they might have been taped over. Taped over! These are the moon landings.
The very small possibility exists that somebody took those tapes and kept it in his garage or in his attic or wherever.
And not only do we have video footage, but we even brought back rocks from the moon.
Now, the Apollo astronauts went around and the big publicity tour at the time, back in the 60s, giving various people in positions of royalty and whatnot, leadership, moon rocks. Well, they decided at one point they wanted to take an insurance policy out on it. So, of course, as part of doing the insurance policy thing, they start analyzing it, and they found out the thing's petrified wood.
According to the NBC News report on the matter, Van Gelder, one of the leading men in the investigation, said, "No one thought to doubt that it was a moon rock, since it came from the Prime Minister's collection."
You know, if you ask me, I think the whole thing is fake. And by the end of this video, you just might agree. I mean, then again, you might vehemently disagree and unsubscribe from my channel. I mean, I don't know. But whether you agree or disagree with me is not the point. I mean, who cares what I have to say? I'm just a guy with an opinion and a laptop. Let's go to the source and see how God describes his own creation.
Genesis 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Okay, so that's the first words of the Bible. That the very first thing that God created was heaven. And this is in the King James Version, but heaven is actually translated to a plural heavens in most other versions. And that's consistent with further descriptions in the scriptures. And of course, the heavens refers to the area outside of Earth, right? What we would call outer space. Now, according to conventional astronomy, there are around 100 billion planets just within the Milky Way galaxy alone. That's just the galaxy that we allegedly reside in.
Almost 4 decades later, that craft is over 12 billion miles from home. Voyager carries a golden record containing a greeting from the people of Earth to the alien life form that may someday find it.
We should also factor in the 2 trillion other galaxies that are believed to exist just within the observable universe. That's 2 trillion with a T, multiplied by roughly 100 billion planets. That's other planets besides Earth that share the same characteristics as this place that we're on. Allegedly, again, you know, and while you're trying to do that math in your head, let me inform you that the Bible doesn't bother to mention any of these planets or galaxies, only Earth. And I'm not a gambling man, but when I just said the word Earth, I bet that you imagine something like this. But did you know that in the original Hebrew text of the scriptures, the word Earth translates to ground or land or region, and it refers to the actual Earth, you know, as in the dirt that we dig into, the Earth. And feel free to do your own homework on that. I mean, I certainly don't speak or read Hebrew, you know, but this is what I found on the internet and with some help from Google Translate.
The opening line of the whole Bible is, "In the beginning, God created the skies and the land."
Now, your Bible translation might say the heavens and the earth. In biblical Hebrew, the word for heaven refers simply to the sky above. And the word for earth does not mean globe, but rather the land.
The ground below us.
Right.
You know, but when we hear the word Earth, we're going to naturally envision the image of our planet that's been projected to us, you know, that we've been surrounded by for our whole lives. And it's actually really likely that this specific image is the one that comes to mind for a lot of you, because this is the most famous so-called photo of Earth out there. It's referred to as the blue marble, and according to most of our textbooks, it was taken in 1972 during the Apollo 17 mission. But you might be interested to learn that by NASA's own admission, this is not an actual photograph. This is a composite image made up of many different pictures that were then compiled together strategically into an artistic rendering of Earth. It's known as a composite image. Yet, I'm sure that you were never taught that. I mean, I know that I never was. Honestly, as I recall, these classic examples of outer space photography were always presented as genuine and legitimate, you know, and the blue marble was on posters in every science classroom and library. You know, that was proof that mankind was truly exploring outer space. But no, as it turns out, it was just a piece of conceptual artwork all along. And come to find out, this creation of artificial illustrations and composite images to represent outer space to the public is just common practice for the talented artists on staff at NASA. What, did you not know that there's a bunch of artists on staff at NASA? Did you not know that many of the most convincing photos that you have seen regarding outer space were likely just productions of representative concept art? You know, certainly I'm not the only person to have gone my whole entire life believing that images like the ones that you're seeing right now were legitimate examples of space photography. You know, and asking around to friends and family, that seems to have been the general consensus. But it's not true. And NASA seems to approve of this wrongful public perception. And so these artists on staff at NASA are officially regarded as science visualizers, and they are employees of the Scientific Visualization Studio at the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center.
Over the years, NASA has given us spectacular photos and renderings that reveal a colorful and mysterious universe.
No doubt. And now Chris Martinez is introducing us to 2 of the artists behind some of the most iconic space art in the galaxy.
In a small, bright office, working side by side.
Let's see.
Robert Hurt and Tim Pyle bring the universe to life.
What we're doing does have real science underlying it.
Robert is an astrophysicist turned artist. Tim, once a Hollywood animator, is now a planet illustrator. Together, they produce some of NASA's most popular images, from renderings of how planets light years away could look, to actual photos of stars and galaxies captured by NASA's powerful telescopes.
Look closely at the repeating cloud pattern. Here we can see clear examples that the photograph has not only been doctored or constructed, but also strong evidence that whoever done the doctoring used repeating photographic templates. That is, they cloned parts of the image and repeated it.
And then there was also the NASA art program, which was created merely 4 years after the formation of NASA itself. But unlike the visualization studio, these artists were not traditional staff members that were employed to visualize outer space. These were professional artists who were commissioned by NASA to create artwork depicting the wonders and mysteries of the universe and to promote the space agency. A large number of prominent artists have participated in the NASA art program. And when I say participate, what I really mean is that they were paid to participate in NASA's art program. Even the likes of Norman Rockwell and Andy Warhol were included in this program. And it still exists to this day, by the way. And you know, I find it interesting that it was only 60 years ago when we received the first ever satellite images of Earth in 1959. And wouldn't you know, it just so happened to look exactly as Hollywood depicted it all along. I mean, check out this timeline for the history of the Universal Pictures logo. And notice how Earth was envisioned with precise accuracy all the way back in 1912, nearly 50 years before we had any supposed actual pictures of Earth. And I mean, look at this one from 1929, 3 decades before we had any pictures of Earth. And compare that to their current logo. This is the Universal Pictures logo right now as I'm making this documentary. And compare that to this one, you know, here in 1912 or in 1929, and consider it was right in the middle of this timeline that we actually verified what Earth looks like, you know, but Hollywood managed to have it right all along. So I don't know, I would expect there to be at least a discrepancy or two, but that's just me. But let's move on. And I hope you'll forgive this massive detour that I just took, but now that we're kind of envisioning the secular perception of Earth, let's get back to the actual Hebrew definition of Earth. The word for earth is eretz, or this character, and it's defined as ground or land or region, like I said earlier, you know, and it could even refer to the entirety of the whole world, the entirety of land. But in no way is this word possibly describing Earth as a planet, because God doesn't even create planets until day 4 when he created the sun and the moon and the stars. And in reality, our modern conception of what planets are is never even mentioned or at least described in scripture at all. In Hebrew, planets were only referred to as stars, or walking stars to be precise, you know, walking or wandering stars, because unlike the stars that stayed fixed, these stars moved around, and so they were called planets. But anyways, we're going to get on to that on day 4 as well, you know, because we're still just on day 1 and I can't stop ranting. So here we are, very first verse of the Bible, and the point is simple, that the first thing that God created, perhaps the priority of creation, or at least the foundation for the rest of creation, was the heavens and the earth. No sun for the earth to revolve around, no solar system to operate within, and no billions of galaxies in the distance. Just the ground that we stand on and the skies above us. And he said it was good. Now let's move on.
And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters.
You know, and so God is working here already. He's preparing to bring form and life to earth. And I guess that before anything else existed, there was just this formless, lifeless mass of earth that apparently was covered only with water that the Spirit of God moved across the face of. And not to get into semantics, but let's make it clear that the term face literally means flat surface. I mean, it could easily just be referring to the surface of the waters, but for the record, there can be no face on a sphere. There can be no face on a ball, just like there can be no corners on a circle, you know, so just something that I thought I'd point out. Anyways, verse 3 through 5 says,
And God said, Let there be light. And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day.
And remember, God has not even created the sun yet, and yet we have not only light, but even a daily cycle already, as God called the light day and the darkness night. But of course, we've all been taught that it takes precisely 24 hours for our planet to spin one complete rotation in its axis, resulting in light or darkness depending on our orientation from the sun. You know, and that seems really logical, but it's not what the Bible teaches. And I just think that if we're going to proclaim the creation account of Genesis to be so literal that we're willing to refute the theory of evolution, then how are we going to turn around and declare that days 1 through 4 are not literal and embrace this unbiblical modern cosmology? And my fellow Christians, I am not here to confuse you or to lead you towards dangerous conspiracy theories, certainly not to cause you to doubt your faith, but to embrace it. We're simply reading through the Bible together, and I'm just asking you if you really believe what it says. And don't ask me how it works. I don't need to know how it works. I feel no obligation to grasp or to be able to define the mysteries of God. I'm the creature. I'm the created one, and he's the creator. And so I don't feel inclined to study Darwinism or to scour through the fossil record to substantiate my faith in creation. To me, it's a self-evident reality that I accept not only by faith, but also just by sound reason, and common sense. And it also requires a willingness to defy the logic of this fallen world and to stand firm in the face of an entire society that regards unbiblical science as irrefutable truth, because that's the world we live in today. And so I don't lose any sleep over wondering how God created day and night, and light and dark before he created the sun. Perhaps the light was itself the glory of God. Perhaps that's still what the light is. I don't know, but however it works, I believe it because I believe in God's word. And so anyways, that was day 1. Let's move on to day 2.
And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day."
So we're finally to the firmament.
Rakayai. Firmament.
And this is really a doozy of a biblical fact to try to wrap your mind around. And people argue about how to apply the word firmament's definition, but there's just no way around the fact that the Bible is describing a solid surface that covers and that completely encloses Earth, and effectively separates Earth from these waters that apparently exist outside of this solid firmament. It's something that just seems so out of place in contrast to our modern understanding of cosmology that it's hard to imagine or to make any sense of. However, it's what the Bible describes. And, if you were willing to temporarily just dismiss everything that the world has taught you about this universe, and if you were just to start from scratch with only the Bible as your guide to imagine what creation looks like, you'd probably end up with something like this. It's interesting how many ancient societies shared this similar idea of cosmology. And of course, the world today laughs at these ancient depictions of a flat and stationary Earth that's enclosed within a firmament. But I would remind you that this ancient conception of the universe survived for thousands of years, compared to the modern heliocentric model, which found popularity in the mid-1500s and spurred the so-called scientific revolution, which has evolved into this godless and atheistic worldview that seems to dominate the scientific consensus today. This is an illustration by a popular explorer and biblical scholar by the name of George L. Robinson that was published in 1913. And you can see how the creation account is represented literally here. You have Earth, which again just means land or ground, and hell beneath Earth and the skies above. And it's all enclosed within this solid dome-like firmament, which separates us from the waters above, and then the numerous heavens above that, and God at the very top of it all. And as it says here, this depicts the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe to illustrate the account of creation and the flood. And believe it or not, this was the accepted model of cosmology at that time. Earth as the subject of creation. Not one small planet lost in a sea of billions of other planets and stars. But no, the Bible describes the creation of Earth as an enclosed system beneath the solid surface of something called a firmament. A firmament. And when you get into the etymology of the word firmament, you'll see that firm comes from the Latin firmus, which means strong, steadfast, stable, so it literally means firm. And now there's a number of theologians that believe that the firmament was just part of God's initial creation, but that it no longer exists. Some believe in what has been called the canopy theory. And it really is an interesting speculation. The idea is that when God created the firmament, it potentially created some sort of greenhouse effect on the earth, which provided the ideal conditions for creation to thrive and to flourish. And this could possibly explain how before the flood, people were able to live to such great ages, with Noah himself being 950 years old at the time of his death. Furthermore, in Genesis chapter 7, during the account of the great flood, the Bible says, "The same day were all the fountains of the deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened, and the rains fell." And according to the canopy theory, this was the breaking of the firmament, which caused the waters above to come pouring down. But there's a few small issues with this, and one enormous problem. For one, the expression of windows of heaven or heaven opening up is actually used consistently throughout the Bible.
2 Kings 7. And that Lord answered the man of God and said, Now behold, if the Lord should make windows in heaven, might such a thing be? And he said, Behold. Thou shalt see it with thine eyes, but shalt not eat thereof. Isaiah 24. And it shall come to pass that he who fleeth from the noise of the fear shall fall into the pit, and he that cometh up out of the midst of the pit shall be taken in the snare. For the windows from on high are open, and the foundations of the earth do shake.
So those are just examples that I found, but there's more. And it's fair to point out that this expression is often used figuratively, as in God opening up the windows of heaven to pour blessings onto you, or something like that. But I think it's obvious that the only reason that such an expression as windows of heaven would even exist is just further evidence that these biblical authors perceived heaven to have a solid surface, as described in the scriptures. But for me, the real nail in the coffin for the canopy theory must be the fact that the waters above are still referenced later in the Bible, long after the flood. In Psalm chapter 148, verse 4, the psalmist writes, "Praise him, ye heavens of heavens, and ye waters that be above the heavens." Clearly referring to the same waters above the firmament that are described in Genesis. And then beyond that, the word firmament itself is continually mentioned throughout Scripture, although it's usually just used in reference to the sky in general. And then there's some theologians that believe that the firmament is merely just the sky and the atmosphere. And this kind of makes sense at quick glance, because there is moisture in the sky, after all. Clouds are composed of water, for example. So in that context, you can see how the waters above are separated from the waters below. But as we move on through day 3 and 4, you're going to see why this theory is also absolutely impossible if we take the creation account to be literal. But we're never going to get there at all if I don't stop ranting, so let's just proceed. Okay, we're on the 3rd day now.
And God said, Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the 3rd day.
Okay, now we all know that the vast majority of plant life requires sunlight to live. And so the fact that God created all this vegetation before even creating the sun is one of many good points of evidence for the young earth theory. And the young earth theory, if you don't know, is the view that everything was created in a mature and already developed state. So it's the exact opposite of what evolution claims. Or to put it another way, the chicken comes before the egg. And I think that approaching creation with this young earth mindset is a clue to the proper way of how to interpret biblical cosmology. We should not expect for the works of God to adhere to our own finite application of physics. Those are just man-made devices for us to measure God's creation. But the creator is not confined by his creation. He's not limited within the confines of his creation. He stands outside of his creation. And as I sit here and ponder creation as it's described in Genesis, it's just so obvious to me that the true foundation of all of God's creation is earth and you and me. You and I are not just simply part of God's creation. So consider this. After every day of creation, God's work was declared to be good. But when God made man, he declared us to be very good. Because we are God's most favored creation. In fact, we are the subject of his creation. We were made in his very image, and everything else that God created was to his glory and to the benefit of man. From the fruit-bearing seed to the stars above for signs and seasons, it was all designed to serve mankind, who in turn brings glory to God. And so earth is of great importance to God, and if he wanted to surround the prized centerpiece of his creation with hundreds of billions of uninhabited planets revolving around different suns and different solar systems and different galaxies, then he could certainly do that. But I just don't see it anywhere in Genesis. No, the picture that creation seems to paint is one where God watches directly over us, not from across the vastness of outer space, but right down from the heavens, right through the firmament above our heads. In Isaiah 66, the Lord says that heaven is the throne of God and that earth is his footstool, placing earth directly beneath God.
Isaiah 66. Thus saith the Lord, The heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that ye build unto me? And where is the place of my rest?
And of course I understand that this is clearly a figure of speech, and obviously earth is not really an object that God rests his feet on. But I just don't think that a footstool is a very good way to describe a giant ball that spins at 1,000 miles per hour. But honestly, when you look at it, this ancient perception of earth looked a lot more like a footstool than it did a spinning ball. And after all, earth is represented to stand on pillars.
1 Samuel chapter 2. He raiseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifteth up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he hath set the world upon them.
And I know that might seem really funny, to imagine this place sitting on pillars, but consider the symbolism, because objects of observation are displayed on tables and stands and pillars. And creation is really described as if it's standing directly under God's watchful observation. But whether you believe these scriptures to be literal or poetic, I hope that we can all agree at this point that the Bible does not describe Earth as this exclusively civilized planet flying through space at 66,000 miles per hour, in the midst of hundreds of billions of other planets and galaxies that we're never going to see. No, instead, Earth is described as the foundation and the centerpiece of creation. Let's move on to day 4.
And God said, Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven, to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven, to give light upon the earth. And it was so.
So there you have it. These planets and celestial bodies that NASA has spent billions of taxpayer dollars to allegedly study are really no more than lights in the firmament, according to the Bible. And then the so-called planets in our solar system, Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury, Mars, Venus, Uranus, and Neptune, were all created for the benefit of humans on Earth, and they're put there for the purpose of signs and for us to be able to calculate seasons and days and years. The word planet itself means wanderer, and it's describing the difference between these 7 stars, these 7 so-called planets which wander through the sky, as compared to the other stars which stay fixed in the sky. But just like the Bible teaches us in Genesis 1:14, that the lights in the firmament would enable man to identify seasons, days, and years. And indeed, this is how people calculated time for thousands of years, even to this day. And I think that it's interesting to note that it was the Catholic Church that created the Gregorian calendar in 1582. And at the time this calendar was created, most of society, not only the church, but society at large, were still believers in the more biblical geocentric and stationary Earth model. And for those who don't know, geocentric just means Earth in the center. It implies that the sun revolves around us. And then heliocentric, helio, it means that sun is in the center, with the Earth revolving around the sun. And obviously this is the modern theory that's believed by the majority of society today. And I think it's really interesting that this calendar, which is praised among the greatest scientific and astronomical achievements of all time, was created by men who believed that they were standing on a stable and stationary Earth that was in the center of our planetary system. And I think it should be acknowledged that this amazing feat was accomplished by thoroughly mapping out the lights of the firmament, fulfilling the biblical purpose of their existence, again, according to Genesis 1. And the Gregorian calendar has been tweaked here and there, and it's now influenced by the heliocentric model. But the point is that a lot of people don't realize how influential the scriptures have been throughout the history of scientific study. You need to understand that there was a time before this scientific revolution of modern times, when creation by God was the official scientific consensus regarding the origins of our world. And at that time, the scientific consensus was largely represented by the extremely powerful Roman Catholic Church. And the church, at least back then, took a strong stance on scientific adherency to the authority of the Bible. And I'm not an apologist for the Catholic Church, nor am I a sympathizer for its many crimes throughout history. But I don't think that enough people realize the extent of conflict that exists between biblical cosmology and the modern heliocentric model. It was only back in 1543 that the Polish astronomer Nicholas Copernicus published a book called On the Revolutions of the Heavenly Spheres, which detailed and popularized this heliocentric model of cosmology. And this heliocentric theory was extremely controversial at the time. It was considered to be heretical to scripture, and it was even outright shunned and effectively banned by the church. And then around 100 years later, the famed astronomer Galileo Galilei began to publish numerous discoveries that were made with the use of the newly invented telescope. Which, by the way, a lot of people wrongly believe that Galileo invented the telescope, which this is not true. It was actually created in 1608 by a fellow by the name of Hans Lippershey. However, it is true that Galileo improved the technology significantly. Anyways, Galileo was confident that his discoveries were helping to prove that Earth is actually revolving around the sun instead of the other way around. And in time, he started to gain a lot of notoriety with the Catholic Church, and eventually he was even dragged to court and charged for heresy in the year 1633. Among other charges, he was accused of being a heretic for promoting the Copernican theory of heliocentrism, and particularly because of its contradiction to the book of Joshua in chapter 10, where let's see what it says.
Then spake Joshua to the Lord in the day when the Lord delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou, moon, in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Jasher? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down about a whole day. And there was no day like that before it or after it, that the Lord hearkened unto the voice of a man, for the Lord fought for Israel.
And here you have Joshua, who was the successor of Moses and a leader of the Israelites, who prays for God to stop the sun in the sky, to cause it to stand still so that his nation could continue defeating their enemies in the daylight. And then according to the Bible, God does stop the sun in the sky. Now obviously, if the sun were stationary, as claimed by Copernicus and Galileo, then it could not be made to stand still, because it already would be standing still. And so the Roman Catholic Inquisition deemed this to be a blasphemous contradiction to the Bible, which described a stationary earth and a moving sun. And I gotta say, while I do see where they're coming from with the biblical contradiction between Joshua 10 and the Copernican model, I think we can all agree that the way the church persecuted and literally prosecuted this man is a little, overkill. Not a very good look there, middle-aged Catholic Church. But I guess if these men were claiming to be Christians, that the charge of heresy would be fair. But anyways, to think that this all happened less than 400 years ago is just kind of weird from our modern vantage point. Because a man can live a quarter of that length within one lifetime. Many Christian institutions were still faithfully teaching biblical cosmology as recently as 200 years ago. And you might be surprised to learn that it wasn't until 1822 that the Catholic Church finally lifted its ban against heliocentrism and the Copernican model. And so this is relatively recent history in the bigger picture. I actually have coins in my coin collection that are older than this. And so you have this rivalry between geocentrism and heliocentrism. And obviously both models can't be correct. But what if they're both wrong?
Questioning whether or not the Earth is a globe has been deemed harmful thought. But why is this? We seem to be conditioned to think that the issue has been scientifically settled.
I consistently have people send me links to videos where they believe they are seeing the curvature of the Earth. But what they are actually seeing is a forced curve due to the lens of the camera. These lenses are called fisheye or wide-angle lenses.
And that came as a result of seeing this picture taken by a guy named Joshua Nowicki. And he apparently sent this picture, I guess, to a local news affiliate. And then the weatherman tried to explain what we were seeing by saying this.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline. Very interesting. Here's what's happening. This is a good example of a superior mirage. So Joshua was on the Lake Michigan shore. He was looking towards the west, and Chicago's beyond the horizon. Should not be able to see it. However, with the right conditions, we have an inversion. We have cold air near the cold lake water and some relatively warmer air above it. This will bend the image of that skyline back towards the viewer. And so typically we would not be able to see this. This image would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky, up in space. But instead, we're able to see it on the Lake Michigan shore.
Okay, so after I saw that and looking at that picture, I'm sorry, there's no way that's a mirage. And I couldn't accept that. My friend Rick Hummer couldn't accept that either. He said, we've all seen it. Anybody who lives in this area can look across the lake. We've all seen Chicago.
Edwin Hubble and Stephen Hawking went as far as to say that they reject the geocentric model not based on scientific reasoning, but rather because they find the thought of being at the center of the universe to be emotionally disturbing. Physicist George Ellis stated that you cannot disprove the geocentric model. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. The Michelson-Morley experiment in the 1880s proved the Earth was stationary, and Albert Einstein claimed this was a serious embarrassment and intended to disprove it with his relativity theory, but later admitted that he had failed to do so.
It actually it doesn't have any weird curvature or distortion. It just looks ultra wide. There might be a little bit of distortion on the edges, but it looks just super wide. Whenever you start to tilt it upwards or downwards, that's where you get the curvature distortion. So if you tilt the lens upwards in relationship to the horizon, it's going to kind of curve up and create a bowl type effect. If you tilt it downward, it's going to create a sphere or a kind of an orb type effect.
How far are we now? 14. More
more than half, 4 miles more than halfway.
Contrary to popular thought, the scientific community has disputed the heliocentric model for centuries, such as the Earth's curvature. According to the heliocentric Earth model, the Earth is 24,000 miles in circumference, and if one were standing at sea level, they should only be able to see less than 3 miles before the surface of the Earth curves out of view. But this has been proven to be false for centuries, from the Bedford Level experiments of 1838 to modern photography. This photograph of Chicago was taken almost 60 miles away from Grand Mere State Park in Michigan.
Here's a guy right there that I do believe is going to finally come out and say it's flat. It's flat.
These wide-angle camera lenses are the only reason you'll ever witness curvature. It's the very reason why most people believe they have seen curvature. People send me links to endless amounts of videos shot with GoPros. This skydiving video, for instance. False curve. Here's a video from a balloon that was launched by a high school in South Carolina. Doesn't that seem like a bit much to you? Because at 120,000 plus feet, there is no curvature when you use a normal lens.
Anomalies in the Earth's curvature can also be found in old lighthouses, able to be seen for several miles past what is possible on the heliocentric model, and weapons guidance systems that are capable of sighting targets that would only be possible on a flat plane.
Big win for truth. Magistrate Court of Barrow County, State of Georgia, has given the victory to what is demonstratable and provable. This all started when Zen Garcia offered a challenge to anybody who could prove that the Earth had a curvature rate at its given diameter, or they could prove that Earth had some type of movement that was over 50 miles an hour. In the court of law, neither one could be proved, because the judge based her decision on who was more believable and who had the most evidence, and Zen Garcia slam dunked this. Earth has no curvature. Earth is not moving.
We are accustomed to observing ships disappearing over the curve, but with modern consumer cameras, we can observe that this seems to be an optical illusion based on light reflection and the laws of perspective. Many of us tend to think the planet is too big to observe curvature, but the empirical evidence tells us that either the surface of the Earth is a flat plane, or the planet is at least 100 times bigger than we are told.
Another go-to video for people looking for curvature is the Felix Baumgartner Red Bull jump from 2012. People really believe that they are seeing a genuine curve here, but it's simply a fisheye lens. Otherwise, New Mexico takes up most of the planet. Wake up, ladies and gentlemen. They say Felix jumped from 126,000 feet, and this is how much curve there is. But again, look at footage from 121,000 feet on a camera without distortion, and you'll see the world how it really is.
And we were about 8 nautical miles off the coast of Chicago there, and didn't really see any need to go any further. We saw everything we needed to see, and we were running kind of late, needed to get back, and actually running a little bit low on fuel too. So I said, yep, just head back. I'm going to set up some cameras and point them at the city so we could watch it the whole way back and show everybody that it's not a mirage.
Let's get to day 4, and I'm just going to go from the top since you likely don't remember where we left off.
And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And God made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the 4th day.
A few things I'd like to point out. First of all, these lights in the heavens, previously identified as stars and planets. Well, according to this, they are in the firmament, as in within our firmament. You know, they're not outside there floating around in outer space millions and billions of miles and light years away. No, they're right here within the firmament of Earth. And you know, that's going to be a really big problem for you if you want to continue affirming this conventional secular astronomy. You know, because we've all been taught that these stars are the same thing as our sun. In fact, our sun is just a medium-sized star. You know, some are even way bigger than our sun, but they're trillions of miles away. And a lot of them are encompassed by their own unique solar systems that are complete with similar planets to the ones that we supposedly exist on in our solar system. You know, and we're taught that beyond these stars exist even more galaxies with new sets of stars and so on and so on. But how could any of that be true if it was all placed within the firmament of Earth? And then God made two great lights, according to the text. You know, a greater light to rule by day and a lesser light to rule by night. And obviously this is the sun and moon, you know, created on day 4, long after the earth was initially created. And where did God place these two lights? Again, they are right here within the firmament of Earth. And if you would just allow yourself to consider this notion that perhaps the biblical creation account is literally true, then maybe you can start asking the right questions about this nonsense that you've been taught from the world. You know, because for a scientific community that prides itself in rationality and reason, they sure do depend on a lot of unlikely coincidences to maintain this godless worldview. Pun intended. Okay, here's an example. Our sun is said to be 400 times larger than our moon. And yet, when you compare both of them in the sky, they appear to be identical in size, right? Well, how could this be? Well, conveniently, the sun is also said to be 400 times further away from us than the moon is. What an amazing natural occurrence of uncanny precision. You know, they say that the sun is 93 million miles away from the moon, the exact distance required for both bodies to appear the same in size. And according to the experts, it's just a matter of coincidence.
Oh my God.
Guys, look around. Just try looking around.
This is insane right now. Oh, this is just unbelievable. What?
Oh my God.
What is happening? This is absolutely insane.
There's the bead.
I feel like it's hard to breathe. Oh my God. This is so totally creepy.
Oh my God, the sun.
Oh my goodness. This feels so weird.
Look at the sunrise, Eric. It's at every direction.
Oh my goodness. There's like sunset, sunrise, every direction. People are going nuts. This I did not expect. I don't know what I expected, but...
Oh my God. Oh.
What?
And then by another supposed coincidental miracle of natural science, our moon happens to be oriented in such a specific way in relation to the sun and the earth that it just happens to catch and reflect sunlight back towards us so that we have enduring light throughout the nighttime. And despite our modern conception of the moon just being a giant rock that's reflecting sunlight back at us, let's be clear that the Bible describes the moon to be itself a source of light, you know, the lesser light. And check out this amazing finding from the late and great Rob Skiba during one of his investigations regarding moonlight.
Hey guys, Rob Skiba here. It's about 5 minutes to 5 p.m., January 18th. I am shooting a video of my shadow as it is being cast by the sun setting behind me. Now, today's one of those days where the moon is up at the same time as the sun. I want to point something out to you. There's the moon, and we're told that the moon reflects the light of the sun. Well, if that's the case, I'm going to angle my iPhone here to the direction of the shadow. Okay, so the shadow is perpendicular to the angle that my phone is right now. See, it's about a half moon, and so you would think if the moon is reflecting the light of the sun, then the source of the light that would cast that type of shadow should be directly across from it, somewhere up here, in this direction, right? Directly parallel to the light source. Should be right across from it, right? but it's not. The sun's way down here. So how is the sun way down here getting that angle of a shadow on the moon? Why isn't it doing the same thing to the moon that it's doing to me? So it's a nice sunny day here in Dallas, Texas. It's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A couple days ago I got this pretty cool gizmo in the mail. I ordered this Centec infrared thermometer. Basically you just pull the trigger and point it at something and it will tell you the temperature in Celsius and Fahrenheit. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this on, switch it from Celsius to Fahrenheit, pull the trigger and test the sunlight in the parking lot here. And it looks like it's 48.5. So now that's in direct sunlight. I'm going to go over here to the shadow of this bush and try it again. And 28.4. So it's about 20 degrees colder here in the shade of this bush than it is in the direct sunlight. I'm going to give this another test next time it's a full moon. I'm not sure when the next full moon is, but I've been told that it's pretty much the direct opposite when you measure shadows of moonlight and direct moonlight. So,
hello, my name is Jerry Rogers, and I'm a little podunk town south of here north of here called Shallowater, and we're going to do a moonlight test. And the moonlight currently in the shade, I'm going to get a recording of somewhere around 40 degrees. And then we go over here to the moonlight full on, and we've got 32.5, 33, somewhere right in that area. And you can go right back over here, around the 40.
Now, would that be because we're looking at incandescent light coming down right here? Or
if you want to go over there, I don't care.
It's the same either way.
It's either way. Apparently the moon don't seem to matter.
Okay.
Just as long as you can get the moon.
There's a shadow like right here.
And the shade of the moon.
So that's the shade. And the shade is 39 degrees.
And then you go to the moonlight, and you got 32. Wow. Or 33, 32, 33.
Is it more dramatic when it gets darker?
It seems to be more dramatic when the moon is fullest.
So the moon, like on a full moon,
like the fullest
in a completely
moon,
dark night,
sometimes 12 degrees.
12 degrees. So
yeah.
the more full the moon is, the cooler it is.
It seems to be.
It's a half moon right now.
Don't ask me why, because I don't know. But I know it works every time I've tried it, everywhere I've tried it. Don't matter if I'm at the ranch or in shallow water. Went over to my 85-year-old uncle's house and did it in his front yard, and he made me go buy him one.
And so when it comes to our world's perspective and outlook on outer space and astronomy and cosmology, I would say that divine creation seems to be more likely and more reasonable than the alternative. And it doesn't rely on one single highly unlikely coincidence, let alone dozens. I think that the sun and moon appear to be the same size because they probably are the same size. They're lights in the sky. There's one that rules by day, and that one is bright, and then there's one that rules by night, and that one is dim. I mean, look at this. Is this really a giant rock in the sky? Or is this a light source? I mean, I honestly don't know what it is, but one thing I do know is that it only exists for the purpose of providing light to the earth. And now consider the magnitude and size of the sun. Scientists say that the sun is about 109 times larger than Earth. So if you imagine something of that scale being stuffed within the Earth's firmament, I just don't think I need to explain why that doesn't work with Genesis 1. And all of the stars in the sky are also said to be within the vaulted dome of the firmament. So I'm no mathematician. I just don't see how you can fit all these different planets, some of which are way larger than Earth, as well as the sun, which is almost 110 times larger than Earth, as well as a whole bunch of other suns, which are sometimes up to 100 times larger than our sun, which would make it an incalculable amount of times bigger than Earth, and all of this is supposedly crammed within the firmament of Earth in Genesis 1. And we got to ask, is the Bible being literal when it says...
Mark 13. But in those days after that tribulation, The sun shall be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light. And the stars of heaven shall fall, and the powers that are in heaven shall be shaken. Revelation 6. And I beheld when he had opened the sixth seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became as blood, and the stars of heaven fell unto the earth, even as a fig tree casteth her untimely figs when she is shaken of a mighty wind.
Because when a fig tree is shaken by a mighty wind, then all the branches literally fall down to the ground, right? And is this poetic language? I don't know, but what it's saying here is that the stars are going to fall to the earth, you know, and if these stars are actually giant suns, again, sometimes which are up to 100 times larger than our own sun, then you're going to have to explain to me how it's going to look when they all fall onto the surface of our little planet over here. And I know, you're thinking that this is all obviously figurative language, you know, it's not being literal. It's not intended to be interpreted literally. Maybe that's what some of you are thinking, you know, and after all, this verse is from a prophecy in the book of Revelation, so, you know, perhaps it's just a metaphor, or maybe it's just describing comets. But then again, maybe the Star of Bethlehem was also a comet. You know, that's what a lot of people are saying now. You know, and actually stars are even described as angels at some points in the scriptures, you know, as the hosts of heaven. So there's a lot to speculate about, but one thing that the Bible definitely does not depict stars to be is enormous balls of gas and plasma trillions of miles away. In fact, if we're honest, the Bible does not describe any of this cosmological stuff the way that our textbooks do. And if we're going to shrug it off as metaphorical, poetic, or figurative, how can we trust that the biblical flood or any of these other miraculous works are to be perceived literally if we're willing to just dismiss and disregard the specific details of the first 4 days of creation?
When you find things like this incorrect model of the universe in the Bible, it may be troubling to you.
The Bible does not teach the earth is flat like you guys say, okay? Talked about the four corners of the earth. Is it a tetrahedron? Talked about God having wings like a chicken. Is God a chicken? Does he have feathers?
And then here's what's funny. All these bozos who want to come at you with they want to go on and on about their geocentricity and the flat earth and the blah, 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 all this stupid junk that's meaningless. You know, they want to come at you with us, and you're just like, why? Why does it matter? Who cares?
Mr. Ginhoven, I love you.
I know.
But
I'm right.
You still haven't given me one verse on heliocentricity.
Don't have one verse that teaches heliocentricity. I don't have one verse that teaches there are 9 planets either. There are 9 if you count Pluto. I don't have one verse that teaches computers.
This may shock you, but we should not read the Bible literally. Hey, I can't believe you said we shouldn't read the Bible literally. More specifically and accurately, we should read the Bible based on the genre of literature we are consuming. Why that distinction? Because if we read, say, Psalms literally, poetic language literally, we're going to run into all kinds of conundrums like the earth is flat.
But no, we're going to win the world to Christ by proving that it's flat. Hey, the only thing that's flat is the top of your blockhead. Okay? The earth's not flat. Anybody who thinks it's flat is a moron.
Show that the earth is orbiting the sun.
Sure. A bigger picture here. I think, obviously some of your friends are obsessed with this flat earth stuff, and I think it's a complete waste of time. Even if it's true, it's a waste of time. Because there are much more important topics. So if nothing else, this is distracting Christians on nonsense stuff. It's a useless topic.
Despite the possibility for error, everyone still has rational faith that things like science and your eyes are reliable sources. I think the same principle applies to the scriptures and modern prophets.
Hundreds of people have wanted to discuss other things. This is a complete waste of time, in my humble opinion. Okay. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning of your question, this is dividing Christians. Serious, otherwise godly people that would get along on everything else are arguing, spending time arguing on this instead of, I think, much more important topic. And the world is laughing at the flat earthers. They're laughing at them.
Oh, but what about geocentricity, though? Who cares? You vain jangler? And you say, why do you even bring this up? It's so stupid. Because I get an email about it every day of my life.
Not to mention we've got them there pictures from outer space, which sure make the world look round to me, unless, of course, you believe we also faked the moon landing.
And maybe you are among the crowd that believes that the biblical creation account is both literal in some ways and metaphorical in others. I'm not here to judge your intentions or to question your faith over this topic, and if you disagree with me about the application of this word firmament, that's fine, be my guest. I know that a lot of what I'm saying is hinged on that word and how to define that word, and I'm aware that what I'm saying is extremely controversial and unpopular, but in spite of our own differing opinions, ideas, or speculations, I think that we should all agree by this point that modern cosmology and the book of Genesis are giving us two very different descriptions of the world around us. And I know that some of you are still hanging with me, but you're really doubtful that it would even be possible for the world to cover up something this massive. Because if this biblical model of creation was real, then we would know by now. I mean, after all, we have satellites floating around up there. We've put men on the moon, for crying out loud. And if it was all fake, that would require the cooperation of space agencies across the world, even between enemy nations. And it would seemingly require tens of thousands of highly intelligent academics and experts and scientists and teachers and professors and engineers over decades to maintain deceptions and conspiracies of top secret clearance to pull something like this off, and that just seems so unlikely. I mean, most likely somebody would have spilled the beans by now, right? And you're thinking there's just no way, that would just be impossible. And if that's where you're at, I totally understand, because that's kind of where I was coming from when this information was first presented to me. But as it turns out, it really is not that complicated. And in the third and final part of this series, I will do my best to explain why I believe that the overall scientific institutions of our time truly are pursuing a massive deception, willfully by some, but unwittingly by most. But before I address all the details, I need to first address the premise. And it's the most obvious question of all, and that's motive. What possible gain could motivate the systems of this world to lie to the people and deceive them about the very nature of our universe? Even if they could do it, why would they do it? And for me, the motive is the easiest question to answer. It's actually overwhelmingly obvious. And it's the reason that I've been leaning so heavily on this theory of evolution, an equally unbiblical theory, which the majority of Christians today vehemently reject. We understand and accept that when it comes to evolution, the entire scientific community of this world is engaged in promoting a ridiculous and untrue theory. And we even agree that the devil has actively used evolution like a tool to desensitize humanity from embracing our true divine purpose, and to reduce our status from bearing the image of God to bearing the image of apes, and to decrease our value from being beautifully and wonderfully made beings who were stitched together in our mother's womb to just being creatures who randomly mutated by chance. For man to regard himself as a beast of no more value than the cattle in his field. And now we have literally been the subjects of this mass humiliation ritual for so long that large portions of society have come to fully embrace this inhumane ideology, mutilating their bodies to the praise of an applauding society. They've undressed our women in public, they've emasculated our men, and soon they're going to have us eating bugs. Remember, Satan is the god of this world. Remember, he offered Jesus all the fame and wealth and material excesses that any man could ever want if Jesus would only bow down before him. So when you see all the stuff that's going on today with gender and with artificial intelligence and all these high-level scientists and these think tanks and NGOs like the World Economic Forum and the stuff that they're promoting, it shouldn't be too hard for you to see who's the real CEO behind all these influential institutions in this fallen world. And it's Lucifer, the father of lies, the great deceiver who intends to deceive the world. And I think that it's no different with this theory of our spinning Earth ball. The idea that Earth is just a tiny little ball in the universe that's spinning around and flying around Earth at 60,000 miles per hour. And mind you, it's only one of billions of planets in the midst of trillions of galaxies, full of stars and other suns that are separated by incalculable distances in a vastly populated universe that's rapidly expanding even as I speak. I mean, how much more insignificant could Earth possibly be than that? And by extension, how much less significant could you possibly be? You're just one tiny little speck of stardust lost within a never-ending abyss of purposeless and spiritless material, You're not special. You're just the result of a giant cosmic accident billions of years ago. And more importantly, this modern perception of the universe has become so influential that it makes the biblical creation account appear foolish in the mind of the world, which by itself is biblical. And honestly, if you could prove to me that the composition of this universe really is the way that modern science projects it to be, then I have to admit it would be a little harder for me to make any sense out of this notion that God would favor one tiny planet and predestine Earth to be the exclusive location of the gospel. But in reality, the Genesis account matches everything that I can personally verify. You know, the Bible says that the earth is stable, still, and stationary. And that definitely seems about right. I mean, if it weren't for what I've read in books and learned in classrooms and seen on TV, I would have never suspected that I'm actively being pulled by the strength of gravity to the surface of Earth while speeding and spinning through the universe at incredible speeds. You know, that never would have occurred to me. I mean, if no science institution ever told me otherwise, and I was just testing what the Bible says, I would just look down at the ground, you know, that's dry Earth. It's down there, solid, flat, you know. I could look up and see the lights in the sky. Don't know what they're made out of, but there they are up there. Definitely seem to be up there by design, you know, perfectly placed, appropriately bright. And I could go on and on. But if you ask me, the most logical explanation for the overwhelmingly beautiful and complex world around us is creation by a divine creator. And when you add in the dynamic and spiritual experiences of life as a human, you know, which is filled with the passions of love and wonder and sin and forgiveness and guilt, and then the bonds of family and friendship, you know, it all just makes logical sense to me that not only was everything created, but that the Creator himself is a loving and merciful God. And that's the main purpose of this video, to reinforce the truth that belief and faith in biblical creation is a position of sound reason and logic. And it's time for us to embrace what the Bible really says. And you know, I could have achieved a lot more views on this video than I probably will if I would have just put the term flat earth in the video title or on the thumbnail, but I chose not to because I know how controversial and triggering that term has become. And I'm not wasting my time making this video so that I can preach to the choir that already understands this stuff, you know, in our own little echo chamber to collect views and likes. I really want to wake people up here, you know. I'm trying to reach out to my brothers and sisters in Christ who are still appealing to the wisdom of this world, and who are still holding on to their trust and faith in the secular worldview, you know, or in secular public opinion, even when it contradicts God's word. Because I'm just trying to get your attention here and shake you out of that mind frame, because that's the wrong approach for anybody whose worldview is supposedly founded on the word of God. And I don't care if you believe that the earth is flat or you don't. I mean, personally, I don't know what shape the earth is. I'm really not a flat earther. I'm more of a globe skeptic. It could be a box for all I know. I just know that there's no good reason that I should trust the testimony of modern textbooks when they contradict what the Bible says. But I have every reason to trust the inspired scriptures of the Bible, which happen to teach me something very different than what I learned in science class. And if your contention with biblical cosmology is based on the so-called evidence and data that you think you've seen with your own eyes, then I know that what you really mean is that you still believe that NASA and other space agencies are honest and genuine programs with a presence in outer space and the intention of keeping you informed about it. And if this describes your perspective, then don't miss out on the next and final chapter of this series as we challenge the reality of space travel and we examine the credibility of NASA and other space agencies like NASA. And then, after the fantasy of outer space is finally fully dismantled, we will be able to put this last puzzle piece into place, which is the coming staged alien invasion. We spent the first hour of this series talking about UFOs and the reality of a government cover-up regarding evidence of alien visitation and alien technology and so on. You know, so I know a lot of you might be wondering how I could affirm the existence of aliens in part 1 and then attempt to disprove the existence of outer space in part 2. I guess that might seem a little contradictory, but it really just presents a different question. If these aliens aren't coming from other planets, then where are they coming from? And the answer to that question will, I think, put this whole thing into precise focus for you. But first I want to wrap things up regarding this biblical cosmology. I want you to know that the information that I've provided in this video hardly even scratches the surface of the information that's out there on this topic. And it wasn't all that long ago that I first woke up to this reality of a false secular cosmology. And I encourage you to begin to research this for yourself and to draw your own conclusions. And there's a lot of people out there that have been exposing this truth for a long time. You know, people that are far more intelligent than I am and more articulate. And frankly, I consider myself to be a mental midget compared to the experts in this field. You know, me, I'm just your brother in Christ. And this video is just my way of reminding you that we need to let God be true and every man be a liar. You guys, we're not monkeys on a spinning ball. And we have not been careening through a never-ending sea of fellow planets and suns and galaxies for billions of years. We are made in the image of God, and we are standing on the bedrock of God's creation. This earth, it's not an insignificant rock. It's the stage of all that God made. And all of creation exalts its creator. As it says in Psalms, the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. And this earth of ours was the first priority of creation. It's a beautiful place, a wonderful world that was declared good by God. And its beauty is outmatched only by the glory of God himself in the heaven that awaits us.
Jack Parsons, to me, is the greatest, I don't know what to call him, philosopher, scientist. Jack Parsons is virtually unknown, and yet he was, more than anybody else, responsible for the American space program and the fact that a man has walked on the moon. It's hard for a lot of people to understand. Most people think you're either a scientist or an occultist. You can't be both. Jack Parsons is the classic example of that you can be both. And science and occultism were very closely related. As I mentioned, Kepler and Newton and practically everybody else who was important in the creation of the scientific revolution was also a practicing occultist.
It has reached the point where many people in the Air Force have the same conclusion, that these things were interplanetary spaceships. I've slowly come to the conclusion that there are such things as interplanetary spaceships. I'll have to stick my neck out and say that because I believe it at long last.
And it's happening whether Parsons was responsible or not. Some people think his Mojave Venus working was not completed properly, and that's why we're having all these weird UFO phenomena. Whether that's true or not, we are getting ready for outer space just by the simple fact that so many millions of people believe they've had outer space contacts already. They're turning into moon children.
Life on other planets?
Well, definitely not.
Not?
Not.
Well, what leads you to say that? Scientific investigation or?
Well, only working off the theory of the Bible.
Born by the name Marvel in the year 1914, Jack Parsons was delivered into the hands of a very well-off family living in a prestigious community in Los Angeles, California. His mother, Ruth, was the daughter of a wealthy businessman who owned 2 companies, including a successful automobile corporation in Springfield, Illinois. And it was there that Ruth met Marvel H. Parsons, the man who would become Jack's father. This inherited wealth afforded a high-class lifestyle for the Parsons family. Jack was a single child who was free to pursue his every whim and pampered by the services of butlers and housemaids and tutors and spoiled to no end. His parents sadly ended up separating when Jack was still pretty young. His father, Marvel, had become ensnared in an extramarital affair with a prostitute, a revelation that Ruth would refuse to forgive despite Marvel's best efforts to resolve their marriage. And Jack was therefore raised mainly by his mom, who, in order to distance the young Jack Parsons from his father, changed his name from Marvel to John. And then later, he finally took on the nickname Jack. Now, it's important to note that Jack Parsons grew up in a world that largely viewed the possibility of space travel as preposterous. But like many children of that time, he was fascinated by science fiction. It was the roaring 1920s, a decade that has come to be known as the pulp era of entertainment. Alongside the exploding popularity of radio entertainment, the movie industry was burgeoning, and things like entertainment journals and sci-fi magazines and various pulp literature were beginning to fill the magazine racks of common neighborhood stores, stirring the imaginations of everyday people with wild adventures about, courageous spacemen traveling to distant planets where epic battles ensue against aliens aliens and robots and everything in between. And while ideas like these may have made for great sci-fi stories, they weren't to be taken seriously by credible scientists at that time. But for a young Jack Parsons, this line between science and fiction wasn't so broad. He approached these topics with seriousness, and viewed such things with a realistic sense of unrealized possibility. And he was particularly fascinated by stories of traveling to the moon, citing H.G. Wells' The First Men in the Moon among his greatest inspirations. It's speculated that it was his love for science fiction that sparked in him a passion for rocketry. In fact, by the age of 12, he was already practicing for his future career in rocket science, creating all sorts of explosive devices and leaving charred mounds of dirt and grass scattered throughout the yard of the Parsons family home. And it was also at this relatively innocent age of 12 that Jack Parsons claims to have conducted his first satanic ritual. It was an attempted invocation. His goal was to summon the devil into his own bedroom. It's a memory that he would later refer to as his, quote, magical fiasco. But it's pretty scary stuff, especially for a 12-year-old. And it was enough to frighten a young Jack Parsons into stepping away from such activities, at least for a while. Now, although he was very obviously intelligent, Parsons performed poorly in school. He was dyslexic and he struggled with reading and writing, no doubt contributing to his unpopularity and perhaps even compelling this increasingly rebellious attitude and unruly behavior, which was becoming a problem. He was described in his youth to have been effeminate and socially awkward in his personality, which I'm sure offered little help in his efforts to fit in. But I think the truth is that high school served as a real culture shock and a reality check for Parsons. Being raised in the lap of wealth and luxury proved to be a handicap in terms of his ability to relate to his classmates, with whom he had little in common. But for all his teenage struggles, he was fortunate enough to have a faithful friend by the name of Ed Foreman. And Foreman was the type of friend that could keep a guy like Jack safe. He had a reputation for being able to hold his own in a fight. And Foreman was this regular world kid, from a middle-class family who, apart from being dyslexic himself, had little in common with Parsons. Ed was tall and handsome and street smart, whereas Jack was, quite the opposite. A spoiled and eccentric rich kid with less than a masculine physique. Ed was also 2 years older than Jack. But their lives crossed paths on the playground one day when a young Ed Foreman saw a crowd of kids gathered around a scuffle that had broken out. He approached the fight and saw that there was some kid on the ground getting kicked around by these bullies. And without warning, Ed Foreman cocked his fist back and just smashed it into one of their faces and splattered blood across his shirt, which caused the whole group to go running off. And laying on the ground below him was Jack Parsons, his dorky and bright-colored sci-fi books scattered around him. And it just so happened that Ed was also a big fan of science fiction, so after helping Jack to his feet, they began talking sci-fi straight away, and an instant friendship was formed. And I know that this sounds like a corny scene from a Hallmark movie, but it's how the story goes. And those that were close to them would define Ed Foreman as Jack's #1 fan. He was just fascinated by everything that captivated Parsons, from his rocket experiments to his interest in the occult and magic. And over time, Parsons would go on to share his knowledge of explosives with Ed, who took to it naturally. And the two would eventually become an inseparable team of young rocketeers, creating rockets and bombs in the backyard of the Parsons home as often as they could with their limited supply of gunpowder. They didn't know it then, but this relationship would thrive into adulthood, and this rocketry hobby of theirs would later become their profession. But for now, Ed and Jack were just two kids who were struggling in school. Now, in the midst of all this, Jack's mom was growing concerned about his academic performance, and so she decided to send him to the Brown Military Academy for Boys in San Diego. However, the school couldn't quell Jack's obsession with explosives and his propensity to cause trouble, and he was ultimately expelled from the academy for setting off explosives in the school toilets. Like literally, he just blew up all the toilets in the bathroom. And when Jack returned to his previous school the following year, he had a newly acquired confidence about himself. No longer was he the unpopular geek that he was before. He was now the kid that got kicked out of a military school for blowing up the bathroom. And let's be honest, that's a pretty awesome accomplishment in the mind of a rebellious teenage boy. I mean, that's the stuff of legends. But meanwhile, his family's financial situation was changing rapidly. They were among those who were deeply affected by the stock market crash of 1929, which unfortunately occurred directly after Jack's grandfather passed away. And his grandfather, of course, was the source of the family's wealth. And to make matters worse, he died right after the completion of the construction of this extravagant and expensive mansion that he was building, which left Ruth and Jack with a giant and beautiful house to live in, but with much less income to cover its expenses. And despite Jack's newly upgraded social status, he was still struggling in school academically. And so by his own initiative, he transferred to the more expensive University Academy, and he even picked up a part-time job to help offset the cost of tuition. He began working for the Hercules Powder Company, a chemicals and munitions manufacturer, which was truly an ideal job for a young rocket enthusiast. And all setbacks aside, Parsons did manage to graduate high school on schedule in 1931, and he continued to work at Hercules, where he was getting a free education in chemistry and explosives, and befriending and talking with coworkers or different departments, experimenting with the company's vast selection of various chemicals and explosive agents. And he didn't realize it, but this was the beginning of his rocketry career. But deep down, he still desired to be a real rocket scientist. But he understood that he would need some credentials to make a real profession of it. And so, in hopes of attaining a degree in chemistry and physics, he decided to enroll in the Pasadena Junior College, strategizing that if he could perform well enough, it could be used as leverage to gain entry to Berkeley or Stanford University. But this turned out to be a failed pursuit that would deplete even more of the Parsons' remaining inheritance. And he was later forced to drop out for a lack of funds. But Jack persisted. He continued to conduct his own independent research and experimentation, and once again, he would find himself setting off bombs in his backyard by the side of his best friend, Ed Foreman. And if we fast forward by 4 or 5 years, they would both finally become members of a legitimate rocket program, and soon Jack would come to be called a pioneer in the advancement of spaceflight, his lifelong ambition. But he was also on the verge of embarking down a wild and wicked spiritual path that would change the course of his life, and perhaps even history itself.
The craters and mountains of our moon bear the names of giants of science, figures like Archimedes, Kepler, and Copernicus. There is also a crater honoring someone called Jack Parsons.
So, after stepping away from his interests in sorcery and witchcraft during his youth, Jack evidently had a change of heart when he reached adulthood. And in 1939, a 25-year-old Parsons and his first wife Helen joined a secret society called the Agape Lodge, which was, in reality, the Pasadena, California chapter of a group known as the Ordo Templi Orientis, or the OTO, a satanic and mystical cult that was founded near the turn of the 20th century and popularized by none other than the great beast himself, the self-described wickedest man in the world, Aleister Crowley. And Jack was not merely a practitioner of Crowley's satanic religion of Thelema, but a true disciple. Climbing quickly through the ranks and expanding the cult's influence, he soon began a personal correspondence and eventual friendship with Aleister Crowley himself. Now, Crowley, of course, was considered to be a spiritual leader and messianic figure by all Thelemites, but for Parsons, Crowley was also a mentor, and he openly regarded him as even a father figure, which is sort of sad in context with the complicated dynamics of his relationship to his actual dad. And like most disciples, he desired to become Crowley's successor as the wickedest man in the world. He wasn't content as just a mere student of Thelema. He wanted to advance it. And so he would set out to achieve new magical breakthroughs, and often emulating the work of Crowley in his efforts. For example, whereas Crowley was known to address himself as the Great Beast 666 in his writings, Parsons would adopt the title Antichrist in similar fashion. But anyways, back to the plot, where Jack was now fully involved with the engagements of this Agape Lodge. And it didn't take long for Parsons to become one of Crowley's most effective American representatives for the OTO, spreading the cult's influence throughout California pretty significantly. And meanwhile, as he continued to delve deeper into this occult world that he was now a leader within, he was simultaneously advancing a budding career in rocket science. He was by this point involved in a legitimate rocket program. It was a small rocket club that was composed of sort of a ragtag assortment of students from Caltech, or the California Institute of Technology, in addition to Jack and his childhood friend Ed Foreman, who at that time were no more than self-taught amateur rocket enthusiasts, They weren't even enrolled in the school, so it's really crazy that they managed to even be involved in this group. But they did so through their mutual friend Frank Molina. He was an aeronautics graduate student that they previously met at a public event being held at the university. And when Parsons and Foreman explained their experiments and their results with Molina, he was impressed and he took interest in joining them. And Molina had a lot to bring to the table because he had access to a wind tunnel and all the resources available through the university's GALCIT program. GALCIT, it stands for the Graduate Aerospace Laboratories of the California Institute of Technology. And so that'll come up again, so just remember that. And I think it's interesting enough to mention that Frank Molina would later have a son named Roger, who would go on to become a renowned astrophysicist and a distinguished professor, and serves on the advisory council of an institution called METI, which stands for Messaging Extraterrestrial Intelligence. And I will also mention that Roger Molina is married to a woman by the name of Christine Maxwell, who is the daughter of the powerful and infamous Robert Maxwell and the sister of Ghislaine Maxwell, you know, the pimp of Epstein Island. I just wanted to mention that because I have no idea whether this is of any practical significance, but history just never fails to reveal these long-standing relationships between the same old elite families that continue to influence world affairs. And so anyways, Molina set out to persuade his supervisor to allow Parsons and Foreman to join the school's rocket program. And von Karman was equally impressed by the experience and technical knowledge of these two outsiders, and so he decided to allow for them to join the team. And it was an unprecedented move that, you know, really speaks to the level of talent and knowledge that Parsons and Foreman managed to acquire independently. And this partnership spurred the creation of the Caltech Rocket Research Program, a small rocket team that would later come to be called the Suicide Squad. And this team was led by none other than Theodore von Karman, the Gelsit director himself. And as another quick detour, I was surprised to learn that von Karman was known to speak openly about his shared heritage with the famous Talmudic scholar Rabbi Judah Loew. This rabbi was a Jewish mystic who was the subject of a famous legend. It's said that through the use of magic and ritual, the rabbi created a living creature from clay that is known mythologically as a golem. And if you have kids, you might notice that the golem is really popular once again via video games like Minecraft or Pokemon. But the existence of this golem was believed to be real by many. It was described as a giant monster, perhaps 8 feet tall, that was made of hardened clay and with glowing eyes. He is said to have achieved this on behalf of his mystical and esoteric knowledge of how God created Adam. You know, and of course, Adam from Genesis was also made from clay, and he is considered by the Jewish Talmud to be the first golem. And there's a whole adventure that ensues according to the legend, which I just don't have time to get into, but I do suggest a topic for your own continued research. And perhaps this famous rabbi's ancestry to von Karman is of no real significance, but it was certainly important to him. And so just keep this in mind as we examine the strange cast of characters that surrounded Jack Parsons in his short lifetime. Now, there are differing accounts of how this rocket club acquired its now famous name, the Suicide Squad. According to some sources, the nickname was coined by students around the campus and it was intended as an insult, you know, apparently due to the dangerous nature of their explosive experiments. And I read that von Karman was embarrassed by the nickname and that he was also aware that some of his fellow faculty members were grumbling about the danger and commotion associated with his group, you know. And so he responded by moving the location of their test site to the furthest edge of the university's property. But other reliable sources have claimed that the guys in the group coined the name Suicide Squad themselves. Now, I suspect that both accounts are possibly true. If the nickname were attributed to them, you know, they probably liked the ring of it and adopted it officially because, after all, it's a really cool name, you know? Suicide Squad, it's awesome. And I suppose the origins of the club's name don't really matter, but the perfectionist in me just can't allow for things like this to go unmentioned. But regardless, although the so-called Suicide Squad was initially regarded as an amateur outfit of thrill-seeking rocketeers, they eventually started developing some revolutionary stuff, game-changing advancements in rocketry. And one of these included something called JATO, which stands for Jet Assisted Takeoff. It was a technology that Parsons helped create and had caught the eye of the U.S. Army.
A Navy privateer makes a jet-assisted takeoff at the All-American Air Maneuvers at Miami, Florida.
Now, whether or not you believe that there is any power in magic and witchcraft is up to you, but it goes without saying that Jack Parsons certainly did. And as this small team would go on to enjoy some great achievements in the following years, Parsons was never shy to attribute the group's success to his magic rituals and spell castings. And as the Suicide Squad pursued their historic mission of getting a rocket into space, it's fair to assume that Parsons experienced it all much differently than his peers, guided by visions and voices and drug-enhanced dreams of space exploration and astral projection. This was all, to Parsons, a massive satanic ritual. But that's not to say that his fellow Rocketeers were unaware of Jack's occult obsession. They simply regarded him as unique and quirky. You know, and after all, the man was a clear genius, and everybody knows that such highly intelligent people can tend to be rather eccentric in personality. And so it went that Jack would continue pursuing both rocketry and magic zealously. It was in 1943 that the U.S. Army made their first purchase of a large order of JATO units from Galactic, and with this funding came a more professional image for the group, now called Aerojet Engineering. The small rocket team had established their presence as a serious contender in the high-stakes world of aerospace manufacturing. And that year, Jack Parsons would start to make a lot of money, and he was spending it just as quickly as he was making it.
Hooray for Hollywood, that gooey bally-hooly Hollywood, where any office boy or young mechanic can be a panic with just a good-looking pan.
Parsons quickly purchased a mansion in Pasadena, California that served not only as his home, but also as a sort of occult commune and arena for his drug and sex-infused rituals and over-the-top parties. He cleverly named his house the Parsonage, and it would soon become the headquarters for his Thelema-based cult gatherings. And allegedly, neighbors would sometimes complain about things like late-night costume parties, or loud live music, and open drug consumption, and even naked women jumping through rings of fire, you know, that sort of thing. Yet seemingly unaffected by all the chaos and debauchery that he immersed himself into by night, Parsons would continue showing up to work the following day and proceed to excel in his pursuits and make significant advancements in the field. And as I stated previously, his occult practices were no secret. You know, his peers and co-workers were well aware of such activities, as were his employers, the United States Army. But at the end of the day, his genius was really a valuable asset to the team. And so Parsons was sort of living above the law at this time, enjoying an unspoken level of protection from the government due to a mutual interest in his research. And this was no doubt a very convenient arrangement in regard to the controversial activities taking place inside the parsonage. You know, and this increase to Jack's financial status enabled him to invest more heavily into these occult projects. And soon the parsonage was a bona fide headquarters for the local OTO cult. And back at work, now that Parsons and his fellow founders of Aerojet had secured this enormous government contract, they created the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, or JPL, choosing to use the words jet propulsion and to avoid the word rocket because at that time, people associated rockets with outdated wartime weapons, and also because of its shared connotations with science fiction. And so it was decided that the term jet propulsion sounded more scientifically credible and would be taken more seriously as a technology. Now, today, JPL is sometimes jokingly referred to as Jack Parsons Laboratory, with many believing that his initials are included in the name by intention. But his time with JPL didn't last long, because despite being in good standing with most of his team, Parsons' public reputation as a Satan-worshipping, Crowley-loving party animal eventually became a burden and embarrassment to the growing company, which was by this point directly affiliated with the U.S. government. And he was aware that he was losing favor with his superiors, so in 1944 he accepted a proposition to leave JPL in exchange for his share of the company, which amounted to about $11,000 in severance pay. And keep in mind that this was in the 1940s, so this payout was the equivalent of almost $200,000 today. Now, years later in 1957, the Soviet Union would allegedly go on to achieve the impossible as they launched Sputnik 1, which is considered to be the first artificial satellite to be successfully placed in orbit. Now, if you were paying attention over the previous chapter of this documentary series, then you should know that I have my doubts about this type of thing. But for the sake of the story, the launch of Sputnik 1 was a giant milestone in the historic space race between the Soviet Union and the United States. And it was an embarrassment to the American space program, which needed to prove that it was also capable of such a feat. And after a spectacularly failed attempt by the U.S. Navy, the government turned to none other than Jack Parsons' laboratory, or the Jet Propulsion Laboratory to be more accurate. And this led to the famous launch of the Explorer, and the rest is history. NASA's website explains it this way. With Explorer 1, JPL vaulted the U.S. into space and prompted the formation of NASA. On December 3, 1958, only 2 months after NASA started operations, JPL was transferred from Army jurisdiction to that of the new Civilian Space Agency. I will add that JPL is NASA's only federally funded research and development center and is regarded as the leading force in space exploration, supposedly sending robots and rovers to Mars, and that sort of thing. You could say that JPL is the tip of the spear for the American space program, and it was only possible through the invention of Jack Parsons' rocket fuel, which has cemented his place among the forefathers of NASA. However, after leaving JPL in 1944, and with a freshly cleared schedule, Jack decided to use his remaining wealth to jump entirely into his occult ambitions. He was, after all, still deeply entrenched in the operations of his Agape Lodge cult. He began renting out rooms in the parsonage and imposed a pretty unusual criteria for potential renters. Essentially, that they must be fellow occultists and eccentric hedonists like himself. And I know that probably seems like an exaggeration, but he actually published an ad in the local Pasadena newspaper that said, only bohemians, artists, musicians, atheists, anarchists, or other exotic types need apply for rooms. Any mundane soul would be ceremoniously rejected. And the parsonage became the host to a number of notable figures, such as author and screenwriter Ray Bradbury and Forrest J. Ackerman and many others. But for all the interesting people that would come and go from the parsonage, none were more impactful to Jack Parsons and his cult than the young L. Ron Hubbard would soon become. Hubbard was already a successful science fiction writer, but his true fame would come after he created and established the Church of Scientology.
The Minister of Health for the United Kingdom said in Parliament in 1968, and I quote, "The government are satisfied, having reviewed all the available evidence, that Scientology is socially harmful."
Hubbard first met Jack Parsons in 1945 when visiting the Agape Lodge. Parsons was impressed with his charisma and intelligence, and the two quickly became friends, bonding over their shared interest in the occult and science fiction. And it was also around this time that Jack had decided to divorce his wife Helen, who had become impregnated by a fellow member of the lodge. You know, I'm sure that was a common inconvenience in sex cults. But anyways, don't feel too bad for him, because Jack had already been pursuing a romantic relationship with her younger sister, Sarah. So after divorcing Helen, he had her sister Sarah move into the parsonage with him. But the problem was that Jack's other new roommate, the young L. Ron Hubbard, also had eyes for Sarah. And of course, this conundrum was only exacerbated by the fact that they were all engaging in sex magic rituals together. And according to some biographers, Parsons began to grow suspicious of a seemingly brewing relationship between his wife and Hubbard. However, Jack and Sarah would remain married, and a short while later, Parsons and Hubbard would decide to collaborate together in an elaborate and complex ritual, the Babylon Working, inspired by Crowley's Religion of Thelema and his 1917 novel titled Moonchild. And there were many things that Parsons hoped to accomplish through the Babylon Working, but the ultimate goal was to evoke the manifestation of a magical entity known as the Scarlet Woman of Babylon. And for those of you who are listening to this and can't read the screen, Babylon was intentionally misspelled by Parsons and Hubbard for complex reasons that I don't care to indulge. But Christians should recognize that the imagery of a Scarlet Woman of Babylon is a direct reference to the so-called Whore of Babylon in the book of Revelations. And you got to understand that the expected results of these rituals are always sort of ambiguous and cryptic. Parsons and Hubbard believed that this entity would help them to achieve spiritual enlightenment and to initiate the Age of Horus, as prophesied by Aleister Crowley. Some sources say that Jack's motivation to manifest the Scarlet Woman was to actually have her as a partner in order to birth the Moonchild, as referenced in Crowley's book of the same title. And so the Babylon Working ritual began in January of 1946, and it drew upon a variety of occult traditions, including sexual magic, invocation of spirits, and other demonic and mystical practices. And for the sake of decency, I will not go into detail about the perverse behaviors that these weirdos were engaging in. All I'm going to say is that it included a lot of gross and X-rated interaction between these two highly esteemed men of history. And they continued to practice the ritual over the course of the next few weeks, but things turned sour when it was revealed that Hubbard had been engaged in a secret affair with Jack's wife Sarah all along. But as I mentioned previously, members of the Agape Lodge were also engaging in sex magic rituals with one another, and they slept around regularly, so I'm not really sure that their marriage ever counted in the first place. And besides, by this time, Jack himself was already engaged in an affair of his own with a woman by the name of Marjorie Cameron, a talented artist and poet and fellow occultist who was equally as charismatic as Jack. They met shortly after his first attempt at the Babylon Working ritual, when she had come to visit the parsonage in January of 1946, and it was reportedly love at first sight between these two. For Jack, it was actually more of a matter of destiny. He considered Cameron's recent and unexpected arrival to be a result of his rituals. He thought that she could be the Scarlet Woman. And if you recall from my description of the Babylon Working, the next step after you evoke the Scarlet Woman is to conceive the Moonchild. And so they got to work right away. According to the book Sex and Rockets by John Carter, Jack and Cameron would spend 2 consecutive weeks locked away in his bedroom at the parsonage shortly after meeting. And this is pretty gross to visualize, but as the two were doing the deed, L. Ron Hubbard reportedly towered above them while chanting rites and incantations in an unsuccessful effort to evoke the Moonchild in Cameron's womb. And when Parsons and Cameron finally left the bedroom, they would continue a passionate relationship that was characterized not only by their infatuation with each other, but also by their shared interests in magic and the occult. And they would continue various rituals to achieve the conception of this Moonchild, but without success. And anyways, despite the preoccupations of the various affairs that ensnared the entire group, Jack and Hubbard would continue to progress the Babylon working. That is, until Hubbard disappeared one day, abandoning the working to ride off into the sunset with Jack's wife Sarah at his side. And by the way, this is a great example of why open relationships are pointless. But here's the kicker. As if stealing his best friend's girl wasn't bad enough, Hubbard also robbed Parsons blind and took all his money after he received a large loan towards an investment that Jack shared with him in good faith, only to be ripped off when Hubbard disappeared and never repaid his loan, which left Parsons with a significant debt and beginning a cycle of financial struggles that would remain until his death. In a letter that Parsons would later write to Aleister Crowley, he would describe the founding Scientologist as a confidence man and a thoroughly dishonest and insincere individual. And he may have been disappointed by this betrayal from his wife and former best friend, but both were easily replaced by his new girl, Marjorie, who preferred to be called by her last name, Cameron, by the way. He considered Cameron to be spiritually superior to everybody else. She was a fellow Thelemite, and in Jack's mind, her very presence was the manifestation of his own magic. And now, as a couple, the two began working together towards their magical goal of ushering in the Eon of Horus, just like every other disciple of Crowley. And she was kind of like his new and prettier version of L. Ron Hubbard. They would conduct satanic rituals together and engage in all types of weird sex magic in accordance with Crowley's proclaimed great work, and they were trying to achieve what Thelemites referred to as the true will. But despite their best efforts, these rituals didn't seem to be working out that well for them. And in the years that followed, Jack and Cameron's relationship would deteriorate into an on-again, off-again type thing, and Parsons would begin to acquire significant debt. And so he started taking on different small jobs and receiving loans from friends to get by. And eventually he and Cameron started doing some work in Hollywood with some of their culty friends in the entertainment industry. Jack's expertise with explosions had some real value in the world of special effects and pyrotechnics, and so he would work in the movie studio by day and in a gas station by night. And although this was certainly a far cry from the prestigious conditions that he was accustomed to, it was a fitting routine for his lifestyle. And then Cameron would go on to actually star in a few movies, including Kenneth Anger's cult classic, The Inauguration of the Pleasure Dome, in which she played the role of, the Scarlet Woman. And many scenes from this famous movie were actually shot at the parsonage, with Parsons himself working as a special effects consultant for the film.
I knew a wonderful woman who appears in my film as the Scarlet Woman in Inauguration of the Pleasure Dome. Her name was Marjorie Cameron, but as an artist, she just used the name Cameron. And she was the widow of Jack Parsons, who was the adopted son of Aleister Crowley. And Parsons, he was a scientist as well as an occultist, which is a very strange but compelling combination. And he had invented the fuel that took the rocket to the moon. That was Jack Parsons' contribution.
And the third angel sounded, and there fell a great star from heaven, burning as it were a lamp, and it fell upon the third part of the rivers and upon the fountains of waters. And the name of the star is called Wormwood.
And through it all, Parsons would remain active in his various pursuits of magic and sorcery until his mysterious death by explosion in 1952. Upon hearing the news of his death, his mother Ruth would sadly overdose on pills and die by suicide merely hours after the passing of her son. And just like everything else in his lifetime, even Parsons' death continues to be a matter of conspiracy theory and suspicion. The official story is that he died by accidental suicide, a simple mistake of mishandling explosive chemicals. However, many people believe that he was actually murdered. And this presents an entirely new rabbit hole and deep dive which I just refuse to explore for the sake of time. And the same could be said about many other topics that came up in my research of Jack Parsons that I chose to bypass, including things like spiritual apparitions being summoned in the presence of attendees at the parsonage, or that he worked for Howard Hughes for a period of time and reportedly stole materials from Hughes Aviation, which resulted in an FBI investigation that targeted Parsons with the charge of espionage. And then, of course, there was a time that Jack either created or attempted to create a homunculus, a magical yet physical creature that requires a relatively disgusting ritual to accomplish and rings back to that famous Golem of Prague story that we went over earlier. So believe me, there is no shortage of absurd and unbelievable claims that you're going to find in regard to the life of Jack Parsons if you choose to research it further. But this is where I'm going to draw the line. And this is also where most documentaries on the topic would end, with Parsons being the sole example of a loose connection between spaceflight and the occult. However, this is where our story truly begins.
In Washington, ghost-like objects dart across the radar screen at the CAA Traffic Control Center at National Airport for several hours, traveling more than 100 miles an hour. Air Force jet fighters spend several hours chasing the objects plotted on the radar scope.
On July 19th and 20th of 1952, radar operators at Washington National Airport detected a number of unknown objects moving at high speeds and making sudden changes in direction. Pilots in the area also reported seeing strange lights and objects in the sky. These sightings caused a flurry of media attention and sparked government investigations, including a top-secret study conducted by the U.S. Air Force called Project Blue Book. More on that later. This historic UFO event sent shockwaves through the country and really captured the imaginations of the people. This was at a time in history when science fiction was really exploding into the culture, and this concept of aliens visiting us from outer space was becoming exponentially more popular. And keep in mind that this was only a few years after the famous Kenneth Arnold sighting and the infamous Roswell event, both of which occurred in 1947. And as the whole country marveled at these unidentified objects in the sky, for Cameron and some of the remaining members of the Agape Lodge, they perceived it to be related to the death of their former leader, Jack Parsons. Perhaps this was evidence that his Babylon working and that their efforts to bring about a new era of spiritual transformation were having an impact on the world. But Jack's former OTO companions were not the only ones to draw connections between the ritual workings of Jack Parsons and this sudden emergence of high-profile UFO sightings. Actually, several of his occult contemporaries have suggested that Parsons may have neglected to properly conclude the Babylon working rituals, perhaps failing to seal the magical gateway that he claimed to have opened, and thereby implying that these UFOs and interdimensional aliens could be freely passing through the spiritual portal left behind by Parsons and Hubbard, somewhere in the Mojave Desert. And although it's a pretty radical idea, the theory was not confined only to the occult community. According to some sources, this possibility was actually taken seriously by a small faction of people from within the U.S. government. In his book titled Final Events, author and researcher Nick Redfern tells the story of a secret paramilitary group that was allegedly formed in the 1940s to investigate this theory. The official name of this group is not known, but they are referred to as the Collins Elite. Now, according to these reported claims, the Collins Elite was a clandestine organization within the United States government that was established to investigate the relationship between this burgeoning UFO phenomenon and the secret affairs of occult societies like the OTO. This group was comprised mainly of Christians and otherwise religious members with a shared belief that these entities were nothing more than demons or fallen angels in the disguise of aliens from outer space. So really they sound like my kind of people. But unfortunately, I don't have any evidence to prove that the Collins Elite ever even existed. And I can't stress enough that the information regarding this group is really scarce, but absence of evidence is never evidence of absence. And I think they definitely deserve a mention here, considering the subject matter of this film. not only for the group's connection to the demonic reality of the alien deception, but also because they were said to have been closely connected to our subject, Jack Parsons. And it was the notoriety of Parsons himself and his ritual workings that apparently spurred the creation of the Collins elite in an effort to defend and counter the supernatural effects of ritual magic. And I don't want to spend much more time on this, because again, it's an unverified claim. But for those of you who enjoy researching this stuff, I'd really like for somebody to dig up more info on the Collins elite, because it really is a fascinating story, albeit a pretty loose-ended one.
Flying saucers have invaded our planet. Washington, London, Paris, Moscow are key targets. The whole world is under attack. Can it survive?
My wife and I are the only ones left alive.
Now, of course, whether the famous UFO sightings of 1952 were at all related to Jack Parsons is anybody's guess. But you might be intrigued to learn that Parsons reportedly had a deep fascination with UFOs, even claiming to have experienced several sightings himself that were, in his mind, connected to these occult practices. And perhaps the most enthusiastic advocate for this idea that there was a connection between the magic of Parsons and this sudden increase in UFO activity was none other than his widowed wife, Cameron. She was known to be deeply interested in ufology, believe it or not. She believed that the phenomenon was not only of scientific importance, but also of spiritual significance because, like many of her occultic peers, she perceived there to be an intimate relationship between the paradigms of astronomy and magic. And like her husband, she had also documented at least one of her own UFO sightings during her time at the parsonage, that she described to be a large cigar-shaped object in the sky. And according to author Margaret Haynes, she and Jack considered this sighting to once again be related to their efforts in the Babylon working. And to make matters more, weird, I guess, within months of Parsons' death, Cameron would go on to gather a group of fellow magicians into a little cult that she named the Children. Now, members of the Children were intentionally selected from various races, and they would consume copious amounts of drugs and then engage in a variety of sex magic rituals under the direction of Cameron, who now believed that she was operating under the occupation of a new spiritual identity called Hilarion or Hilarion. And this Hilarion thing, by the way, is another deep and dark rabbit hole that I am choosing to sidestep for the sake of time. But anyways, her intention for the Children cult was to create a breed of mixed-race moon children who would be devoted to Horus. So it was a continuation of her pursuits with her late husband. And alongside the ritualistic orgies that were being conducted by the Children were your classic meditation sessions that were devoted to contacting or attempting to communicate with these cosmic and interdimensional beings. And in typical alien cult fashion, she would eventually begin to warn her followers of a coming apocalypse by which they would all be rescued by aliens and spaceships. And remember, this is the widowed wife of Jack Parsons that we're talking about. And it's easy to assume that Cameron was simply exploiting the newest paranormal trend, but the truth is that long before the idea had ever crossed the average Joe's mind, these notions of different worlds and alien civilizations and even alien visitations were already common beliefs within the mysterious world of the occult and mysticism. One popular idea in these circles was the concept of cosmic evolution, a philosophy that was popularized by the famous occultist Helena Blavatsky, or as she's more commonly known, Madame Blavatsky. Or Blavatsky. I know I got a Wisconsin accent, I can't help it. But anyways, she was the founder of the Theosophical Society. And by the way, if you're not hip to what theosophy is all about, in short, it's an esoteric and occult-based religion that was formed in the late 1800s. That is mainly based on occult teachings, but also borrows heavily from Buddhism, Hinduism, and Eastern mysticism. And keep that in mind because Tibetan Buddhism plays into the history of this stuff a lot more than you would expect. In fact, Blavatsky's co-founder and president of the Theosophical Society was a man named Henry Steele Olcott, who eventually would step away from Theosophy to study Buddhism exclusively. And he would later become historically recognized as the first well-known American of European descent to make a formal conversion to Buddhism. And I should also note that Theosophy has served as a springboard and foundational source for many of the New Age religions and philosophies that surround us today. And long before conventional science would endorse this notion of distant alien civilizations, Blavatsky was teaching that the universe was teeming with intelligent life and that human beings were just one part of a vast cosmic hierarchy, with ritual magic being the key to the transcendence of mankind. And this belief was echoed by many of her occultic peers, including Aleister Crowley, who believed that contact with extraterrestrial beings was possible through psychic or spiritual means. And on the topic of extraterrestrials, here's a quote that has been credited to Crowley.
My observation of the universe convinces me that there are beings of intelligence and power of a far higher quality than anything we can conceive of as human, that they are not necessarily based on the cerebral and nervous structures that we know, and that the one and only chance for mankind to advance as a whole is for individuals to make contact with such beings.
And I admit that I'm getting sick of having to bring up Aleister Crowley every 5 minutes as we go through this history, but this is important because Crowley had claimed to be in conversation with various interdimensional beings throughout his ritual workings. Most famously, his Book of the Law was said to be written under the possession of a disembodied voice that called himself Aiwass. Now, of course, anybody with an ounce of wisdom would surmise that Aiwass was obviously a demon, especially in context with the message that was communicated, as it relayed a prophecy of a coming new age, the Aeon of Horus that I keep talking about. And I suppose that I should have done better to define this Aeon of Horus earlier, but the Aeon of Horus is the prophesied satanic paradise that Parsons and Cameron and Hubbard and so many others worked diligently to bring about. The Aeon of Horus could easily be summarized as an age of the Antichrist because it describes a lawless and atheistic culture that targets Christianity specifically and rejects the authority of God to embrace sensuality and humanism instead. And some intellectuals like to praise the insight of these golden era occultists like Aleister Crowley, crediting him as a progressive and forward thinker and marveling at the revealed accuracy of his vision of a hedonistic and godless future. But I am not so impressed. In my opinion, it's pretty easy to accurately predict the future when your prediction is in line with the prophesied word of God. Of course, this suggestion that humanity will one day embrace an antichrist and reject God, well, that's a biblical truth. Of course, Crowley's vision stops short of the part where Jesus comes back and literally kills the Antichrist and his armies while destroying their beast system in the process. But anyways, Crowley published the Book of the Law in the year 1904, claiming it to be a transcript of the message that was channeled through him from this spirit Aiwass. And over a decade later, in 1918, Crowley managed to summon another another interdimensional being. He was engaging in a series of rituals called the Amalantra workings. Much like the Babylon working, the purpose of this endeavor was to create a portal to the spiritual world. And apparently he was successful because this strange creature was said to have manifested in front of him. This picture that you're looking at was not taken from the show X-Files. This is a portrait of the supposedly real-life entity that was drawn by Crowley himself. He maintained that this was an accurate portrait of the being as it stood before him. And this entity either called itself Lamb or it was named Lamb by Crowley. But either way, he considered it to be of interdimensional origin. According to Crowley, Lamb went on to communicate to him some cryptic messages regarding the secrets of life. And there's a lot to unpack in this supposed interaction, but what I found the most interesting was Crowley's claim that when asked to define the nature of our universe, Lamb simply responded by saying, "It's all in the egg." following year, Crowley displayed this portrait of Lamb at his own public event in New York, which he named the Dead Souls Exhibition. And beneath the picture was the following inscription.
Lamb is the Tibetan word for way or path, and Lama is he who goeth, the specific title of the gods of Egypt, the treader of the path, in Buddhistic phraseology. Its numerical value is 71, the number of this book.
And there's one of those Buddhist connections that I told you to look out for. You see, Crowley was actually pretty fond of Buddhism and Hinduism. He actually devoted a lot of his lifetime to the practice and promotion of yoga, which, by the way, I'm sure that the popularity of yoga today is yet another facet of modern culture that Thelemites might attribute to the presence of the Aeon of Horus, but let's get back to the point. And to be honest, I have no idea where Crowley is getting his definition of Lama from. I could not verify that it means he who goeth. I tried to research the definition and etymology of the word, and to the best of my research, it just means venerable one or superior one. But regardless, I assume Crowley to be much more scholarly than I am, so we'll just go with his definition on this one. But anyways, I was able to confirm that the word lamb does indeed mean path in Tibetan. In Buddhist practice, it's most likely derivative of the term lamrim, and it represents what Buddhist practitioners recognize as the path to enlightenment. And you will soon understand why Lamb is an apt name for this entity in Crowley's portrait. But the first and most obvious question is whether or not it's a coincidence that this Lamb bears such a close resemblance to what we have come to know as the gray alien. Because you can't tell me that's not what comes to your mind when you look at this guy. And first off, considering that this sketch was made over 100 years ago, perhaps it would be more appropriate to ask why our modern concept of gray aliens bears such a close resemblance to Lamb. I specified the gray-style alien because, as I assume you are aware, the public's perception of aliens and even the spaceships that they supposedly travel in has changed drastically throughout history. It's easy to see a difference between the metallic flying saucers of the 1950s and 60s and then the more sophisticated and high-tech style UFOs that are often reported today. And upon close examination, it's easy to see all types of similarities that exist between UFO sightings in any given year and the UFOs that are imagined by popular science fiction movies or shows of that same period. And it's an important point to understand because the same thing was true about the public's perception of the aliens who were supposedly piloting these UFOs. In the 1950s and 1960s, many people believed that extraterrestrials were human-like in appearance, but their skin color and clothing and other details varied widely. They were described similarly in many reported close encounters from that time as well. And before that, aliens were often envisioned to be more monstrous in appearance, with features like tentacles and scales or wings. And even further back, in the late 1800s, there was a common belief that aliens could be living on the moon or on Mars, and that they had developed advanced technology. And these beings were often depicted as physically superior and high-tech humans, but only with, futuristic clothing and advanced tools. And you can keep doing this all the way back throughout history, to a time before the concept of intergalactic civilizations was even a thought in the minds of most cultures. And yet people still had their sightings and abductions and close encounters even back then, many of which have been preserved through the lens of folklore and mythology. But instead of recording alien spaceships in the sky, people were keeping record of gods and thunderbirds and fairies and dragons flying around. And instead of being abducted by aliens, there were reports of abductions by trolls and monsters or spirits, and you get the idea, the history goes on. And of course, if you go back far enough, you're going to be left with the Bible, which doesn't describe aliens at all, but only God and his angels, and then these deceptive and cunning fallen angels who would love nothing more than to be accepted and embraced by humanity, even if it's in the disguise of something else. Remember that in Matthew 24, we are warned that there shall arise false Christs and false prophets and show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. And never forget that even Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light, according to 2 Corinthians 11. And on the topic of masquerading demons, I think it's interesting that so many of these alien encounters that we hear about include the combined elements of mental telepathy and spiritual messaging. Perhaps even the majority of experiences play out this way, with the entranced abductee receiving a familiar message about a coming climate apocalypse or a great war, and this urging of the necessity for humans to unite into some type of New Age universalist religion. And if I try to be unbiased, I just can't imagine a rational explanation for why some random and unrelated creature from a galaxy far, far away would care about the spiritual conditions of human beings on Earth. But through an occultic lens, these experiences are really not very different from the way Crowley described his interactions with Aiwass. Not only in the method of communication, but also the message that's being communicated, one of a coming new age of human enlightenment.
I seem to become one with the entire universe. Everything in the universe seems to be contracted down to one small dot.
We are going to see more and more of these visitors from space, and that before too long, the evidence will be incontrovertible, that you will have on your TV screens and on your movie screens concrete evidence that the ships are here.
And this brings us back to Lamb and his gray alien doppelgangers. I think it's clear to see that as of today, these guys have become the poster boys for extraterrestrial life.
You were saying also these gray ones are the ones that we see most of the time, and you said that that there are a lot of different motives for them being here. The gray ones, what kind of a deal we got going with them? Is that the bunch that you suggest we've made a deal with for military technology?
I think we made a deal with them, and their ultimate, what they want to do is regenerate their own race.
You believe in part that the movies E.T., Close Encounters of the Third Kind, were not entirely just the creative products of some Hollywood director, that maybe there's more to that. Why don't you explain?
They were carefully guided by representatives from MJ12, who is this organization that is in charge of the cover-up, in order to get us ready for the release of the information that there are indeed aliens. And in both those movies, they used small little creatures and in order to get us ready for this release of information.
To prepare us that the idea of benevolent aliens from outer space are going to help us out.
Unfortunately, they're not so benevolent. So they made probably one of the most disastrous mistakes when E.T. was put out. At that time was before we discovered what I call the double cross or the grand deception. And they were trying to get us used to the benevolent little creatures, but that isn't the case.
Return viewers may have noticed that I often use Wikipedia as a source for these documentaries. Not because I consider Wikipedia to be a reliable or credible source of information per se, but because I know that the majority of the world that I'm reaching out to does. And while writing this, I was surprised when I looked up the Wikipedia page for gray aliens and saw this picture of Lamb prominently displayed on the page and reported in the article, where this image is declared to be amongst the earliest depictions of a creature of this appearance, more commonly recognized as a modern gray alien. But Lamb's association with ETs doesn't end here, because within the last years of Aleister Crowley's life, he met and befriended a young man named Kenneth Grant. Grant was a British ceremonial magician and an admirer of Crowley's work, and like many others, he aspired to become the successor of the so-called Great Beast, and he served him directly as a secretary and personal assistant. Historians of this topic debate about whether or not Grant was Crowley's official successor, but that's really not of much importance to me. But anyways, if you'll remember, we have discussed the UFO wave of 1952 that occurred a few months after the death of Jack Parsons. Well, by that note, it's interesting that Aleister Crowley died on December of 1947, the year that initiated this modern UFO craze with the famous Kenneth Arnold sighting, as well as the crash in Roswell, New Mexico, which occurred that same year. And it seems coincidental, but in the mind of disciple Kenneth Grant, there was a significant connection between the timing of Crowley's death and the occurrence of these famous UFO events. And in the time that Grant spent working under Crowley, the two would grow really close. And knowing that Grant had developed a deep interest in Lamb, Crowley had decided to ceremoniously present him with the original portrait of Lamb as both a gift and also a supposed magical resource. And then sometime after Crowley's death, Grant would create the Typhonian Order, an offshoot of the OTO. And while his new cult would maintain the general precepts of Thelema, it seems to me that the Typhonian Order was more primarily focused on ritual or psychic communications with non-human entities, by which Lamb was and continues to be a prominent source. And over time, Grant would become increasingly outspoken regarding his belief in UFOs and the topic of ufology, and he would write about it somewhat frequently throughout his 9-volume Typhonian Trilogy series of books. And I mean, keep in mind that I haven't read through these books personally, but it's pretty easy to confirm amid the many quotes and excerpts that flourish all over the internet. And he included this now famous portrait of Lamb in numerous publications. One of his more outstanding beliefs was the idea that Lamb was in fact the same entity as Aiwass, that disembodied voice that Aleister Crowley supposedly channeled in his Book of the Law, that I spoke on earlier. And in his book, Outside the Circles of Time, Grant describes Lamb to be a, quote, extraterrestrial and praetor human intelligence. And he even claims that Lamb is now known to be a link between the star systems of Sirius and Andromeda. He also goes on to explore the mystical significance of the number 71, which Crowley originally attributed to Lamb in 1918, if you'll remember. And it's a number that continues to pop up in relation to ufology, by the way. And furthermore, it was a number that was of special significance to Grant because it was similar to his own numerical magical identity of 718 or 718. And I know that this opens a whole new can of worms regarding numerology and gematria, but we're just going to save that for another time. Just understand that in the same way that Crowley regarded himself as 666, Grant's number was 718. So just keep that in mind because it will come up again shortly. Now, according to Kenneth Grant's philosophy, this otherworldly and alien-like appearance of Lamb was itself the very purpose of Lamb's presence. He viewed Lamb as a gateway and conduit to another world, or to put it in more practical terms, as a path of exploration into another realm. Grant once wrote,
"If man is able to integrate these new experiences into his psyche, he must begin now to think in terms at least of extraterrestrial encounter. If he does this, the rest may follow. The faculty of intuitive insight may be awakened and aligned with such alien concepts."
And to say that Lamb has become a central figure in the Typhonian order would be an understatement. As time went on, Grant would develop a new faction within the order by the unambiguous name the Cult of Lamb. It was a group that would devote themselves to pursuing this path of Lamb. And if you think I'm exaggerating, then let me draw your attention to this excerpt that I took from an internal memo from within the organization of the so-called Typhonian order about the Cult of Lamb that was written by Grant himself.
The cult has been founded because very strong intimations have been received by Eosic Iwast 718 to the effect that the portrait of Lamb, the original drawing of which was given by 666 to 718 under curious circumstances, is the present focus of an extraterrestrial and perhaps trans-plutonic energy, which the OTO is required to communicate at this critical period, for we have now entered the 80s mentioned in the Book of the Law. It is our aim to obtain some insight not only into the nature of Lamb, but also into the possibilities of using the egg as an astral space capsule for traveling to Lamb's domain, or for exploring extraterrestrial spaces.
And at the end, it's signed off by Kenneth Grant using his silly magical name. So you can see that this association between Lamb and extraterrestrials goes far deeper than his similarity in appearance to our modern gray aliens. And although this information may not be a smoking gun of evidence, I hope you'd agree that we've covered some pretty interesting and substantial connections so far. But we're really just getting started. According to reported statistics, it is the gray alien who is most commonly associated with the phenomenon of alien contact or alien abductions. They are also the entity that is most prominently reported in close encounter claims that include the elements of telepathic communication or psychic visions. Actually, they're the most common entity involved with all close encounters in general. Now, before the Greys came along, aliens were generally imagined to be, benevolent intergalactic travelers from distant planets who were just simply passing through. But unfortunately, these new and supposed real-life gray aliens were much different. This wasn't the same narrative that was previously recycled through decades of science fiction. And it was clear that these aliens were more than just visitors from another planet. It would seem instead that they were operating according to a mysterious agenda in which human beings seemed to be the subject. And instead of landing peacefully on the White House lawn and saying, "Take me to your leader," or incinerating the White House with space lasers, they were seemingly more interested in the affairs, beliefs, behaviors, and personal lives of regular everyday people, and interacting intimately with targeted individuals, beaming telepathic messages to them and teleporting them to different worlds, or materializing through the walls of their bedrooms, and taking control of their minds and possessing their bodies. All the type of stuff that you or me would probably immediately recognize to be demonic activity. Anyways, I think it's safe to assume that Kenneth Grant probably didn't share my attitude towards demons. However, Grant's speculations regarding a link between the arrival of these aliens and the death of Aleister Crowley are perhaps strengthened in light of the fact that the 1947 Roswell incident happens to be the first historical instance of people encountering these little gray lamb-like creatures. Although no alien bodies were initially reported by the media, of course, numerous eyewitnesses have later affirmed the claim that alien bodies were present at the crash site, describing them to look like little gray men with big heads. And this also explains why in ufology these gray aliens are sometimes referred to as Roswell Greys. And now, in the wake of all these numerous UFO-related incidents that transpired between Roswell and the wave of 1952, society was left to ponder the broad implications of how the existence and arrival of these alien beings would potentially impact our lives. And it didn't take long for the newly validated UFO phenomenon to start influencing culture in dramatic ways.
How many trips have you made to outer space?
Well, I'd say 350 or a few more.
When was the last one?
Well, first part of June.
I have made telepathic contact for the past 8 years with many space people from many areas of space, both inside and outside of the solar system.
The 1950s saw the inception of the so-called Contactee movement, a subculture of various individuals and quasi-religious groups who claim to have been in direct and friendly contact with extraterrestrial beings. Many of these contactees claimed that in their telepathic communications with these apparently benevolent aliens, that they would receive utopian visions of a new world and a coming enlightenment, or sometimes that they would receive warnings about a nuclear war or environmental catastrophe. According to the testimony of many contactees, these aliens would encourage the subject to embrace humanistic ideals of things like free love and sexual liberation, and all the stereotypical tenets that would soon be the rallying call of the coming hippie movement. And on average, most of these alleged conversations, predictably, seem to instruct the contactee to spread a message of open borders and spiritual unity on Earth. The first and probably most famous of these contactees was a man named George Adamski, who claimed in the year 1952 to be in telepathic communication with a humanoid alien being from Venus named Orthon. And even though I think astronomy is mainly a bunch of BS, I still do find it amusing that the planet Venus would later become regarded by astronomers as a gas planet that is unsuitable for life. Because it certainly doesn't add much credibility to these reports of Orthon. But actually, Adamski wouldn't be alone in his miscalculation. You see, at this time, Venus was considered by some prominent scientists to be a likely contender for life, and it would become a primary residence for many of the so-called aliens that were communicating with these contactees here on Earth. But perhaps it even goes a little deeper than that.
The Bible uses the term devil, Satan, and Lucifer to refer to the same creature. Same one. There's no confusion whatsoever. But in the occult world, the name Lucifer is a very powerful name. Very powerful. And they identify themselves with that name Lucifer. And you would be amazed at the groups that identify themselves with the name Lucifer, because it means light bearer. Now you go back a little bit of history, and I'll give you this for just a moment. The bright and morning star, or the morning star, there is a planet in the heavens that is called the morning star. It's Venus. This planet, oddly enough, shows up in the sky right before the rising of the sun. And it is the brightest object in the sky outside of the sun itself. The brightest. Far brighter than any stars that are out there, yet it's a planet. And Venus was considered by the Romans, who is where Latin comes from. Venus was considered by them to be the morning star. All right? And Lucifer means the same thing to the Latin or to the Roman. It means morning, brightness, the coming star.
Check this out. Earlier in the film, when we went over the Babylon working, the infamous series of rituals conducted by Parsons and Hubbard in the Mojave Desert, I didn't mention the fact that the Babylon working has been strongly associated with the planet Venus. This is because the Scarlet Woman was associated with the goddess Venus, as both were believed to embody the shared qualities of beauty and sensuality and creativity. And so the Babylon working was thus seen as a way to tap into the energies of Venus to engage the transformative magical ritual. And furthermore, Parsons and Hubbard would actually schedule their rituals to be in accordance with the astronomical location of Venus. And then check this out. If we look at the seal of Babylon here, which first appeared in Crowley's Book of the Law, you will see that the seal is based on the symbol of a septagram, or a seven-pointed star. And like all symbols, it holds several different meanings depending on the context of its use. For example, on the Australian flag, it's said to signify the unity of the 6 territories and states of the Commonwealth. And of course, in basic geometry, the symbol has no deeper meaning beyond its shape. And it was used in early Catholicism as well to represent the 7 days of creation, as well as the 7 fruits of the Spirit, among a whole bunch of other biblical representations of the number 7. But if you ask me, symbols like this have never been a legitimate part of biblical Christianity. And it's still a pagan symbol, even when being used by well-meaning Catholics or whatever. The truth is that this symbol originates directly from the Kabbalist tradition of Jewish mysticism, and it plainly represents none other than the planet Venus. In fact, the septagram, or as it's also called the heptagram, is the symbol that is most commonly associated with Venus throughout most occult traditions and even ancient history. And this includes Crowley's Thelema. And therefore, I hope that you'll share my intrigue in the fact that the Babylon working was directly targeted towards the same planet of Venus that just so happens to be the hotspot of all these alleged contactee communications. And so you'd think that when popular science shifted its view on the potential for life on Venus, that would have been a huge hit. But in reality, this revelation was not very consequential to the followers of Adamski, who himself didn't seem to be overly concerned with credibility anyways. Because throughout his career of selling books and arranging public appearances, he was largely perceived as a con man and storyteller by many of his more serious ufologist colleagues. You see, unlike most self-proclaimed contactees, George Adamski provided numerous articles of evidence to support his claims, mainly photographs of alleged UFOs which he claimed to have captured himself. And over time, many of these photographs have been proven to be fraudulent, and it obviously cast doubt onto the whole lot. Yet somehow, even after being practically exposed as a hoax artist, he would maintain his group and continue to thrive within the community of the UFO subculture. And as society's interest in the topic of alien contact increased, so did the rise of George Adamski. And if you're wondering why I would include a known liar and hoaxer like Adamski, in this otherwise serious investigation, I would remind you that in effect, he was no less deceptive than everybody else that I've addressed in this video so far. We're not talking about honest men here. We're talking about magicians and witches and warlocks who are like their father, the devil, who was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in the truth because there is no truth in him. Meaning the devil, and that's a paraphrase of a verse in the 8th chapter of John, where Jesus goes on to say that when the devil tells a lie, he is speaking out of his own nature because he is the father of lies, meaning he's not even capable of telling the truth because, again, there is no truth in him. And in this verse, Jesus is merely addressing the Pharisees, so then how much more would this apply to these cult members who openly engage in magic and witchcraft? Even the honest ones are liars because they themselves believe a lie. And so whether these people are lying about channeling spirits or whether they are truly channeling spirits who are themselves liars, the point is you just can't trust them. But fake UFO photographs aside, George Adamski actually had a lot in common with those previously mentioned. He was himself deeply interested in the occult. See, there's something you have to understand about Adamski. Although he's mainly remembered in relation to his UFO claims, I think that Adamski's real interests had less to do with the UFO aspect of his cult and more to do with the cult itself. You don't have to dig very deep to learn that George Adamski was actually the leader of numerous cults. He was like a serial cult leader.
And he does speak very well English as well as any other language.
Did he tell you where he came from?
Yes, this time he told me he was from Venus, although I have met men from other planets as well.
He started in California in the early 1930s when he founded what he called the Royal Order of Tibet, a neo-theosophical organization that doubled as a lucrative winery. And I guess that's just the snake in him, But take note of his inclusion of this word Tibet. And he reportedly ended the cult's operations when the prohibition went into effect, which served a devastating blow to the group's income of wine sales, because Adamski was really big into making money, So I guess that was the end of that cult. But years later, Adamski would return to the spotlight, this time as the leader of another mystical group by the interesting name Universal Progressive Christianity. I don't know, it sounds like something Bethel Church might be involved with. And not too much is known about this endeavor, but it seems to share the same traits that you would expect from a New Age Universalist cult. And despite all of his previous efforts, it turned out that Adamski would not achieve the true fame that he sought until he began his public campaign as a UFO culture guru. And despite being regarded today as a charlatan by most, his influence in the founding of the Contactee movement cannot be overstated.
Arnold counted 9 objects in echelon formation. He observed that they had no tails and described them as saucer-shaped objects. The story was picked up by the wire services.
He saw what?
In the next 24 hours, virtually every newspaper in the country ran the story. The Arnold report precipitated an avalanche of sightings from cities, towns, villages, from every section of the country. The commercial aspects of the saucer situation were not overlooked. Alert businessmen and manufacturers came up with all sorts of oddities. The practical joker moved in. Homemade saucers of all kinds and descriptions began to turn up promiscuously. Within a few months of the original saucer report, practically everyone in America was conscious of flying saucers.
Adamski would later be joined by another occult enthusiast and prominent ufologist by the name of George Hunt Williamson, who also got his start in the summer of 1952 when he began to host what he called contact sessions, where he invited others to join him in his efforts to contact extraterrestrials through the use of a homemade Ouija board. That's right, he was contacting aliens through a homemade Ouija board. Now, I suppose I could just end the documentary here because, I think the connotations of this are pretty clear. I mean, what kind of technologically advanced and independently evolved biological creature from a distant planet would communicate through a Ouija board? But believe it or not, this practice is actually a lot more common than you'd think. Just Google the terms Ouija board combined with extraterrestrial intelligence and see what you find. And it's also interesting to me that the Ouija board would be homemade, because of course if Williamson were here today, he could have simply picked one up from the children's toy section at Walmart, but that's beside the point. He would also employ numerous other dark arts into his so-called contact sessions, including the practice of automatic writing, which is a popular method of divination that's kind of along the lines of how Crowley wrote the Book of the Law all those years back. And anyways, Williamson would continue to work side Adamski for quite a while. And much like all the other contactees, he would publish a number of books that detailed his interactions with these aliens and also espoused all of his occultic philosophies, like you should be coming to expect by now. But by the 1960s, George Hunt Williamson had disappeared from the contactee scene, and he's purported to have even changed his name to further distance himself from his previous affiliations, apparently going so far as to invent a fictional backstory and even family to accommodate his new persona. And later, under his new name of Michael Obenevich, he was ordained as a priest in the Liberal Catholic Church by Archbishop Garrett Munich, and he became the priest of a small congregation in Cornville, California. Anyways, it's definitely an unlikely destination for a man who would first come to prominence for his use of Ouija boards to communicate with aliens. But as you can see, Christianity has its own esoteric and mystical factions that are all caught up in this stuff as well. But I hope that by this point you're starting to see the concept of ET communication for what it really is, which is sorcery. And it's not just an element of sorcery. It's not just an infiltration by this small faction of occultists. No, magic was always at the center of this whole thing. In hindsight, I suppose I should have expected that, because after all, what is telepathic communication if not divination? And of course, as a Christian, you wouldn't need to know all this information I've been sharing just to recognize that the contactee movement was clearly demonic in nature. But I guess that I just came into this project expecting that the average contactee probably was just a wacky and science fiction obsessed oddball guy, just making up stories. Or maybe a con man that's just cashing in on this profitable genre of literature, but I was really surprised just to see how many of them have these recorded associations with occult groups, and often in positions of leadership, mind you. It's not like they were the exception to the rule, but these type of characters are the rule. And the more you look into these people, the more obvious it becomes that this movement that we're looking at was not a trend, but an agenda. Another popular contactee from this period, as well as a fellow cult leader, was George King, creator of the Aetherius Society, which is a theosophy-based religion that was formed in the 1950s in response to his alleged contact with extraterrestrial intelligences. And like the other false prophets that we've covered, King started out as nothing more than a run-of-the-mill human being. He grew up in a family that considered itself to be Christian, although his mother claimed to also be a psychic and a clairvoyant. And actually, as a boy, George King would accompany his mother in these attempted faith healing sessions, so I suppose that being raised according to this not really Christian tradition of fake miracle workings is a fitting background for a man who would later create his own cult, because if you're divine enough to perform miracles, then, why shouldn't you be a cult leader? But anyways, before becoming the divine leader of his religion, he was a mere taxi driver. And like Crowley before him and many others, King was also a self-described master of yoga, and he believed himself to have achieved the deepest state of meditation, which is known in Buddhism as samadhi. And so naturally, yoga is a central practice of the Aetherius Society. And I say is because the Aetherius Society is still active, with over 30 embassies located across several continents. So the name Aetherius Society. Well, King named his religion Aetherius after the alien entity that he claimed he was in psychic contact with. And by the way, the Aetherius Society refers to extraterrestrials as cosmic masters. And can you guess what planet that Aetherius and these cosmic masters were contacting King from? That's right, Venus, of course. But George King would take things up a notch when he went on to claim that even Buddha and Jesus Christ himself were also citizens of Venus.
I mean, I opened my eyes and he was there. He was very tall. He was dressed in a long robe, which covered the usual type of one-piece suit that several people have spoken about in the past when they have met people from other worlds. He had long brownish hair, light brownish hair. Now, it's strange that I could see the color of this, but I could, because there was so much radiance around the man. And I knew, although he didn't tell me, but I knew that he was Jesus, and I knew that he'd come from the planet Venus. I didn't have to be told, I just knew this. I think it was some telepathic impression that I picked up. It was very strong, there was no denying it, and there was no denying his presence. And
And so that's George King, who, by the way, is still considered by his followers to be the most impressive and amazing and incredible human being of all time. According to them, he's been the recipient of countless awards and medals and honors and credentials. And of course, none of this is backed up with evidence, but those claims continue to be made. And regarding these credentials of George King, he was actually challenged by none other than famous skeptic James Randi. This guy. Who doesn't love this guy? But anyways, Randi challenged many of George King's titles, including his use of the title Doctor and Reverend and even Sir, as if he was knighted, I guess. But as you see, we got this continuation of this blatant deceptive behavior that's being demonstrated again here. But it just seems to be par for the course with these people. And so that covers the first three guys named George on my list.
We all love to talk about the mysterious and the unknown and the flying saucers. So now it's to George Van Tassel and this question.
Have you ever gone up close enough to touch one to see what was inside?
Bill, in August the 24th of 1953, I went aboard one for about 20 minutes.
What was it like? What happened?
Well, the interior walls were what looked like mother of pearl plastic, like we put on toilet seats and for decoration. The light inside seemed to come from everywhere. The instrument panel wasn't like anything I'd ever seen before, and all of my years since 1927 in the air game. And they had a compartment in the wall which both cleans and deodorizes their clothes by some light process, which required no water, soap, or detergents, or a washing machine.
So according to Van Tassel, his telepathic communications with aliens also began in the year 1952, just as was the case with many others. And once again, these messages were coming from Venus. Now, Van Tassel was a very wealthy man who owned a lot of property. And in 1953, Van Tassel organized what was kind of the first UFO convention that he named the Giant Rock Space Convention, because it was located at the scene of this, giant rock. And this giant rock was a location that some ufologists believe to be a hotbed for UFO activity. And the Giant Rock Space Convention would become a popular annual event that would draw thousands of attendees. And I suppose you won't be surprised to hear that Van Tassel was also the leader of his own UFO cult, which was called the Ministry of Universal Wisdom. Now, I could have made an entire documentary about this guy, but instead I need to summarize it into a few paragraphs. So first off, Van Tassel was not perceived to be a con man with fake credentials or bad evidence, like George Adamski or Billy Meyer, who we didn't really get into, but you could look that guy up yourself. But no, his credentials were legitimate. He was an aeronautical engineer of reputable stature in his field. Perhaps somebody more like Jack Parsons in reputation, a credible voice making really incredible claims. Now, that's not to say that he wasn't accused of being a crackpot and lunatic by, the more conservative scientific community in regard to these contactee claims, but Van Tassel's advanced level of intelligence and technical knowledge was irrefutable to those who knew him.
Back though, you have a time machine plan. You have done experiments which show you can bring the past to life. Where did this formula come from?
I love that Scotch accent. Jack, the formula came from a ship that landed at my airport in 1953 on August the 24th, which had 4 people aboard it that came from another planet.
I'm breathless.
Well, you're not only breathless, I was breathless.
But I'm cynical, too.
Well, that's fine. That's the way to be. In fact, I'm a bigger skeptic than you are of many things.
I'm an unbeliever. Convince me that this really happened to you.
Well, this thing is very similar to a thing that's happened in our biblical records where our Lord presented Moses with a pattern to build a tabernacle. They came out of the sky, they handed him stone tablets, and this phenomena that's taking place today is as old as our history, as our civilization. This isn't anything new that's occurring. It's something that's being continued in another time of crisis when conditions affecting the people of this planet are reaching a point where somebody has to take care of the situation.
Now, I don't intend in any way to be disrespectful or blasphemous, but do you feel, and I know you're not an evangelistic type, do you feel that you're some kind of Moses receiving a new word?
Well, I don't say that, Jack. I say that what is occurring now has occurred before. There's many records of these ships landing throughout history, clear back into Sanskrit. And there are records in the 1898 Chicago newspapers that covered the front page for 3 days of a big ship setting over Chicago. When you realize we're dealing with a type of man that is almost as far above us in intelligence as we are above the lower animals, there isn't anything phenomenal in this at all.
And alongside of his efforts in the contact community and his contributions to ufology, his real passion in life's work was to build a large structure that he called the Integratron, half building, half machine, which was essentially supposed to be a free energy generator. And according to Van Tassel, he received the design for his Integratron from an extraterrestrial named Salganda, obviously from Venus, while aboard his alien spaceship. The structure was said to be a spiritual successor to the Tabernacle of Moses from the Book of Exodus, and its machinery was designed according to the wireless technologies of Nikola Tesla.
He was picking up signals from Mars.
Tesla reported this otherworldly communication and proclaimed his belief in extraterrestrials in February of 1901 in an article for Collier's Weekly titled "Talking with the Planets."
And despite the unbelievable nature of its origins, his hand-built Integratron is widely regarded to be an architectural masterpiece, constructed without the use of any nails or screws or metal fittings by using various methods of what's called joinery, a complex woodworking technique that I really know nothing about. And anyways, it's still operational and well-maintained. Today, it's said that the interior design of the Integratron produces nearly perfect acoustics, and sources that were close to Van Tassel claim that when operated properly, the structure would successfully power up and create a field of energy that would cause amazing real-life effects to take place within its walls. Depending on who you'd ask, it could be described as anything from a unique and geometrically complex building to a time machine or a spiritual healing center. Of course, it also served as the ideal location for devil worshippers to summon demons, or as newspaper articles might put it, for contactees to communicate with aliens.
One of the great things about the desert is the clear night sky. The farther away you get from the big city lights, the brighter the stars and planets above us shine. The mythical Integratron in the high desert town of Landers provides an ideal location to witness the upcoming Perseid meteor shower. You're invited to bring a blanket to lay out and experience the meteor shower outside and take in a sound bath inside the Integratron during the annual event that benefits the Mojave Desert Land Trust. The Integratron is an acoustically perfect dome that sits on a powerful geometric vortex in the Mojave Desert. It was designed in 1957 by George Van Tassel as a rejuvenation machine for the human body.
And it's all about to come full circle for us now, because George Van Tassel would later meet and become close friends with this familiar old witch, the wife and scarlet woman of the late Jack Parsons, Cameron. She was with a new guy at this time, and her new boyfriend actually relocated to stay with Van Tassel for a while, practicing with his followers and assisting him with these contact sessions. But it turns out that his relationship with Cameron was not his only connection to the life and work of Jack Parsons. Like Parsons, Van Tassel was a true aeronautics expert and a qualified technician. And as it turns out, both men worked, at separate points in time, for Hughes Aviation, owned and operated by famous pilot and film producer and real estate agent, and just all-around entertainment mogul and legend, Howard Hughes. And as I alluded to earlier, Parsons was actually investigated by the FBI for allegedly stealing documents from Hughes Aviation. And as I said before, it's a complicated and convoluted rabbit trail that I'm choosing to sidestep. But I will mention that Marjorie Cameron was of the opinion that Howard Hughes himself was actually behind the death of Jack Parsons. Anyways, it does appear that Van Tassel's relationship to Hughes Aviation was a lot less turbulent than Parsons. And we're almost done with this segment, but there is one more so-called contactee from this period that I want to mention, and that's Daniel Fry. And Daniel Fry was another contactee who gained a level of prominence in the UFO circus of the 1950s. But he was different from the other guys I've mentioned so far. Not only because his mother didn't name him George, but also because he wasn't a cult leader, nor was he openly affiliated with a cult. I guess he was an annual speaker and attendee of George Van Tassel's convention, so I guess he was part of Van Tassel's cult in that way. In which, again, I've already proven that Van Tassel's cult was indeed another satanic cult, so scratch everything that I just said about Fry not being in a cult. He most definitely was. But anyways, the reason that I wanted to include him in this is because of how much his life happens to overlap with that of our somewhat central character, Jack Parsons. First off, when Fry was 11 years old, he moved to Parsons' hometown of Pasadena, California. Like Jack, he was a young amateur rocket enthusiast, and as he got older, he took full advantage of all the rocketry programs and events which flourished in that area that we went over earlier. Now, he was 6 years older than Parsons, so it's unlikely that they would have been close friends, but it is reasonable to assume that they could have known each other. Daniel was in that same fold of young rocket scientist wannabes of Pasadena that Jack and his buddy Ed Foreman would soon become part of. And, he would also attend these public events at Caltech and lectures or exhibitions by Galset. And much like the biography of Parsons that we've already been over, Fry was also a talented chemist, that also intended to pursue a degree in chemistry but was forced to drop out because he couldn't afford university. And finally, like Parsons, both men did manage to cultivate successful careers in rocketry without having qualified education. But anyways, in 1949, Fry would go on to land a job with Aerojet, the company that was literally founded by Jack Parsons. And after working there for 5 or 6 years, he would go on to help create the Crescent Engineering and Research Company, a successful business that manufactured rocket parts and specialized in repairing none other than JATO rockets, the legendary invention of Jack Parsons. And it was upon beginning his new job at Aerojet that Fry had his first alleged UFO encounter. As the story goes, he was just walking a trail some summer day when he noticed an unusual spherical-shaped craft hovering above him. And, of course, this craft would then descend from the sky above and land directly in front of him. And according to Fry, he began to receive telepathic communications from its pilot, who was apparently still in outer space, and controlling this landed craft remotely from a mothership that was 900 miles above Earth. And so I guess this spacecraft was more like a drone. And Fry goes on to claim that he was then invited to board the remote-controlled spacecraft and was flown from White Sands, New Mexico to New York City and back in 30 minutes. From here on out, it's just your stereotypical contactee story. The aliens would teach Fry all types of esoteric information, and they would reveal secrets of the universe and promote the same New Age propaganda that comes up in the majority of these stories. And as a testament to how substantial the impact was that this contactee movement had on culture at this time, just check out this ad from the 1960 presidential campaign of Gabriel Green. Green being another contactee and student of theosophy and the occult. He would run again in 1972 representing the Universal Party, along with none other than Daniel Fry as his vice presidential nominee. Although both of these campaigns were predictably very unsuccessful, it certainly highlights the relative influence that the alien contact movement was having in America at this time. I mean, in fairness to history, this whole contactee movement was met largely with ridicule, and it really wasn't taken seriously by most people in the media or general public. However, it seems to me that these events definitely helped to popularize and also normalize this concept of alien contact. You know, conditioned by the incessant media coverage of UFOs and contactees, the public was growing accustomed to these ideas. I mean, it was still a fringe topic, but one that was becoming less controversial by the year. Now, as of today, this whole movement is generally regarded as a joke, and with good reason. I mean, it's not difficult to argue that all of these godless knuckleheads probably weren't making psychic contact, with friendly alien beings out there just minding their own business and living out their lives on distant planets. But if you haven't figured it out yet, witchcraft is real. And demonic interactions are real. And I think that a lot of people who practice witchcraft don't even understand that that's what they're doing. And I also think that demons are on constant lookout for susceptible humans who are foolishly opening themselves up to this type of relationship. So if these aliens in question were actually demons, which I think I'm making a pretty decent argument for here, then I would say that many of these contactees were being honest about their communications, because we know that communication with demons through magic and ritual meditation is not only possible, but it's biblical. And to be clear, it's strictly forbidden. And I also wouldn't consider it a coincidence that this type of messaging continues to rally around the same New Age and New World Order propaganda that's being pushed onto society more so now than ever before. And if I didn't know any better, it would almost seem like all of these aliens from Venus in the 1950s were actually just employees of the United Nations and just promoting Agenda 2030 all the way back then, but I'm pretty sure that's not what was going on. But moving forward, as we consider the implications of this coming alien deception and potential invasion, I think perhaps we should look back at this era when the act of summoning demons, or also known as communicating with aliens, became a popular cultural trend. And I hope that you can comprehend the significance that all of this was happening alongside the growing popularity of alien-themed science fiction, in a society that was also being simultaneously razzled and dazzled by new advancements in technology that were changing the public's perspective of the future. And all of this hype around UFOs and alien contact only expanded as we headed into the 1960s, because the 1960s were a transformative period in the entertainment industry, both in the magnitude of impact that it had on culture, but also the increasingly propagandized nature of the content in popular entertainment. It was the first generation in which the average American family owned a television. So TV was no longer a novelty of the wealthy, and shows like Star Trek and Outer Limits and Twilight Zone were being broadcast into millions of living rooms, and movies like 2001: A Space Odyssey and Planet of the Apes were mainstream hits. I mean, of course, the 1950s saw its fair share of classic alien-themed movies too, like War of the Worlds and The Day the Earth Stood Still, but by the end of the following decade, it had totally pervaded public consciousness. And for the few of you out there who somehow don't understand this yet, mass media continues to be the primary source of influence on our modern culture. I suppose that's another topic for another movie, but I think it's clear to see in hindsight the magnitude of ways that our culture has been influenced by fictional entertainment, and how much modern scientific thought was influenced by science fiction. And I really hope that I've done well to communicate that fact throughout this film, because it's a really important factor to keep in frame of the context of everything we're discussing here. And while writing this movie, I continue to ponder and just be reminded of the importance of belief and faith in context to how people interpret their own spiritual experiences. It's something that I think about often, as it relates to my own faith in Christ. But even when I research another religion or even satanic occult groups, as in this case, I do acknowledge the potential for followers of these false religions to produce some possibly legitimate results by the practice of their faith, and even perhaps according to their rituals. Now, of course, if this is true, it's only possible through the permissive will of God. In fact, everything that Satan does is through the permission of God. But the Bible does speak of magicians and sorcerers who were able to perform some limited feats of amazement, and seeming miracles, like replicating some of the plagues in Egypt in Exodus, when they attempted to mimic the miracles of God. And of course, these magicians were losers, and they weren't powerful in the true sense of the word, but foolish heathens who were playing with spiritual dynamite and consistently failed to thwart the will of God or to ever really impress the followers of God. Honestly, it's not impossible that a lot of these biblical magicians could have been just mere illusionists, like David Blaine or Chris Angel, and just relying on trickery or sleight of hand. And they certainly weren't too impressive in the book of Genesis when they were unable and helpless to interpret Pharaoh's dream. And of course, Joseph, a man of God, was able to do so through his faith in the actual God. But the point is that magic is real, so to whatever extent that might be, it's real. And its presence here in modern society is not an invention of these historic satanic cults, but it's represented in the culmination of each and every religion or spiritual system which opposes the one true God. That's the way the Bible would put it. I mean, you're either for God or you're against him, and if you're directing your worship or putting your faith in any other God than the one true God, well, then you're putting your faith in a false God, and to communicate with a false God is magic. And honestly, from my perspective, it seems like magic has never really been more popular than it is right now in this current generation. I'm watching a society that has succumbed to the magical pursuit of what's being called manifestation techniques, and there's all these popular outlets now that promise that you can create your own reality, and we could even initiate the physical manifestation of our desires through the practice of religiously visualizing and affirming its existence in our minds. And this type of thing, it's just standard magic. But in a godless society that promotes witchcraft, the general public is now none the wiser, and people tend to take an empathetic and innocent view towards these things because it's dressed up with all this modern lingo, and we see it promoted through sources that are perceived to be wholesome, like Oprah Winfrey or Disney. But make no mistake that this concept of manipulating reality through concentrated meditation is the essence of what ritual magic is really all about. And it's why rituals like the Babylon Working and others involve chants and imagery and reading and, most importantly, repetition. It's all about aligning your mind and spirit with a concentrated and focused intention to manifest whatever it is that you desire to manifest. And when multiple practitioners focus their combined energy on the same image, or the same idea simultaneously, then its potential for success should be strengthened accordingly. And of course, the more sincere the practitioners, the more potent its effect. So this is the philosophy of magic. And it was no doubt the belief that was shared by Parsons and many of his visitors to the parsonage who saw UFOs in the vicinity of that location. After all, they were trying to summon them. And the same could be said about the location of the Giant Rock Space Convention that I mentioned earlier, where large crowds gathered to participate in contact sessions. And there's a lot of historical examples that seem to show that when multiple people get together and start meditating and focusing on UFOs, sightings are not all that uncommon. So could it be that these aliens are truly responding to the calls, and making appearances to those who want to believe? And if that's the case, then how much more prevalent should we expect these sightings to be across a society that would become exponentially saturated in the lore of alien visitation and alien invasion? Because this was no longer the same world that Jack Parsons grew up in, where ideas like space travel and intelligent life on alien planets were merely the stuff of fantasy. No, this idea was now being suggested and even postulated by the mainstream media. And whatever these aliens were, and whether this UFO craze was related to real-life extraterrestrials or deceptive demons, or even simple figments of the public's collective imagination, there was no denying that society had become lost in space. And science fiction had now reached its golden age, and with topics like aliens and spaceships and intergalactic travel becoming its most popular and dominant theme. And one of the most influential books from this era was Stranger in a Strange Land by legendary science fiction author Robert Heinlein. Published in 1961, the story centers around a character named Valentine Michael Smith, a human who is raised by Martians and then returns to Earth with these incredible powers and a unique perspective on life and spirituality. And then this character goes on to invent a religion on Earth called the Church of All Worlds. And this religion incorporates all types of occultic elements, and various spiritual traditions, including paganism and Hinduism and Western esotericism. Now, what's interesting is that 1 year after the publication of Stranger in a Strange Land, the book went on to inspire a real-life religion by the same name of the Church of All Worlds. And this religion still exists and thrives today, apparently. It's described as an American neo-pagan religious group whose stated mission is to evolve a network of information, mythology, and experience that provides a context and stimulus for reawakening Gaia. And in case you don't know, Gaia is like the goddess of Earth. And so once again, we're seeing this call to religious unity, the one common theme among all these UFO cults, as well as just New Age religions in general. And this Heinlein-inspired Church of All Worlds also publishes a magazine that is of relative popularity within these circles called Green Egg. Because of course, remember, it's all in the egg. And it's another thing I'm going to avoid delving into for the sake of time, but you can find some issues of the magazine online if you feel inclined. You'll see that its pages are filled with nothing but magic spells and pagan rituals and occasional articles penned by prominent atheists and occultists or science fiction writers, and it's certainly not something that I'd encourage you to consume regularly, but I think it does help you to understand the robust relationship that really does exist between modern philosophy, science, and witchcraft. Now, Robert Heinlein was not only a prolific science fiction author, but as a former accomplished aeronautical engineer, he was a voice of scientific authority. His books have been widely acclaimed by the academic community, who could appreciate Heinlein's reputation for scientific accuracy. And as it turns out, Robert Heinlein was also a close personal friend with none other than our man Jack Parsons, and the two would correspond regularly. And I find it really interesting that such a scientifically minded person like Robert Heinlein would resonate with Parsons' more abstract and spiritually based perception of astronomy and the nature of our universe. But that seems to be the case, and they would discuss these things regularly. Some have even speculated that it was his conversations with Parsons that served as an inspiration for Stranger in a Strange Land. As a quick tangent, whenever I think of Robert Heinlein, I think of my dad. Because my dad was one of these kids from this era who loved to read science fiction. One of his favorites was called Tunnel in the Sky by Heinlein. And so I was sort of disappointed to learn about his associations with the occult and with Jack Parsons and all this stuff, but when you really start digging into these topics, you'll get used to becoming disillusioned in your perspective of history. My dad also loved the book Battlefield Earth, which was written by none other than L. Ron Hubbard. But I actually read and enjoyed Battlefield Earth as well. And don't get the wrong idea, it's not like my dad was into Scientology. Really, the only books that I would ever see him read regularly were his Bible and My Utmost for His Highest by Oswald Chambers. But no, the reason I bring up my dad is because he was born right in the middle of this timeline that we're focusing on, in the mid-1950s. And in his youth, he loved to read science fiction just like so many people from that generation did. And as a kid, I loved to hear him talk about all these old stories that he remembered from these old science fiction books, His eyes would just light up as he recalled these exciting adventures and unexpected plot twists, and all the amazing technologies and incredible worlds that you read about in these classic science fiction books. And as we've seen, science fiction has been the primary catalyst that has now pushed the one-time occult belief in alien civilizations and interstellar travel into the socially accepted mainstream worldview of modern times. And to quickly allude back to Jack Parsons, it's clear to see how dramatically science fiction and fantasy novels would motivate his pursuits in both science as well as magic. In fact, Parsons was a proud member of the Los Angeles Science Fiction Society, and he was a personal friend to a number of legendary science fiction writers, including Ray Bradbury and A.E. Van Vogt and Jack Williamson, and of course Robert Heinlein and the infamous L. Ron Hubbard, just to name the most notable of them. And it just seems like these connections never end. And here's another one. Not only were Heinlein and Hubbard both close friends with Jack Parsons, but they were also friends with one another. Very good friends, actually. And I didn't know this before I started writing this movie, but it's widely believed that the two men, meaning Heinlein and Hubbard, made a bet in a bar one night to see who could successfully create a religion first. And if it's true, then Heinlein's Church of All Worlds would have been his attempt, and then L. Ron Hubbard would have been the clear winner with the success of his Scientology. And you know what? It almost just seems crazy enough to be true. But despite the popularity of the story, I wasn't able to verify it. But still, even if it's just an urban legend, it is reassuring to know that I'm not the only one drawing these comparisons. And before moving on, since I mentioned earlier that I had enjoyed the book Battlefield Earth by L. Ron Hubbard, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that the movie version, which stars famous Scientologist John Travolta, is supposedly one of the worst movies ever. I mean, it's apparently really, really bad. But, however bad the movie is, it couldn't be any dumber than his religion of Scientology.
Hubbard first came to public attention as a science fiction writer. Many of his policy directives and much of his philosophy seems to reflect that background. Its purpose, according to its charter, is to propagate a religious faith known as Scientology. A sign in the window advertises a tract on mental health.
Everything that one reaches for in Scientology is always beyond you. And at each level that you're at, there is that fear factor that if I don't do this right, they won't let me have the next.
I basically wanted to reconcile a situation within my family so that my wife and I would have common objectives, and as a result of that, entered and progressed along as far as I could.
I signed what is a contract. I signed a contract for 1 billion years. 1 billion years.
Members invite people in the street to come in for free personality analysis. A W5 researcher who took the test was then asked to sign up for an initial course costing $25. Later courses can come in packages that cost up to $3,000. The courses often include a process called auditing with a machine called an e-meter. A Scientology publication claims that such auditing may improve the subject's IQ. This 1 billion year contract would appear to be, legally, an unconscionable document. The implication is that the signer will continue to serve the organization in future lives. Hubbard has said Scientology is as important to mankind as the invention of the wheel and the arch. Devotion to the Scientology creed is costly. An individual can spend as much as $8,000 trying to reach the improved state known to Scientologists as clear. These are just a few of the courses Scientology offers. Each course has a prerequisite, which also costs money. The church doesn't talk about fees, but states that payment for these courses is a donation to further the cause.
My thoughts are that they're afraid to really admit that they got took. Completely took. Every single one of them
That's not true.
But you were duped, Mother.
I was not duped, Susan.
Mother, you were.
Okay. I grant your beingness to think I was duped. But I know I wasn't. I know I have benefited.
But Mother,
and any benefit I have had outweighs any detriment I have had.
An advertisement for the e-meter. Scientologists call it a confessional aid. The machine measures galvanic skin resistance. Similar instruments are components in conventional lie detectors.
Have you ever been a member of a communist party or any associated group?
No.
All right. Have you ever had any unkind thoughts about L. Ron Hubbard?
No.
For a Scientologist to have an unkind thought about L. Ron Hubbard would definitely be considered an outness, and the person having such a thought might be considered suppressive.
Have you ever had any unkind thoughts about L. Ron Hubbard?
No, not really.
All right. Your needle's floating. And that's the end of the session. That's it. You can put the cans down.
I'm sorry. I don't have to admit that it ripped me. I don't believe that it ripped me. I'm the only one in this whole room that doesn't believe it ripped me. And I really, really, really mean that.
I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, fine, you don't have to. But I know Scientology does have a truth. It has the truth, as I see it. It's there, and I want it.
There's a lot of truth in the Bible.
Everywhere in life.
Everywhere in life.
Listen.
And of course, Scientology is like the premier UFO religion, teaching that humanity was transported to Earth 75 million years ago in a giant spaceship that was directed under the leadership of an alien god named Xenu. And according to L. Ron Hubbard, this Xenu was a real tyrant. He was the highly respected and powerful leader of the so-called Galactic Confederacy, which governed a bunch of different alien planets. But unfortunately for Xenu, his draconian and tyrannical ways would come to an end when he was eventually overthrown by the Confederacy and sent off to live in solitude on some desert planet where he still lives to this day. Again, according to the theology of Scientology. In Scientology, the human body is considered to be a mere capsule for the soul, which they call a thetan, or thetan. I think it's thetan. Anyways, Hubbard taught that when the body dies, the thetan goes on to what he referred to as a landing station, where it is then cleansed and replaced into a new capsule and then sent back to Earth. And I also bet you won't be too surprised to learn that this spiritual landing station is located on the planet Venus. I mean, obviously, right? And these are just a few examples of the wacky theology that somehow continues to impress so many Scientologists. Now, in my opinion of reading through Hubbard's account of humanity's origin and the history of the universe, it's humorously similar to reading through his science fiction stories. And the method of research that he employed to construct this backstory for his religion was conducted by recalling his own alleged past lives and then interviewing a large number of his followers about their past lives. And then this would become the source by which all of his theology was based. And from the downfall of Xenu to the rise of the Thetans, the story plays out, just like that, a story. Hubbard himself even called the demonstration of his theology space opera, a term already associated with an existing genre of science fiction. The official website of the Church of Scientology describes space opera this way. Space opera has space travel, spaceships, spacemen, intergalactic travel, wars, conflicts, other beings, civilizations and societies, and other planets and galaxies. It is not fiction and concerns actual incidents. And apparently Hubbard had no apprehension in weaving his theology with science fiction, explaining that the stories were either literally true or that they encapsulated a true idea or event. And for a price, Hubbard would vaguely relay these stories to his congregation in an esoteric and convoluted way that would leave even master-level Thetans confused about which parts of the story were supposedly true or deliberately fiction.
Do you ever think that you might be quite mad?
Oh, yes. The one man in the world who never believes he's mad is a madman.
And by the way, all of this information that I just gave you is really valuable because in Scientology, you got to spend money and purchase information to advance in the ranks. This information about Xenu, for example, is generally reserved for level 3 Thetans, and it's only intended to be purchased by members of the cult like Tom Cruise or John Travolta or the guy that played Hyde on that 70s show. And it's obviously kind of strange to consider that the man behind such a formidable and well-known empire as Scientology was at one time running around naked in the Mojave Desert with the founder of JPL while performing rituals and engaging in sex magic. Although I suppose in another way, when you look around the world today, it kind of makes sense. And the truth is that Scientology is not an anomaly, and Hubbard happens to be in good company. Take a look at this guy. This is Claude Vorilhon, the one-time sports journalist and auto racing fan that would later become Rael, the spiritual leader of his own religion called Raelism, and another New Age messiah and alien messenger who is worshipped by thousands. Now, chances are that you've at least heard of this guy before, because Raelism is among the most prominent UFO cults ever, claiming tens of thousands of members. And they've been all over TV and the media, and Saturday Night Live used to even have a skit making fun of them. And like Scientology, the Raelian movement has the funding and resources of a contemporary religion, which seems ironic to some because Raelism defines itself as an atheistic organization. And I would say that that's one thing I agree with them about, that atheism is in itself a religion. Raelism is actually a great example of that. And not only do they consider themselves to be an atheistic organization, but they also claim science to be the method by which they interpret the universe. And Rael is also the proudly perverted mastermind behind such events as Go Topless Day and numerous masturbation advocacy campaigns. And his cult is just obsessed with sex and with the public exhibition of it. And you know, you can't have sex all day without making some babies in the process. And that's why Raelians are also staunch advocates of abortion. You know, and they promote and contribute to causes like gay pride parades and transgender programs. And they campaign for things like condom vending machines in high schools. And they protest against things like pro-life rallies. And so to put it plainly, Raelism fits right in with our society, you know, now more than ever. And to the uninitiated mind, the Raelian movement would seem to be just a bunch of fun-loving, progressive hippies who just want to make love and not war, and happen to believe in aliens. But that's not to say they haven't had their fair share of public notoriety and criticism.
Rael, you are recognized to testify for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for inviting me. I have a request is to include to my text a manifesto signed by 36 top scientists and philosophers of the world from New Humanist Association, including Francis Crick, co-discoverer of the DNA and numerous Nobel Prize laureates who support the freedom for human cloning as part of freedom of science, be attached to my testimony.
That objection will be included in the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to dedicate my testimony to Giordano Bruno, who was burned alive 4 centuries ago, sentenced to the death penalty by the Catholic Church for saying that there was life on other planets. Why did I ask Brigitte Boisselier to create the first human company in America? Because as the country of freedom, you have a constitution which should be a model for the whole world. And the most wonderful jewel of your system, the Supreme Court, which guarantees the respect of your constitution and the freedom of your citizens against your own government and lawmakers. I'm quite confident that even if human cloning was banned, the Supreme Court of America would cancel this law as unconstitutional as they did for IVF.
In 1997, Rael established an organization that he called Clonaid, which engaged in the research and development of human cloning technology. And in 2002, the company claimed to have produced the first human clone, a baby girl named Eve. And yes, this was a direct reference to Eve from Genesis. And yet, despite this controversy, Raelism continues to grow even to this day. And they're always portrayed by the media to be this innocent group of wacky, tinfoil hat-wearing science fiction enthusiasts. But I just want to point out the blatantly blasphemous and satanic foundation of this group's doctrine. And after everything else that we've been through in this video, I think you will understand why. Now, according to the false message of Claude Vorion, or I'm sorry, Rael, we are all actually the descendants of alien gods who are known as the Elohim. And of course, this word Elohim is actually a Hebrew name for God that is used throughout the Old Testament. Now, according to the testimony of Rael, this all started in 1973 as he was wandering through some mountains in France when he came across an alien spaceship that was grounded near an inactive volcano. And according to Claude, he was then approached by a 25,000-year-old alien by the name of Yahweh. And of course, the name Yahweh is yet another biblical name for God the Father. And then, in a scene ripped straight from Star Wars, Yahweh goes on to reveal his true identity, proclaiming himself to be Claude's biological father. And this is a revelation that would immediately elevate Vorion from a modest sports writer and automobile enthusiast to a biological son of God. And according to Rael, this miraculous encounter would only be the first in an ongoing relationship, which he maintained with his alien dad and his Elohim cousins. And at some point, he was instructed to change his name to Rael, you know, because Claude just is not a fitting name for the Messiah. And in the religion of Raelism, he is accepted by his followers to be the true Son of God. And as such, his words and writings are regarded as authoritative scripture. And now, in the midst of all this biblical terminology, you might be wondering where Jesus fits into this picture. But unsurprisingly, Raelism has an answer for that too. You see, as it turns out, Jesus Christ himself was yet another alien prophet sent to earth by the Elohim, along with Moses, Elijah, Ezekiel, Buddha, John the Baptist, Muhammad, and even Joseph Smith. And by the account of Claude Vorion, he is the 40th and final prophet of the Elohim. And if you've been paying attention, then you would have noted by now that this use of biblical terminology is really prevalent within these New Age religions. And it's kind of weird because these magicians and sorcerers seem to look at the Bible as if it's another magical oracle and attempting to decipher the scriptures through an occult lens. And by the way, this is what mystery Babylonian teaching is all about. But I really think that Raelism takes blasphemy to a whole nother level within the realm of these UFO cults, because the entire philosophy is just a distortion of scriptures that have been cherry-picked directly from the Bible. For example, according to the theology of Raelism, the Garden of Eden from Genesis 1 is said to be an alien scientific laboratory, probably not too different from Rael's clonate facility. And instead of Lucifer appearing to Eve and tempting her to eat of the forbidden fruit, according to Raelism, Lucifer was yet another alien who led a group of scientists in a genetic engineering lab to study this created man's behavior. And the biblical fall of man was actually just the result of Lucifer telling the creation the truth about their existence. And this is a common perspective in Gnostic and occult literature, by the way, to present the character of Lucifer as an empathetic and heroic figure. And then Rael goes on to teach that Noah's Ark was actually a giant spaceship that was lifted up above Earth and used to preserve and store the genetic material that was later used to resurrect animals through cloning. Raelians do acknowledge the occurrence of the Great Flood, but they explain it to be the byproduct of an atomic missile explosion that the alien Elohim sent. And Raelians even have their own disturbing version of the biblical end times, one in which the third temple described in Revelation must be built in or near Jerusalem. But unlike the biblical interpretation of this prophecy, where the construction of this third temple ushers in the arrival of the Antichrist, for Raelians, the third temple will invite the arrival of, you guessed it, the Elohim aliens in their spaceships. And in case you're thinking that this stuff has fizzled out, then think again, as Raelians have reported making great progress in their pursuits as recently as 2022. And if you've been following my channel long enough, you know that the Raelians are not alone in this pursuit of building the third temple. And by the way, in case you disagree with my narrative of sci-fi entertainment being the primary catalyst and influence behind the emergence of these UFO cults, then I would like to point out this Benny Hinn-like outfit that Rael is always wearing. It's like a Halloween costume that was designed to reflect all of the corniest and most cliche elements of science fiction. Of course, he's wearing his famous Raelian pendant that features a swastika enclosed in the six-pointed star, and then this hair thing. I mean, you guys, come on. Why would he do this with his hair, if not to impersonate some generic villain from the show Star Trek? I'm kidding, but I'm also serious. These origin stories, they're all just as fantastical and cliche as Hubbard's infamous space operas. And the names of these alien gods, Xenu, Orthon, Aetherius. It's enough to make you feel as if you're watching Mystery Science Theater 3000.
On the planet Semar, far within the Mufine galaxy, a decontrolled robot assassinated the omnipotent Balazar, who is known to possess the most brilliant mind in the universe. So powerful was Balazar's genius that as he lay dying, his brain ordered built a mechanism which would keep it alive even though his body was destroyed. And now Balazar's brain seeks universal conquest. The council now is deciding what must be done.
As the proliferation of the UFO cults and contactee hype of the 1950s cooled down, the trajectory of modern UFO activity would take a dark turn when those lamb-like gray aliens would rear their truly ugly heads once again. They were ready to turn things up a notch, and common reports of benevolent alien communications were being replaced by reports of malevolent alien abductions. This new trend in the alien contact phenomenon started around 1961 with the famous case of Barney and Betty Hill, a married couple who was driving through the hills of New Hampshire late one September night when Betty spotted a uniquely bright light in the sky. And as she watched it, she noticed that this light was moving and behaving strangely. And she finally convinced Barney to pull over so that they could view the light through a set of binoculars that they had with them. And upon doing this, it became apparent that this light was actually a craft of some sort with multicolored flashing lights. And becoming frightened by the strange sighting, they decided to keep driving, but the craft followed them. And as they continued traveling along the winding roadways, the strange light remained within their proximity at all times, before eventually dropping down at a rapid speed and stopping directly above their vehicle. Barney would then exit the car with his binoculars in one hand and his handgun in the other, testifying that through his binoculars he had witnessed a number of these creatures through the windows on the ship. And at this point, a fog of confusion then fell onto the couple, and the next thing they remembered, they were arriving back at their house, but many hours after they should have. And that's why this case has been used as a primary example of the missing time phenomenon that many self-proclaimed abductees claim to experience. But it would also become a foundational case in the history of alien abductions. Now, although Barney and Betty had no clear recollection of the events that transpired immediately following their close encounter with the mysterious UFO, they sensed that they had been victims of a strange assault. They also began to discover strange anomalies and bits of evidence related to the event. Both of their watches had stopped ticking and would never work again. And there was an odd pink-colored film of powder that covered the dress that Betty wore that night. There were also strange markings on the car. things like this. But it wouldn't be until days and even weeks later that their abduction experience at the hands of these gray aliens would begin to trickle back into their memories. It happened first through vivid dreams that Betty was having. Barney was not convinced until they both underwent hypnosis much later and recounted an identical story about being taken aboard a mothership, being invasively evaluated by these alien beings, and receiving telepathic messages. And in the decades to follow, many similar stories of alien abductions would begin to emerge.
Of course, we could see them in the opening coming from, when they started out the craft. But
Did you think it was people coming out at first?
Well, they had. I kind of thought it was people at first, off like that. But of course, when they appeared there in front of me, it was the most shock I've ever had in my life.
I think it's interesting that such a large portion of these abduction claims are revealed through the use of hypnosis. I mean, just imagine how utterly terrifying, and shocking and amazing it would be if you were the subject of one of these alien abductions, or even just a close encounter for that matter. I mean, to actually witness it with your own eyes, and then you're going to turn around and tell me you don't remember a single detail from the event? I don't know. In fairness, I guess it makes sense to a degree, because it is possible as a result of experiencing a traumatic event, if the impact is overwhelming enough, for your brain to automatically block that memory from your mind. It's an instinct of self-preservation that's called mental dissociation, and in a way, it's sort of a merciful facet of God's creation that enables a victim to cope with the aftermath of extreme trauma. And, and I think it goes without saying that to experience something so terrifying and traumatic as an alien abduction should certainly be enough to trigger this effect of mental dissociation. However, mental dissociation is not the only reported cause to this effect of abductees forgetting their experience. In fact, while under hypnosis, some abductees have even claimed that their memories were deliberately erased by these alien captors. Something akin to that little memory wiping device that Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones used in the movie Men in Black. The first reported use of hypnotic regression as a technique to study alien abductions was actually in the case that we just discussed of Barney and Betty Hill, who underwent hypnosis in 1964, which was 2 years after their alleged alien abduction experience. And these sessions were conducted by Dr. Benjamin Simon, a psychiatrist who specialized in hypnosis. And this method of using hypnosis in therapy was considered really controversial at that time. Actually, it still is now. But even more so in the 1960s, and so this was kind of a one-off thing with Barney and Betty Hill. However, years later in the 1980s, the famous Bud Hopkins and David Jacobs would go on to popularize the use of regressive hypnosis in the investigation of alien abductions. And the goal of regressive hypnosis is to induce a trance-like state in the subject, which allows them to recall memories or experiences that may have been forgotten or repressed due to mental dissociation, like we just spoke on. And then by guiding the subject through these memories, the therapist can help them to relive and describe any experiences related to their alleged abduction. I mean, it seems stupid, and it is stupid, but if you trust in this method, I could see why you would come away believing in alien abductions, because it turns out that many people under hypnosis have made familiar claims of being abducted and subjected to similar objectifications. Actually, an unproportionately large number of people report this type of thing under hypnosis. But here's the thing about hypnosis. Well, for one, it's extremely easy to influence somebody that's under hypnosis. I mean, duh, right? That's the whole purpose of hypnosis in the first place. And plus, when the primary source of such reports are coming from people like Bud Hopkins or John E. Mack, who are practically ufologists that are directly affiliated with the research of alien abductions, well, then it's pretty easy to detect a conflict of interest here. But second, even under the most honest circumstances and in the most professional setting, hypnosis can never reveal any information beyond the perception of the subject. It's not an accurate representation of the actual event. It's merely a descriptive account of the way that said event was perceived by the subject. In other words, it's coming from the mind and soul of the person being hypnotized, which happens to be the very place where we would expect for oppressive demonic spirits to dwell in the situation that this was demonic, in fact. And based on what I read in the Bible, I actually believe that demonic oppression and possession is far more common than people realize today. And if the subject under hypnosis really was experiencing demonic activity, well, then even an unbiased secular psychologist would be at a loss to articulate or to define it properly. And there are many examples of this, but one instance that comes to my mind is the book Communion by Whitley Strieber. Strieber is a fictional horror writer who claims to have undergone numerous interactions with extraterrestrial beings. Yes, the gray lamb type. And much like Barney and Betty Hill, Strieber's experiences were also supposedly hidden in the recesses of his subconscious mind until he underwent hypnosis by the famous Bud Hopkins, which then unearthed vivid memories of his terrifying encounters with these beings. Now, I first read the book Communion when I was in my early 20s, and I got to admit that despite being entertained by the premise of the story, I really didn't believe Strieber's claims to be true. You know, because he was already an accomplished author who specialized in writing on similar topics before publishing his own alleged true story. And it just happens to be a pretty convenient encounter for somebody in that particular line of work, you know. But sure enough, it became his first bestseller. And at the time that I read Communion, as well as a plethora of other UFO and alien-related books, I actually believed in the conventional perception of the UFO phenomenon. You know, and that it represented the interstellar exploration of alien creatures from distant planets and the whole 9 yards, you know, but I still considered Strieber's story to be untrue. However, I was struck by the spiritual language in which he described these experiences. The title itself, Communion, being a reference to a shared heritage with these beings. Like many other abductees, he suffered from sleep paralysis, and he claimed that they would control his body. And interestingly, he described the aliens to smell like sulfur, an odor that is commonly associated with demonic activity. And he also described the beings themselves, as well as the spacecraft, in religious terminology, you know, and noted that some of them were reminiscent of the Sumerian goddess Ishtar, you know, and he was poked and prodded and seduced and psychologically molested, and he came away from it all with a heightened sense of spiritual awareness, you know. He described it like a spiritual awakening. And whether Strieber's story is true or not, his book is a good example of how hypnosis has been instrumental in the development of the common abduction narrative, and it just so happens to be another illustration of how the alien and UFO phenomenon is commonly associated with elements of spirituality. And so let's step back and consider all of this information in context with the biblical reality of demonic possession. I mean, isn't it strange that so many of these alleged close encounters result in some type of spiritual experience? I mean, it's honestly become like a cliche stereotype, you know, where the abductee or experiencer begins an ongoing relationship with the alien entities and then becomes obsessed or perhaps possessed, you know. And there tends to be a strong element of spirituality and intimacy there with the extraterrestrials. And then in a twist that's eerily reminiscent to the amazing events of Genesis chapter 6, with the Nephilim, many of these interactions with the gray aliens reportedly involve the harvesting of human sperm and eggs to create hybrid creatures. And this scenario has been described by a truly staggering number of abductees. And sometimes the abductee will even claim that they will have continuing visits or visions from the offending aliens to meet with their alien hybrid child, you know. And I know it's crazy, but perhaps no less crazy than the pursuits of Jack Parsons and Cameron with their moon child, you know. And remember what Lamb told Crowley, it's all in the egg.
And while it is still very difficult for us to believe that a spaceship landed and that robot-type creatures came out and actually took these two people into the spaceship, these men, in my opinion, believed that they saw this and that they were being honest in reporting what they have reported.
You know, from a rational standpoint, you just can't explain this type of intimate or even spiritual human interaction from mere interstellar travelers who are pursuing their own ambitions, you know. I mean, what real-life cause could motivate these aliens to abduct or possess or torment and manipulate the minds and bodies of human beings?
We number in the many thousands. We are projecting to you with all of our hearts the infinite love that stems from the most high dimensions.
Save up to 80% on your New Age books, records, CDs, audio, and videotapes with no obligation whatever by joining the New Age Media Club.
Read about the reality of extraterrestrial life and the future of Earth within an interplanetary confederation in a new book, Preparation for the Landing, by cosmic visionary Uriel, published by the Unarius Educational Foundation.
The New Age America Video Catalog lets you meet the leading spokespersons, companies, and products within the New Age industry. The New Age America Video Catalog is your key to the future, featuring New Age music, crystals, astrology, numerology, spirituality, books, UFOs, and much, much more.
Preparation for the Landing. Are you ready?
I fully acknowledge that I wouldn't know the first thing about what motivates the pursuits of an extraterrestrial, you know, or of Lamb. But we do know from Scripture what motivates the pursuits of Satan and of his demons. We know that Satan wanders about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour, as written in 1 Peter 5. He blinds the minds of unbelievers, he exploits a lack of understanding, he imitates religious roles, he misuses scripture, he attacks the faith of believers, and he indulges the delusions of unbelievers. And as we went over before, not only is he a liar, but he's described by Jesus as the father of lies. And he's also the God of this world, so perhaps those two things combined make sense when you take a look at this world around you. And so that's the demonic motivations of our enemy, to persecute the truth of God's word and those who believe and follow it, and then to lead everybody else into deception. But to complete my point, although society may have done away with the contactee movement and with the proliferation of these UFO cults that were emerging in the 1950s, it's pretty apparent that public interest in alien abductions began to grow rapidly in the early 1980s, alongside a dramatic increase of real-life abduction reports and many more reported cases of close encounters of the third kind. And I think that this increase was undoubtedly influenced by the sweeping cultural impact that movies and entertainment were having on society by this time. The 1980s brought a booming economy to Hollywood. It was a generation characterized by pop culture and social trends. And MTV was unleashed on society, subjecting the masses to this MK Ultra style mind control. And pop stars like Michael Jackson and Madonna were spending $1 million budgets on music videos and stage performances. And really, entertainment had never been more profitable. Film budgets were bigger, and special effects had entered a new tier of technical ability. It was a futuristic generation, replete with a wide array of new technologies, from personal computers and video game consoles to camcorders, VCRs, and cable television. So never before was this fantasy world so immersive and so easily accessible. And so when I see these statistics that show a big spike of interest in alien close encounters and abductions, and then when I consider the fact that the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind came out in 1977, I'm not that surprised by it. I think it's fair to assume that most people didn't even know what a close encounter of the third kind was before the movie came out. And there was also a burgeoning industry for conspiracy-based entertainment by this time. And thousands of books were published with titles like The Truth About Roswell and The Flying Saucers Are Real. And the belief that governments were engaged in conspiracies and cover-ups was steadily becoming more popular. For example, the story of Barney and Betty Hill had now become a national headline through the success of the book Interrupted Journey by John Fuller. And Americans were starting to develop a healthy but misguided distrust in government, because a lot had changed since the inception of the UFO and contactee movement in the 1950s. New technologies had enabled an expansion in media and in media consumption, and although things like government corruption and conspiracy were nothing new, they had never before received this level of coverage. And events like the assassination of JFK or the questions around the moon landing and the Watergate scandal had planted a seed of doubt in public trust. And from the 1980s onward, this proliferation of alien invasion movies has only grown. And the lamb-like grays would become today's stereotypical expression of an alien, And the popular alien-themed science fiction at this time would also start to shift into darker themes, more commonly depicting these spiritual and psychological elements that I just spent the last 2 hours relating to demonic possession. Often with humans as the helpless victims and the prey of these aliens, as opposed to the heroes and conquerors that the more innocent old-timers imagined us as. And the old narrative of friendly space brothers inviting contactees to join them on guided space tours, aboard their flying saucers, well, those stories disappeared, only to be replaced by a new narrative of these malevolent interdimensional aliens manifesting into the bedrooms of terrified humans to initiate a terrible sequence of torture and abuse. And this transition was accommodated by a new brand of contactee movement as well.
If I would title this tape, it would be Last Chance to Evacuate Planet Earth Before It is Recycled.
It's been 20 years since 39 members of the Heaven's Gate cult were found dead, their bodies discovered under purple shrouds inside a mansion in Rancho Santa Fe.
Ties to a cult may have led to a fatal shooting in Monroe County. A woman is now in custody for shooting her boyfriend in the head.
They're all believed to be members of the Solar Temple cult. It's the second time in 14 months that members of the cult have perished. 53 members died in apparent murder-suicides in Switzerland and Quebec in October of last year.
The members executed their plan by drinking a lethal vodka phenobarbital cocktail, then laying down to die, hoping to enter an alien spacecraft.
It's the largest suicide in United States history, and it has all the components of just being so bizarre.
Overseas now, the charred bodies of 16 people, including 3 children, were found today.
500 officers were involved in the manhunt. It began on Friday when cars were found in the forest belonging to cult members. The 16 burned bodies were discovered this morning a couple of kilometers from the parking lot.
Claiming she shot her boyfriend, 32-year-old Stephen Mineo, and he was dead. Rogers told police she and Mineo were members of a cult centered on aliens and raptures, headed by a woman named Sherry Schreiner.
A story that shocked the world, the story of the Solar Temple cult.
The 1994 deaths were thought to be timed astrologically.
Hello? Yes, I need to report an anonymous tip. Who do I talk to? Okay. This is regarding what? This is regarding a mass suicide, and I can give you the address.
Investigators say the cult was obsessed with death and considered it an illusion. Experts say cult leaders told their followers that fire would lead them to a new world on another planet.
21 women and 18 men had taken their own lives.
Let me say that our mission here at this time is about to come to a close.
Their bodies were found lying in a star formation with their feet in the middle. Authorities say brush and trees stacked up around the clearing were likely used to light the bodies on fire. The same star formation was used in October 1994. The bodies of 48 members of the Doomsday Cult were found in burned-down buildings in a small town in Switzerland. 5 more bodies were found in a burned house in Quebec.
The judge who led the inquiry says at least 30 were simply murdered in a well-planned, carefully arranged ritual. Members of the Solar Temple were bound by a death pact, but the Swiss believe this was more like mass assassination. The leader, Joseph de Mambro from Quebec, was described as an obsessed and dangerous paranoid. He was the one who ordered the transit, the voyage that would take followers to another planet.
They were all in identical positions, face up on a mattress, everyone wearing their black outfit, Nike shoes, and most covered with purple shrouds.
We might see you all again, and then we might not, but we hope that you remember us as we were, and not how other people are going to try and tell you that we are. And one last thing we'd like to say is 39 to beam up. Thank you.
I'm frustrated to admit that even by this point, I feel like we've only scratched the surface of this topic. But I think that I've covered enough to thoroughly illustrate the fact that this alien agenda that's continuing to develop all around us is intimately attached to demonic activity. And if you already believed that, like I'm sure a lot of you have, at least now you have some evidence and facts to back up your position. But fortunately, we don't need to rely on my speculations and amateur research to figure this out, because thanks to the efforts of the CE4 research group, we now have some amazing statistics that will add a giant exclamation point to the end of every claim that I've made. And after dwelling in darkness for the last 2 hours, I would like to end on a positive note and introduce you to the last ufologist on my list, Joseph Jordan. Because in a community that is dominated by deception, Jordan stands as a beacon of hope. He is the president and founder of the CE4 Research Group, an alien abduction investigation and research program. And he's been a prolific MUFON field investigator for over 30 years, and his research findings on alien abductions have been published in numerous books and included in countless lectures over the past 3 decades. So needless to say, he's about as legit as a ufologist can be. And yet there's something that differentiates Joe from the majority of his colleagues. He is a born-again and Bible-believing Christian. But he didn't start his career that way. He was initially compelled to pursue the UFO question for the same reason that everybody else did, including myself, to prove or disprove the existence of aliens. Of course, most often the motivation was to prove it, though. And like many of his peers, he was a self-described New Ager who associated with all the New Age elements of this subculture that we've previously expounded on throughout this whole video. But his testimony of faith traces back to the early days of his research. Sometime in 1996, he was investigating 2 separate incidents which were particularly sinister and left Jordan feeling a bit shaken and disturbed. And later, when he was discussing the situation with a Christian friend of his, she warned him that he was dealing with an evil force and that he needed protection. And so Joe reaches into his pocket to retrieve his crystals, in accordance with his New Age beliefs, but instead his friend pulled out a Bible. And in a quote from Jordan that I took from creation.com, he said, "It was the first time I'd ever heard a true gospel presentation and understood what Christianity was really all about." So after becoming saved and with a new understanding of spiritual warfare, Jordan was now equipped to see what is invisible to those without eyes to see it.
They're at a loss to try and explain what's being seen and recorded because they don't have that foundation to judge. Their foundation of science and math is not deep enough to answer the questions. Okay? Where just open the Bible and they'll answer it for you, perfectly, just perfectly.
Jordan's research, which spans over 3 decades, offers a biblical perspective on the alien abduction phenomenon. He asserts that invoking the name of Jesus Christ has proven to have an astonishing effect on stopping these experiences, a claim that stands in stark contrast to the unsuccessful and hopeless methods suggested by other experts in the field. In fact, in a survey of 200 individuals who reported ongoing abduction experiences, Joe found that 72% were able to stop the experiences by simply invoking the name of Jesus Christ. And furthermore, his group defends that 100% of his subjects who have come to accept salvation in the gospel of Christ have received complete deliverance from the so-called alien visitations that had been tormenting them.
That's the one hope that I can bring in my research, is that you can put an end to all of that fear with this phenomenon. If you're somebody that needs fear to thrive off and live off of, there's other fears out there you can choose from. But this one name over this phenomenon. And not just for the abductions. I mean, I've got recorded cases where people have been right out in an absolute UAP sighting with all the craziness involved in it. And they call on the name and authority of Jesus Christ and watch that thing just back up and disappear.
Nice.
Yeah,
so you
nice.
say Jesus' name out loud.
Out loud.
And so let's distinguish, because there's people who've got deliverance ministries where it's very me-centered, and you pay a person to say special prayers, in quotes, to cast out demons. This is not deliverance ministry. This is speaking the name of the Lord.
No, this isn't. In 30 years, I've never had to use personal deliverance on anybody.
No.
With these. It's teaching the people to have that personal relationship themselves with Jesus Christ. And it's Jesus Christ that's going to deliver them.
And many of these testimonies are available for you to watch or listen to or read through at his website, alienresistance.org.
It wasn't until I got to the biblical viewpoint of this was I see every answer just falling in place. That gave it a probability of that's what this is. Mm-hmm. It's more apt to be this than that. We can say that because of the message that they bring and the activity and the purpose that they're showing. Right. Everything appears to be deceptive. Mm-hmm. The communication that comes from them, mostly during the contactee experience and the abduction experience where there is communication, it's never to support anything biblically. Yeah. It's always to pick it apart. God isn't who you think he is. Jesus was just another of the visitors we sent, to help you along through time. Wow. It doesn't separate his deity, as God in the flesh that was on earth.
And they're taking credit for sending him too.
Yeah, they take credit for it.
Like their God. Oh my goodness.
Right. They tend to push the idea that they're our creators,
wow.
Instead of God. The whole concept is they're bringing an alien gospel to Earth, and you have to look and see that that's what this is about. They're here as messengers, as missionaries, on a mission to change our thinking. People that are falling for the con have nothing to to judge the con man by. They have no foundation to say, well, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense, where we do. And that's why I believe it's so important that we get this message out there.
An Air Force veteran and former intelligence official is going public about a secret government UFO recovery program he says has been collecting alien spacecraft for decades. In recent years, the government has taken a more public role in acknowledging sightings of unidentified aerial phenomena.
So I published the first part of this series back in October of 2022, and a lot has happened since then in regard to this pressing alien deception agenda, and I kind of feel like I'm racing against the clock at this point, just to make sure I get the information out before the inevitable arrival might occur. And I guess it's just in God's sovereign design that I would happen to be covering this topic in such depth right now, right in the midst of its emergence in the world around us. Because it's not like I've had a vision from God, and I don't view myself as a messenger or anything weird like that. I'm merely just following the script of the agenda, just like I've always done with this channel. And since the beginning of the pandemic, which, was kind of the great Trojan horse of Agenda 2030, I have watched every bullet point that was once regarded to be a conspiracy theory just systematically rolled out in predictable procession. And this alien agenda is like the mother of all conspiracy theories. And it's associated with a government cover-up that's so deep, it would make the Watergate scandal seem like a shining example of government transparency. And I think that a lot of us already know that it's only a matter of time before this final card gets played.
I was introduced to the late Dr. Wernher von Braun in the U.S., the father of rocketry. He said to me, "Carol, you will stop the weaponization of space. And we have to prevent the weaponization of space because there is a lie being told to everyone that the weaponization of space is now first being based upon the evil empire, the Russians. Then there would be terrorists. Then there would be third world countries. Now we call them rogue nations or nations of concern. Then there would be asteroids. And then he would repeat to me over and over, and the last card, the last card, the last card would be the extraterrestrial threat."
Now, this isn't the first time that I've had to apologize for this, but once again, I've let my mouth get ahead of my head by stating that this would be the final part in this series, because I was wrong. This may have been my longest film yet, and there is still so much more that we have to get through. And in the next part of this series, we're going to go on to explore plenty of evidence to show how the U.S. government itself has been the leading source behind the perpetuation of this alien deception. But what's more important to understand as we close this up is that this agenda is first and foremost a spiritual one. And in my opinion, it's one that is tied directly to the coming great delusion that is prophesied in scriptures.
"And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming, even him whose coming is after the workings of Satan, with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie."
The Bible teaches that Satan aspires to deceive the world with signs and wonders. In Matthew 24, Jesus teaches his disciples about the signs of the end times. And in verse 24, the Bible says, "For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that, if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect." Now, to be clear, I'm not telling you that this scripture has any relation to UFOs or aliens. And I wholly acknowledge that the Bible does not explicitly describe what we think of as aliens or UFOs at all, really. And likewise, this verse is not addressing extraterrestrials, but fraudulent human ministers, And just as the verse promises, we have already seen and continue to see many false Christs and prophets. Although I can't say I've been too impressed by any of their signs or wonders quite yet, the reality is that this spirit of Antichrist is already here. And many small a Antichrists have already come and gone. And if you recall, even Jack Parsons himself declared himself to be an Antichrist. And the infamous Moonchild that he worked tirelessly to create was, for all intents and purposes, intended to be the actual Antichrist. But these guys have always been around, these spiritual and religious megalomaniacs who masquerade as prophets and accept worship from their followers. But the Bible tells us that these types of figures will increase in the end times. And here we are. And as I finally draw this movie to a close, I just want to reflect on the fact that this wild cast of real-life characters who I profiled in this film are only a small representation of a much larger community. And while they all have their own radically unique claims of alien encounters, they all shared the same underlying pursuit: to initiate the arrival of a new age, a new world, or an Aeon of Horus. And the Bible teaches us that there is a greater deception coming. One that is clearly being constructed right in front of us, if you ask me. And I think that we should think long and hard about just how deep this deception might go. Because I think that there's a good reason why the satanic ruling forces of this fallen world would seek to condition humanity to expect the arrival of beings from the sky. Perhaps to discredit the return of Christ, right? Or perhaps to persuade humanity into accepting the arrival of somebody else. And these are merely just the speculations of one man. And I always like to acknowledge that I could be wrong about this stuff, but I hope that after all of this information that I've shared with you, that you would agree that the father of lies likely has some big plans for this UFO agenda. I mean, the programming is obvious. What was once an overused science fiction plot has become the subject of mainstream news headlines. And I think it's fair to assert that if a multitude of angels descended from the sky tomorrow, the Antichrist media would likely report it as an alien invasion. You don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to acknowledge the fact that society has been conditioned through entertainment to embrace a belief in this narrative. And you know what? Before I wrote this, I had cultivated a long list of potentially accommodating scriptures to include throughout the narration of this video. But I ultimately decided to leave most of them out because I would never want to misappropriate the word of God or misuse it to make a point that is outside of its original context. But I do think that it's a worthy idea for the mature Christian to ponder. Because when we see all this stuff going on in our world, lining up with these prophecies, then I think we should talk about it. Because the purpose of biblical prophecy is to inform us of real life events that will actually occur. And so there's nothing wrong with looking into these prophecies and comparing them to the conditions of our times. I mean, you could argue that that's the very purpose of its inclusion in the preserved word. We have to remember that the prophecies described in the book of Revelation and elsewhere in the Bible, they're there for us to accept, regardless of how one might interpret the text beforehand. And we can't get so jaded by the televangelists and phony charismatic charlatans that we lose faith in the supernatural, because we worship a supernatural God. We worship a God that parted the seas from his throne in heaven and also walked upon its waves in human form. We worship a God of miracles. And our Bible describes a coming event that will defy the logic of all who witness it. An event that will shake the powers of heaven, according to Luke chapter 21. An event that will cause the hearts of men to fail from fear. Or in modern translation, something so terrifying and so incredible that men will actually faint at the sight of its presence. So you tell me, could alien spaceships be involved in something like that? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. But I could tell you this, the day will come when many unbelievers and enemies of God on the earth will look up and see something appear in the sky that will be far more dangerous to them than any UFO or aliens or fleet of spaceships. It'll be the returning Son of God, a glorious sight for some and a horrifying reality check for others. Interesting and multifaceted as this topic is, it's trivial in comparison to the basic gospel. I want you to know that the Bible does not really focus on the end times all that much. It's something that I feel inclined to mention because I know that a lot of you misunderstand the extent to which the Bible is concerned with these things. And I just sense the need to briefly explain that the main focus of the Bible is the gospel of Jesus Christ and the promise that we can all be forgiven for our sins and delivered from the penalty of our sin. And I know that a significant portion of my subscribers are more interested in conspiracy theories than Bible studies. But don't be deceived into accepting an attitude of doom and gloom when it comes to these topics. The Bible is a book of life, and God is a good and loving God. And the gospel is all about forgiveness and redemption. So for those of you who are not believers, I just want you to know that despite the disturbing nature of these topics, it's nothing to be feared for those of us who love the Lord. You got to remember that the purpose of these biblical signs is to warn believers about a coming persecution and to signal God's children of Christ's imminent return. But not so that we could build a bunker or stockpile ammo, but so that we would spread the gospel with a sense of urgency, knowing that the kingdom of heaven is at hand. And for Christians who long to be united with God, we are honestly kind of strangely encouraged as our society slips further down this satanic slope. because it only strengthens our faith that God is in control as we see the promises in His Word being fulfilled in the midst of this lost and fallen world. So if you're sitting on the sidelines of this spiritual battle, I urge you to reconsider your doubts in light with the information that's revealed in this film and really in any production of Fallen World films. And so with that said, I look forward to seeing you guys on the next part of this series when I will finally explain why I have consistently referred to a coming fake or staged alien invasion throughout this series. And for those of you who have been waiting for it, this is where we're going to get into Project Bluebeam and Project Blue Book and a lot of other projects that don't include the word blue. And we will explore some amazing evidence that just might change your perspective on everything that you thought you knew about the relationship between governments and aliens, demons, and a little something called propaganda. So I hope that you'll join me again for the continuation of this study. But until then, God bless you all, and I hope that you'll consider subscribing to Fallen World Films and to help me share this video. As you can imagine, this channel is shadow banned to virtual invisibility. But I'll remind you, this channel is unmonetized, and at this point in my filmmaking career, I have yet to collect a single dime for my efforts. In fact, I've only lost money on this channel. And I don't say that to garner your sympathy, but just to help you understand the passion that goes into these productions. So if you'd like to help me out a little and support what I'm trying to do here, all I ask is for you to please like and share this video so that more people might benefit from its message. So I want to thank you for giving me your time, and I hope that you found some value in this film. And until the next one, I'm signing off. This is Tim from Fallen World Films.
Astronomer and UFO skeptic Carl Sagan once remarked that we cannot discount the possibility that alien evangelists are wandering the universe, looking for souls to save. Sagan does not believe that aliens have visited Earth yet, but a lot of other people do. A confirmed contact with them would certainly change the way we all look at the world, and it might even affect our religious beliefs.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From the Meridian Room in the Park Plaza Hotel in New York City, we bring you the music of Raymond Raquello and his orchestra. With a touch of the Spanish, Raymond Raquello leads off with La Comparsita.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News. At 20 minutes before 8 Central Time, Professor Farrell of the Mount Jennings Observatory, Chicago, Illinois, reports observing several explosions of incandescent gas occurring at regular intervals on the planet Mars. The spectroscope indicates the gas to be hydrogen and moving toward the Earth with enormous velocity. Professor Pearson of the observatory at Princeton confirms Farrell's observation and describes the phenomenon as, quote, like a jet of blue flame shot from a gun, unquote. We now return you to the music of Raymond Raquello, playing for you in the Meridian Room of the Park Plaza Hotel, situated in downtown New York.
Americans gathered around their radios were fooled, frightened, even panicked by what they heard.
Orson Welles had shaken the country without knowing it was possible.
A mythical invasion by monsters from the planet Mars should have had so profound an effect upon radio listeners.
Good morning. My name is Carol Rosen. In 1974, after being a sixth grade school teacher, I was introduced to the late Dr. Wernher von Braun in the U.S., the father of rocketry.
Years ago, many years ago, back 1972, I was sitting at my desk about 4:30 in the morning at the headquarters of the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Pacific Fleet, arranging the information that had come in over the last 24 hours so that we could prepare a briefing for the Admiral and his staff, which would take place later that morning.
In my first meeting with him, during that first 3.5 hours, he said to me, Carol, you will stop the weaponization of space. And we have to prevent the weaponization of space because there is a lie being told to everyone that the weaponization of space is now first being based upon the evil empire, the Russians. Then there would be terrorists. Then there would be third world countries. Then there would be asteroids. And then he would repeat to me over and over, and the last card, the last card, the last card would be the extraterrestrial threat.
One of these projects was called Project Red Light. The purpose, according to this document, was to back engineer captured extraterrestrial technology for adaptation into the United States space program. Now, I've since come to believe that the extraterrestrial portion of all of this is nonsense, but that the technology is real. I believe that many of us were shown these documents over the years so that later we would talk about it. I mean, how can you keep the existence of extraterrestrials, if they were real, a secret? And how could anyone keep quiet knowing that they had seen documentation, official government documents labeled top secret, that expressed that these extraterrestrials were real and had visited this Earth?
In other words, we have to have some reason to spend these trillions, to waste these dollars on a space-based weapon system, and they're all lies.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a grave announcement to make. Incredible as it may seem, both the observations of science and the evidence of our eyes lead to the inescapable assumption that those strange beings who landed in the Jersey farmlands tonight are the vanguard of an invading army from the planet Mars. The battle which took place tonight at Grover Mills has ended in one of the most startling defeats ever suffered by an army in modern times. 7,000 men armed with rifles and machine guns pitted against the single fighting machine of the invaders from Mars. 120 known survivors. The rest strewn over the battle area from Grover's Mill to Plainsboro, crushed and trampled to death under the metal feet of the monster, or burned to cinders by its heat rays.
The first thing I did was collect every bit of documentation that I could find, both from the Freedom of Information Act, from the recent search of others, from books that had been printed on the subject of UFOs, and of course through my network of friends in the intelligence community. What I discovered was amazing. What I discovered, ladies and gentlemen, is that there has been a plan in existence since about 1917, and probably before that, to create an artificial extraterrestrial threat to this Earth in order to create a one-world totalitarian socialist government.
Well, calling Stakio, New York. Is there anyone on the air? Isn't there anyone on the air? Isn't there anyone? 2X, 2L.
This is Orson Welles, ladies and gentlemen.
Out of character to assure you that the War of the Worlds has no further significance than as the holiday offering it was intended to be. The Mercury Theater's own radio version of dressing up in a sheet and jumping out of a bush and saying boo. Starting now, we couldn't soap all your windows and steal all your garden gates by tomorrow night, so we did the next best thing. We annihilated the world before your very ears and utterly destroyed the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now, you will be relieved, I hope, to learn that we didn't mean it, and that both institutions are still open for business. So, goodbye, everybody, and remember, please, for the next day or so, the terrible lesson you learned tonight. That grinning, glowing, globular invader of your living room is an inhabitant of the pumpkin patch. And if your doorbell rings and nobody's there, that was no Martian. It's Halloween.
For as long as I can remember, I've maintained a deep interest in the idea of aliens and UFOs. It's a topic that fueled my imagination as a child and a fascination that I've carried into adulthood. And so I gotta say, it's been pretty interesting to watch how our government and media have suddenly pulled a complete 180 and are now approaching the topic with credibility and seriousness. I mean, it seems like it was just yesterday when the concept of space aliens was regarded as pure science fiction, and it was relegated to the realm of entertainment, and bringing it up in serious conversation was a good way to either get a laugh or to get laughed at. The media dismissed it as fantasy, the government would smirk and scoff and deflect whenever being pressed about the topic, and this dismissive attitude set a tone for the public, that anybody who dared question the official story was to be dismissed as a conspiracy theorist. But now something strange is happening. Almost overnight, the conversation has just shifted, and our government, it seems, is now urging us to accept the idea that we are not alone. Every week we're seeing talking heads on the news discussing UAPs, which is just the new term for UFOs, by the way. And we're seeing former government insiders claiming that our military is in possession of exotic alien materials, including spaceships even.
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, Biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
But why now? I mean, has something changed behind the scenes that has provoked this spontaneous disclosure campaign? Are we being prepared for something? Are we about to witness the long-awaited alien invasion that Hollywood has been grooming us to anticipate now for generations?
There's a lot of interest in the people coming from space,
Yes.
And I know you're interested in that.
Oh, very interested in that. How much did they tell you about that?
A lot.
Really?
Yeah.
What'd they tell you?
But I'm here to ask some different questions. What if our government's newfound transparency about UFOs is not about disclosure, but about disinformation? What if it's not about revealing the truth, but about projecting a lie? What if aliens are not the true subject of this grand cover-up, but merely just the cover story? Maybe the real cover-up is actually about misdirection. Maybe it was never about downplaying the existence of aliens and UFOs, but rather about fueling our belief in them. Just classic reverse psychology, playing on our natural instinct to distrust authority, especially when that authority is already seen as secretive or manipulative. Because trust me, that's a reality that is not lost on the military-industrial complex. So by constantly denying the existence of aliens, and casting doubt on every sighting or encounter, they have only reinforced the idea that there is indeed something worth hiding. And for those of you who are familiar with Project Blue Book, you know what I'm talking about. And I'm not going to take much time to break Project Blue Book down because I think it's pretty well known at this point. But to summarize, Project Blue Book was a U.S. Air Force program conducted from 1952 to 1969 that was tasked with investigating reports of UFOs. And infamously, of the tens of thousands of cases that were reviewed, most were just dismissed as misidentifications of natural or man-made objects, though a small percentage do still remain unexplained. But even at that time, people didn't really tend to believe the Blue Book explanations of these sightings. They were often ridiculous, and it seemed that the government was coming up with any bogus excuse it could think of to identify these sightings. And they were just so obvious about it, It was as if they were practically begging us to question the official narrative. I mean, why invest so much effort and resources and secrecy into debunking a so-called non-existent threat? Why hide archives of documented reports on aliens and UFOs if there's nothing to them? It's almost like they were deliberately trying to make us suspicious. What if, for reasons unknown to us that we'll soon explore, the powers that be always intended for humanity to embrace a belief in aliens? But what if they had no evidence to back it up? Well, I guess the next best thing would be to pretend that you are concealing such evidence. And I know it might seem far-fetched, but let's not forget about all the grand deceptions and top-down conspiracies that have already woven their way into our children's curriculum. From the promotion of Darwinian evolution and the Big Bang Theory to modern textbooks that can't even offer a clear definition of what a woman is. From there, it's not much of a leap to imagine the existence of aliens being the next piece of officially sanctioned nonsense added to that list. Because when you think about it, belief in extraterrestrials is really just a logical extension to the theory of evolution. It's just the natural progression of that line of thinking. I mean, if you believe that life can grow naturally and evolve here on Earth, and if you also believe that Earth is simply one planet out of 100 trillion others, then the groundwork is already laid. and the concept becomes less like a theory and more like a logical, if not even an obvious conclusion. Of course, aliens would exist if the Big Bang were true and if evolution were true. But even beyond the spiritual stuff, there's also a significant political motive that's been pushing this agenda of an alien invasion narrative.
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us? What could be more alien to the universal aspirations of our peoples than war and the threat of war?
Because just imagine what kind of power that deception could wield. It could justify the suspension of rights and the imposition of new laws, the consolidation of world power, and all in the name of protecting humanity from a common enemy. I can't imagine a more compelling justification than that to impose a new order on Earth.
If we discovered that space aliens were planning to attack, and we needed a massive buildup to counter the space alien threat, and really inflation and budget deficits took secondary place to that, this slump would be over in 18 months. And then if we discovered, whoops, we made a mistake, there aren't actually any space aliens.
So we need Orson Welles, is what you're saying.
No, there was a Twilight Zone episode like this in which scientists fake an alien threat in order to achieve world peace. Well, this time we don't need it. We need it in order to get some fiscal stimulus. I actually have a serious proposal, which is that we have to get a bunch of scientists to tell us that we're facing a threatened alien invasion. And in order to be prepared for that alien invasion, we have to do things like build high-speed rail, and then once we've recovered, we can say, whoops, there were no aliens.
But we're not likely to have a credible alien threat anytime soon.
I probably shouldn't have said anything about this because I gave the game away. So I should probably have broached the thing quietly to some people at NASA.
And so if it's true that this phenomenon is simply part of a larger agenda, then we're left to wonder just how far they might go, to affirm the existence of aliens and also to control the narrative surrounding it. And to answer that question, you really don't need to look any further than the life of Paul Benowitz in what must be one of the saddest stories to ever emerge from the world of ufology.
Paul Benowitz, a self-made man, a very successful businessman, was systematically driven insane, wound up in an insane asylum, under treatment for a long time, lost his business, had to turn it over to his family, and was destroyed.
Paul Benowitz was a highly respected electronics expert and a well-liked businessman who, by the late 1970s, had built a successful life in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He was clearly a really intelligent guy, and he was an impressive engineer, as well as a bit of a UFO enthusiast. So when he began to notice strange lights in the skies near Kirtland Air Force Base, which happened to be close to his home, he decided to dig deeper. He started capturing pictures and videos of these mysterious lights and UFOs, building a large archive of physical evidence to support his sightings. And he even began to monitor this stuff with his own sophisticated radio equipment, and he was intercepting radio transmissions and attempting to decipher what he thought to be coded messages within the radio signals. And what began as curiosity would quickly spiral into a full-scale personal investigation. And before long, Benowitz became convinced that he had successfully tapped into real communications between extraterrestrial spacecrafts and a secret alien base hidden in the nearby mountains. So Benowitz did what any patriotic American might do. He took his findings to the U.S. Air Force. After all, this was a matter of national security, and that was the day when Paul Benowitz became the unwitting target of a military psyop that's so cruel and so unusual you wouldn't believe it if you didn't see it yourself.
I'm Richard Doty. There's probably about 80% of false information being presented, about 20% of factual information. Unfortunately, the UFO community doesn't know which is which.
And that's your job to keep it that way?
That was my job before. I'm a private citizen now, but back in the early 80s, it was my job to confuse the UFO community.
This is Richard Doty, an agent from the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, and he's the man who met with Benowitz to review his footage and recordings. But if you were in charge of security at a military base and then some citizen were to approach you with boxes that were filled with photos and video recordings and even radio transmissions that were detailing top secret military tests, then you would understandably have some reasonable concerns. But rather than simply dismissing Benowitz's wild claims or reassuring him that no alien activity existed, like, somebody might have expected him to do, Doty did the exact opposite. He confirmed Paul's suspicions, telling him that his theory was correct and that aliens truly do exist and there really is an alien base hidden nearby, and that the Air Force has been trying to investigate the situation, and Benowitz just happened to stumble right into the middle of it all.
It was very easy to convince Paul. Paul was a World War II veteran. He's very patriotic. He always flew his flag. Those type of people you can convince that, listen, just telling Paul, you can't tell anybody else about this because this, it could get in the wrong hands. And so immediately Paul became a cooperating source, and he held everything that he had gotten in secrecy.
But Doty wouldn't stop there. He actively fed Benowitz fabricated information, forged documents, false leads, and made up stories about underground alien bases and government interactions with these extraterrestrials. The goal, according to Doty, was supposedly to divert Paul's attention away from any real Air Force operations by keeping him fixated on this fake alien narrative, which he already seemed to believe in the first place.
The Air Force actually put him in a helicopter with Rick Doty the first time and flew him up to a place above Dulce called the Archuleta Mesa. And before they took him up there, they dumped a bunch of props up there. They flew him up there, flew him over the mesa and said, "You're right, Paul, look, there's stuff here, there's some evidence of what's going on. Why don't you check this out for us?"
And that might seem reasonable at a glance, but if you think about it, it makes no sense at all. I mean, you'd think that if the United States Air Force needed to prevent some random citizen from recording sensitive information, it shouldn't be that difficult of an issue to resolve, They could have politely accepted his evidence and just sent him on his way. They could have restricted his access to the area. They could have even warned him under the guise of national security. But instead, Doty and his associates would go out of their way to convince Benowitz that he truly was encountering extraterrestrial activities. They even went so far as to manipulate Benowitz's radio equipment, causing it to register fake signals, and reinforcing his belief that he had tapped into alien communications. And whenever Paul came across something big, he always had Doty just a phone call away, and regularly stopping by to check up on his findings. And so, in the mind of Paul Benowitz, Richard Doty was becoming a genuine friend. It must have seemed like an incredible sign of trust and respect for a government agent like Richard Doty to openly share classified information with an ordinary citizen like himself. So I'm sure that from Paul's perspective, this gesture made him feel pretty important and special, as if he was really on the trail of something significant, or at least something real. But in truth, Doty was no friend to Paul Benowitz. He was actively manipulating him and feeding him lies and propaganda under the guise of a privileged friendship. It really all just seems like a cruel joke. The stories that Doty told were just complete fiction, the materials that he shared were only fabrications, and even the mysterious radio transmissions were fake. And what Paul Benowitz saw as a genuine friendship was, to Doty, nothing more than just another day at work. From that point, things only escalated. More agents became involved, and what began as a simple tactic of diversion and misdirection turned into a full-blown campaign of psychological warfare against the citizen Paul Benowitz. White lies and doctored photos were now replaced with elaborate hoaxes, and at one point they even started to stage fake UFO sightings, and they were using these secret military aircraft, I'm sure the same ones that Paul had been filming, and they were orchestrating flyovers of Paul Benowitz's home using helicopters that were disguised as flying saucers.
Oh, he says, my real job is I'm in a special group in New Mexico. We've been doing something that is really interesting. He said, it just blows my mind. He said, we got these helicopters that I'm flying. He says, these helicopters are all fixed up. First of all, they got no markings on them. Second of all, they're really fast. Third, they're really quiet. And they got a lot of lights. We got red lights, we got white lights, we got strobe lights. I said, what are you talking about? He says, we pretend we're UFOs.
And although Paul managed to hold himself together for a while, the psychological toll on his mind would reach its breaking point when this fabricated alien narrative spiraled into what Paul Benowitz perceived to be an imminent and inevitable alien invasion on the horizon. And from that point forward, his health and sanity would begin to quickly deteriorate as he devoted himself almost entirely to uncovering this truth. This truth, which was actually just a manipulation being fed to him, in particular by Richard Doty, his friend from the government. A fake friendship that was based on lies and deception, and one that would eventually break Paul Benowitz. In 1988, having collapsed under the weight of the government's deliberate psychological assault against him, Benowitz, the once highly respected electronics expert and well-liked businessman, was admitted into a psychiatric hospital.
So many people knew ultimately about Paul Benowitz and that sad, strange, horrible story that it got way out of the realm of just a cute flying saucer story.
I think it goes without saying that this case is a terrible reflection of government corruption and the abuse of power. I mean, I think that much is pretty obvious. But it's also a case that raises some disturbing questions about the government's role in shaping the UFO narrative. And as far as that question of whether or not our government would be willing to stage a fake alien invasion for strategic purposes, I guess that this Paul Benowitz tragedy proves that they would, and in fact have, already done just that. And of course, Benowitz is just one account on the public record. I mean, who knows how many times this type of thing might have happened? And if they were willing to go to such great lengths just to deceive one man, what might that suggest about what they're telling the rest of us? This is William Moore, a prominent figure in the UFO research community during the late 1970s and 1980s, who was best known for co-authoring the Roswell incident, which is probably one of the most influential ufology books ever published, and which really popularized the idea of a major government cover-up surrounding this phenomenon. And Moore was well respected by his peers, and he was praised for his ability to gather information from the corridors of military intelligence, considered by many to be an authority on topics like government secrecy and disinformation. He earned a reputation for being able to connect with key figures in the government, building relationships with government insiders who were willing to leak concealed information to him under the guise of aliases and code names like Condor and Falcon. But more on that later. But anyways, he was a key figure behind the popularization of the controversial Majestic 12 documents, among other famous alien-related headlines. He made a lot of media appearances, and he was a frequent speaker at UFO conventions. But meanwhile, some ufologists were beginning to question if his ties to the intelligence community had ventured too far. And so after achieving great success with his groundbreaking book, The Roswell Incident, William Moore had become one of the most prominent names in ufology, advancing his reputation and creating opportunities to delve even deeper into the shady world of military intelligence and government secrecy. And eventually he was contacted by a special agent within the Air Force who claimed to have inside information on UFOs and classified military operations. A special agent by the familiar name of Richard Doty.
Probably Doty's first success in rounding up a useful asset, as they say in the intelligence field, or a useful idiot, as they also say in the intelligence field, was his recruitment of a man named William Moore. Now, William Moore, I think very significantly, was the co-author of the first book about Roswell.
I was given the task of making contact with Bill Moore and basically finding out what he knew and who he knew. Bill was a little reluctant to disclose everything to me. For obvious reasons, here I am, a government agent coming in and introducing myself and wanting to know what he knew. But there's techniques that we use, that we're trained to use in gaining that person's confidence. And I used those techniques against Bill Moore, and they worked, and Bill Moore took me into his confidence, and we had a professional relationship as far as him providing us information about the UFO community and agreeing to say things that we wanted said regarding the UFO community or within the UFO community.
Now, at first, Moore saw Doty as a valuable contact, somebody who could provide him with access to valuable information and further his research. I mean, after all, this is exactly how Doty presented himself, as a man with a mutual interest in the topic who happens to possess archives of confidential evidence that prove the existence of aliens. And so I'm sure that Doty probably utilized the same approach and the same sales pitch that he used against Paul Benowitz and likely others, assuring Bill that he was on the right track and offering him help in his quest for the truth. And once again, another well-intentioned researcher's life would quickly spiral into a web of deceit. Doty and his colleagues would get back up to their own tricks, and they started providing him with false information, and they were presenting it as top secret knowledge. And William Moore, eager for this insider access, unwittingly became a tool in their disinformation campaign. And to make matters worse, Bill Moore was a public figure with a lot of influence in the burgeoning field of ufology. And so as a result, he would go on to inadvertently disseminate many of these lies and disinformation that he was being fed throughout the UFO community at large. By the time that Agent Doty met William Moore, he was already engaged in his psyop against Paul Benowitz. And it wouldn't take very long before he would try to get Moore involved in the ordeal. Which is pretty crazy when you think about it, because here you have this prominent ufologist and self-described expert on the topic of a grand government cover-up, and you'd think that he would know better than to confide in a government secret agent, especially after being made aware of what was being done to Benowitz. But Richard Doty is a professional liar, and somehow he managed to convince Bill Moore to join in his efforts, and in a selfish betrayal to a fellow UFO researcher and enthusiast, Bill Moore found himself drawn into this inhumane scheme against Benowitz. And believing that he was inching closer to the real answers, Moore unwittingly became another one of Doty's shady associates, guilty of disseminating fabricated documents and false narratives to Paul Benowitz, knowing all the while that it was pure disinformation. But eventually the truth would catch up to him, and in 1989, William Moore confessed that he had cooperated with government officials to mislead Paul Benowitz in exchange for this access to classified information.
It became apparent to me that my supplying information to the government through Doty on the activities of Paul Benowitz, APRO, and to a lesser extent several other individuals, was to be a part of this equation. I also discovered that whatever it was that Benowitz was involved with, he was the subject of considerable interest on the part of not one, but several government agencies, and that they were actively trying to defuse him by pumping as much disinformation through him as he could possibly absorb. Being a very small part of that process gave me, I thought, something of an advantage. It became my intention to play that advantage for all the information I could get out of it. Benowitz, for his part.
Frankly, I'm a little ashamed of some people in this audience, regardless of what you believe, what you hear, or not.
They had to stop the talk about 4 or 5 times just because of all the yelling. People got mad, ran out of there. I saw a woman start crying and leave. People kept saying, "Where'd you get that crap from, Bill?" And one guy said, "I'm going to get a fire hose," and ran out the back. Very dramatic.
And this revelation really shocked the UFO community, who felt betrayed by Moore's complicity in this manipulation and mistreatment of a fellow researcher, Benowitz. And it was an admission that ultimately destroyed his reputation, and also an incredibly ironic end to Bill Moore's story. Because here you got this prominent researcher, once known for debunking disinformation, who had himself now become a disinformation agent. And what he had hoped would have been his ticket to uncovering these hidden truths about UFOs turned into a career-ending scandal. Now, I do not have time to relay the stories of each investigator who has been compromised by their relationship with Richard Doty, let alone all the other special agents out there doing the same thing, but I can assure you that they exist. But today, you don't have to attend a MUFON conference to learn about them, because now they're being platformed on the evening news and on television shows, and they're doing podcast tours, and they're addressing Congress, They aren't conspiring against Paul Benowitz anymore. Now they're talking right to you and me. And we've entered this time where our government now affirms the reality of UAPs, and our media is suddenly bombarding us with headlines about alien sightings and encounters all the time. But why should we believe them? You know, I mean, why should we expect them to be any more honest with us than they were with Benowitz or with William Moore? I mean, for me, I'm led back to the questions that I opened up with. Could it be that this entire ET narrative is merely just a construct of government propaganda? Because judging from stories like these, it would seem that when it comes to researching this phenomenon, we have little to no way of distinguishing between what is true and what is counterintelligence, unless we experience it firsthand. You know, but then again, if they're willing to fool Paul Benowitz with helicopters disguised as flying saucers flying over his house, well, then perhaps even our own firsthand encounters can't be trusted. And really, the point that I'm trying to make here is that you and I are just as susceptible to deception as the two men that I just reported on. And if you think about it, the truth is that this UFO narrative has never been hidden from us. It's been fed to us. You may recall from earlier that I brought up some characters who went by the code names Condor and Falcon, you know, allegedly government agents who leaked top secret information to William Moore. Well, it would later be revealed that Falcon and Condor were merely two agents within a larger group of insiders who used bird-related code names to protect their identities. Cringy names like Hawk and Seagull and Raven, and this group was known by ufologists as the Aviary. A name that's as corny as it is clever, and its members included influential figures from various government agencies, and each with access to classified information on UFOs and related phenomena. So this was kind of like a supergroup of government insiders, you know, that were working together to leak this top secret UFO-related material. And this Falcon guy was perhaps the most influential member of the so-called Aviary. And I gotta mention that today, most researchers have come to an almost unanimous conclusion that Falcon was actually none other than Richard Doty himself. And at the time, he did pretty well to stay under the radar. But with the advantage of hindsight, we can see that Falcon was actually making a lot of moves behind the scenes of the UFO research community back in the 1980s and 90s, allegedly leaking information about this alien cover-up to several influential ufologists, information that often turned out to be bogus. And so if this identification is accurate, and there's substantial evidence to suggest that it is, then it proves that Doty's government-sponsored deception campaigns were not isolated incidents involving only Paul Benowitz or Bill Moore or ufologists. Instead, they were part of a larger agenda targeting the rest of the public, you know, including people like you and me. In fact, in 1988, Falcon would be invited to join an impressive panel of UFO investigators on a widely viewed television special called UFO Cover-Up Live. And under the guise of an anonymous insider, he was able to disseminate his alien disinformation spiel once again, this time to millions of viewers across the world.
Stay with us. Bill Moore and Jamie Chandoray introduce us to their government informants, codenamed Falcon and Condor. To protect their identities, they were photographed in shadow with their voices disguised. Stay with UFO Cover-Up Live and find out why Project Blue Book was classified top secret when we come back after this.
My understanding is that 3 different aliens of the same species have resided within the United States from 1948 or 49 until present day. The first alien was captured in the New Mexican desert after its craft crashed. The alien, which was named Eva by the government, was kept in captivity for 3 years. We learned a great deal of information about the aliens' race, culture, and spacecrafts. The second alien was a part of an exchange program. I don't recall what year that alien visited. The third alien was also part of an exchange program and has been a guest of the United States government since 1982.
So I hope that these stories have added a little bit more context to that thesis that I laid out at the beginning of this video. Is it true that this alien phenomenon is really being covered up by the government? Or could it be that it's actually the government who has perpetuated this myth from the beginning? I mean, think about it. Before the famous Kenneth Arnold sighting of 1947, the term flying saucer didn't even exist. In fact, Arnold himself struggled to describe what he saw, comparing the objects to saucers skipping on water. It was the media that took hold of that description and ran with the term flying saucer, which soon became synonymous with this concept of UFOs. And this was the event that is credited for kickstarting the modern UFO era. His story sent shockwaves across the country, but not by word of mouth, and not because there was any evidence to substantiate his claims, but because the press jumped on the story and flooded the public with sensational headlines about alien visitors and UFOs. And then, only 2 weeks later, the nation would shift its focus to New Mexico when news broke about another flying saucer, this time crashing into the ground in a remote ranch in Roswell. And when I say news broke, I'm not exaggerating. The Roswell Daily Record ran with the front page headline, RAAF captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region. And this incident would become the foundation and bedrock of the entire alien cover-up conspiracy. Because, according to legend, the crashed flying saucer in Roswell and its pilots were allegedly retrieved by the military and then never seen again. And famously, according to the official story, we were told that it was all only a weather balloon. And although not everybody was satisfied by that answer, and a lot of people were still suspicious about the event, it really wasn't until the 1970s and 80s that this full-fledged conspiracy about an ongoing government cover-up regarding aliens and UFOs started to really gain traction, when researchers like Stanton Friedman and others began to revisit the Roswell incident. And, as I mentioned earlier, perhaps the most well-known and influential work that popularized this concept of an alien cover-up was the best-selling book, The Roswell Incident. And in light of this revelation that William Moore was involved in the psychological operation against Paul Benowitz, well, then his book sort of takes on a different tone. I mean, it's sort of telling when the very book that's often credited for popularizing this alien cover-up narrative was itself authored by a self-admitted disinformation agent, But forget about Roswell and forget about the cover-up, because those were the old days, those were the Project Blue Book days, back when the government's official position on UFOs was that they were either weather balloons or swamp gas, and never anything else. And that narrative held for a long time, but it appears that this era of denial is over now. And we seem to be approaching a situation that looks less like Project Blue Book and more like Project Blue Beam.
Project Blue Beam is trending. Man.
He started writing on a theme regarding a new world order. He said that he received documents pertaining to NASA. And in 1994, he published what was called Project Blue Beam, NASA, in which he detailed his claim that NASA, with the help of the United Nations, was attempting to implement a New Age religion with the Antichrist as its head and start a new world order. Now that sounds really far-fetched today. Imagine how far-fetched it sounded in 1994.
It's amazing to me that the term Project Bluebeam has actually been trending online lately. Because Project Bluebeam is one of those topics that everybody seems to reference, but few really seem to know much about. And for years, I really didn't know much about it either. Just that it had something to do with a secret plan to stage a fake alien invasion using holograms or something like that. But it was sort of a difficult topic to research back then, because most all the information that you could find about it was only in French, aside from a few low-budget conspiracy websites and message boards that were filled with people who didn't seem any better informed about it than I was. Well, since then, I've done my homework on it, and here's the thing. Despite what you might have heard, Project Bluebeam is not an officially recognized program of NASA or the United Nations, as many sources tend to imply, nor is it based on a leaked government document, as many others have claimed. And I just want to set the record straight, because even without all those false claims, Project Bluebeam is still an incredible prediction, and one that's looking more plausible with each passing day. So here's what it's really about. In the mid-1990s, there was an investigative journalist from Canada who began to raise alarms about a terrible agenda that's so shocking, it seemed like something pulled from the script of an apocalyptic horror movie. And yet, outlandish as it was, for many people who read the original report, it carried a strange ring of truth. It all started with a simple article titled Project Bluebeam, and I guess subtitled NASA, and it was written by a man named Serge Monast. And in this article, Monast claimed to have uncovered a dark, global plan that's so audacious it just defied belief. According to his alleged sources, governments and powerful elites were preparing to stage nothing less than a full-scale simulated alien invasion. He claimed that this would be accomplished through a joint effort that was carried out by the United Nations and by America's NASA program. And he explained that by using advanced holographic technology, these elites would soon project images of UFOs and alien spaceships all over the skies, and tricking the entire world into believing that we were under attack from another species. He claimed that this fake alien invasion would be the final step in a master plan to bring the world under one centralized authority, a new order that would erase national borders, dissolve religious institutions, and break down the foundations of society as we know it. And that through fear and chaos, people would begin to abandon their faiths and their freedoms and accept a single unified government as their only hope. And in the wake of this deception, a new religion would rise, designed to control the masses. Sounds pretty familiar, huh? And according to the original report, Project Bluebeam involves 4 stages that are designed to shift global consciousness to this new world system. The first stage aims to undermine all religious belief systems by orchestrating what Manast calls a reevaluation of archaeological knowledge. He says that the conspirators would accomplish this by triggering artificial earthquakes at key sites. Again, this is in the mid-90s, so artificial earthquakes is also pretty interesting when you look at today's headlines. But anyways, he says that by triggering these artificial earthquakes at key locations, it would uncover pre-planted artifacts that would be falsely presented as ancient discoveries. And something about these discoveries, or so-called ancient artifacts, will serve to debunk all existing religions. And it'll be used to rewrite history and to discredit established doctrines, convincing people that their faith has been misinterpreted for centuries. And it kind of reminds me of the growing popularity of shows like Ancient Aliens, where we've seen many archaeologists and scientists suggest that certain ancient structures may have been built by aliens. So just imagine if an earthquake were to reveal an artifact that defied our understanding of human history, perhaps something even alien in origin. And that doesn't even account for the fact that we've practically been bombarded by this alien invasion storyline for well over a century at this point. Just repeatedly influenced through books and movies and TV shows. And now this alien myth has embedded itself into our collective imagination as a society. And it's changed the way that we perceive the universe and our place in it. So it's really not a big surprise that Hollywood is also purported to play a significant role in the first stage of Project Bluebeam. Manast claims that films like 2001: A Space Odyssey and Star Trek and even Jurassic Park and others were created to subtly advance this strategy of manipulation by constantly pushing themes of space exploration and evolution, and ultimately serving to undermine society's belief in a creator and to gradually condition us to accept, or maybe to even anticipate, an impending alien invasion. But things get even worse in Stage 2, which Manast refers to as the big space show in the sky. And this phase initiates a worldwide hoax orchestrated through advanced 3-dimensional optical holograms and sophisticated sound technology. And by using laser projections, these stunning holographic images apparently will be displayed in the skies all over the world, and turning the heavens into a giant 3D movie screen. And these massive holographic scenes will play out in the skies above different regions, each tailored to reflect the dominant religious or cultural beliefs of that area. So for instance, in the United States, an image of Jesus Christ might appear, while in Indonesia, people would probably witness a portrayal of Allah or Muhammad or whatever. And accompanying these visual spectacles, a voice that is to be interpreted as the voice of God will start speaking to everybody, just speaking into the minds of everybody in the world, in every language, but delivering the same message to all of humanity. And Manast claims that this effect will be so realistic that it would truly appear to people as if divine figures are actually descending from the heavens. And he warned that the sheer scale and the precision of these staged events could convince much of the world that their spiritual hopes are finally being realized, while deceptively only drawing them deeper into this new universal religion. Serge Manast claimed that this technology was already being used at the time that he penned his report in 1994. And he suggested that UFO sightings and reports of flying saucers are often misinterpreted tests of this system, this holographic Bluebeam system. And that throughout the first 2 stages of Project Bluebeam, enough elements would have been presented to make this final spectacle believable and entrapping even the most skeptical minds. It kind of reminds me of that verse in Matthew 24.
For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. Then if any man shall say unto you, Lo, here is Christ, or there, believe it not. For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect.
If it's real, this agenda seems to be specifically tailored to biblical end-time prophecies. And things only get weirder from here. Stage 3 introduces something called telepathic electronic two-way communication, according again to Monast. And it's another top-secret technology that he alleges is being developed by NASA. And this one involves the transmission of advanced low-frequency radio waves that are beamed directly into the minds of targeted individuals. And I use the term targeted individuals to reference the growing community of people who claim to be victims of this very thing. They call it electronic harassment. And believe it or not, there have been thousands of so-called targeted individual cases published involving people that really believe that they're being attacked with direct energy weapons or some other forms of electromagnetic or microwave technology. But essentially, that they are victims of electronic harassment, that something is beaming messages into their minds. And much like Project Bluebeam, many of them claim to experience these constant, inaudible voices. Today, this is often referred to as voice-to-skull technology, or V2K technology. And it's another example of something that exists today, despite seeming ridiculous when Monast's report was published back in the mid-90s. And just look that up online and you'll see what I mean. But in the case of Project Bluebeam, these signals would be crafted to imitate divine revelation or supernatural messages, leaving people to believe that they're actually hearing the voice of God, or angels, or even extraterrestrials. And the signal would be uniquely generated to appeal to their own personal belief system. This way, people would willingly accept this new religious system being established, regardless of their prior political or cultural or religious differences. And it's another concept that must have seemed ridiculous at the time it was first published, but it seems rather plausible in light of all these modern artificial intelligence advancements.
It's called a nanophotonic metasurface waveguide.
It's a fancy term to say there's a bunch of tiny optical elements embedded in the glass surface that help guide the light into and out of the waveguide.
Guiding light to create clear, moving images created using AI in 3D that can be projected on your eye. This is called an optical see-through augmented reality experience. It uses a small projector that sends the image through the waveguide where it bounces around before reaching your eye.
What we're thinking about is to provide a perceptually realistic experience that is very similar to the real world. And the vision is to go towards something that is indistinguishable from a real object.
And this brings us to the fourth and final stage, which is really just a matter of maximizing all these technologies and just turning the knobs up to 10. By this point, people are just wandering around in a state of confusion and vulnerability after enduring the first 3 steps of Project Bluebeam, and they're finally primed and susceptible to the final stage, the long-awaited alien invasion that will leave the whole world terrified, preying on the fears of extraterrestrial threats that have been steadily cultivated through decades of science fiction and UFO speculation. And while the unsuspecting citizens of the world finally succumb to the final stage of this alien propaganda, they'll be none the wiser that the whole thing was just a big hoax from the start. And it was only designed to set the stage for the establishment of this new system. And you got to remember that this article was published back in 1994. And you can just imagine how it was received back then. I mean, I admit that most of these claims seem incredibly unrealistic. But what happens when we start incorporating things like deep learning computer programs and generative AI? I mean, I'm sure in 1994, the idea of an artificially generated God seemed ridiculous, but even the free consumer version of ChatGPT could easily imitate a godlike message that's sensitive to your own personal data and preferences. And crazy holographic technology? Well, just look at the screen. If this is the commercial use of this stuff, then just imagine what the military might have. And I'm also sure that a lot of people chuckled back in the 90s about the idea of artificial thoughts being transmitted through radio signals and beamed into your mind. You know, that sounds like something out of a bad sci-fi movie. But then again, they didn't have Neuralink in 1994. And when you combine all this stuff together, you know, and you also throw in that we're hard at work on virtual reality systems for the metaverse, even Serge's most outrageous claims in stage 4 of Project Bluebeam, you know, regarding visualized manifestations of alien beings, may soon become a realistic possibility. And it makes you wonder what Manast would think about today's incredible leaps in technology, you know, many of which seem to echo the very things that he warned us about. But tragically, we'll never be able to hear his thoughts on this, because in 1996, just a year after publishing these controversial findings, Manast died of a sudden heart attack at only 51 years old, despite being in good health. His final year allegedly was consumed by this report, lecturing, writing, and pushing its message forward. And while some may dismiss his theories as outlandish, there were some unsettling circumstances surrounding his death that really leave room for pause. Things like strange police visits, government interference in his life, and most disturbingly, the Canadian government removed his children from his care, not due to any misconduct or any reported incident. Perhaps it was, as Manast claimed, to punish him for publishing this report. And I guess we'll never really know what happened. But if there was ever any merit to Project Bluebeam, I think that Manast's mysterious and untimely demise has only served to deepen the mystery surrounding his work.
Today's hearing featured a big new bombshell. Whistleblowers alleging there's a secret Pentagon program called Immaculate Constellation, containing files of evidence showing UFOs are real, and it's been withheld from Congress.
Excessive secrecy has led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos.
2 years ago, when I published part 1 of this series, I predicted that governments were on the verge of launching this long-anticipated alien disclosure campaign. And now, if you've tuned into any media recently, you can see that it's here. I mean, it's unfolding right before our eyes.
Are you ever worried about little green men invading your backyard? Well, Congress apparently is, and it's holding hearings on what the government knows about UFOs.
And I'm not trying to brag or say, I told you so. It's pretty obvious to anyone who's been paying attention to this current rollout of these long-established agendas that's going on right now. You know, especially those that were accelerated by the so-called pandemic.
This is the second congressional hearing looking at unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs as they're known at the Pentagon. And lawmakers came out swinging, accusing the government of a vast conspiracy to cover up the truth about our interstellar neighbors.
And we've known for some time that in order to justify the final steps towards this global government, there would have to be a significant and world-altering event that takes place first, you know? Something impactful enough to compel people to embrace the establishment of such a system. And it would seem that this moment that we've been anticipating is now upon us.
A former Israeli space official says he has proof. He's claiming that there is a, quote, galactic federation. Stop it, Al.
He also explains that President Trump both knows about them and was on the verge of disclosing their existence, only to be persuaded not to by the Federation, in order to avoid mass hysteria and panic here on Earth. Apparently, humanity just still has a long way to grow before we can understand the gravity of their presence.
So I hope that you're prepared to live in a world where aliens exist, because it's going to put a lot of weight on the back of the church, and it's going to challenge Christian theology in profound ways. And as this fabricated disclosure campaign continues to unravel, I think that many lukewarm Christians will try to compromise their faith in creation to make room for these unbiblical alien imposters. And then countless believers whose faith is already fragile will probably fall away. After all, if people start accepting this narrative that these entities are extraterrestrial visitors, then how will they reconcile their belief that Jesus Christ died only for the sins of mankind, you know? And how will they justify their belief in being created in the image of God when they're confronted by beings who are far more intelligent and far more advanced than any human? But it won't be the first time that the church has faced a crisis like this, because there was a time when creationism was actually widely accepted by the population, you know, long before the theory of evolution was so aggressively pushed onto society. And in fact, believe it or not, even biblical cosmology was once taught in American schools, you know, right alongside the 10 Commandments. And it wasn't all that long ago that we wouldn't have even questioned the idea that there were only two genders, right? But yet, look how quickly deception takes hold once it's endorsed by the so-called scientific consensus. And now, centuries of calculated propaganda have completely reshaped our understanding of reality. And so in this context, the concept of a manufactured or fake alien agenda begins to make a lot more sense, doesn't it? You know, not just the possibility of a staged invasion, but even our very belief in the secular model of outer space itself. Why is it that so many Christians accept the idea that we live in an ever-expanding universe that's filled with trillions of galaxies and trillions of Earth-like planets when this concept is in blatant contradiction to the biblical account of creation? I mean, we're really quick to reject the theory of evolution, and yet many of us turn around and accept a cosmological model of this universe that only makes sense within the framework of the Big Bang Theory. You know, yet what the Bible teaches leaves very little room for curiosity about other planets, much less other planets with life on them. And if you can look at this phenomenon through the lens of what the Bible teaches, this topic of extraterrestrials suddenly takes on a whole new meaning. Because while the scriptures don't explicitly discuss extraterrestrial life, they do describe the existence of demonic spiritual beings that aim to deceive humanity. And although the Bible doesn't mention things like alien abductions, we can sure trace a lot of similarities to what the Bible does teach about demonic oppression and demonic possession. You know, and even UFOs are not a strange concept from a biblical worldview. I mean, the Bible doesn't reference flying saucers, but it certainly includes plenty of strange sightings in the skies. You know, you got angels and fallen angels descending from the heavens and ascending into the heavens. You got bright guiding stars, radiant clouds of glory, chariots in the sky, of course, Ezekiel's wheel, you know, and prophecies about signs in the sun and the moon and the stars in the end time, and the list goes on. So, could it be that this UFO phenomenon is actually a disguise for something spiritual in nature? I can't think of a better disguise for a malicious army of demonic and satanic beings than visitors from another planet. And I know that this is all a lot to digest, but it's something that I think you should ponder. Because before you can make any sense out of what we're seeing in this world around us today, you need to first understand that Satan is the god of this world. You know, that's what the Bible says in 2 Corinthians chapter 4. And I know that I quote that scripture a lot, but it's because I think it's something that many Christians don't take seriously enough. You know, we often think of Satan as he's described in 1 Peter chapter 5, as a roaring lion that's seeking out individuals whom he may devour. But in truth, Satan's agenda extends far beyond our own personal spiritual battles. You know, his influence encompasses all of humanity and even creation itself. He is the god of this age. He's the eye on the top of the pyramid. You know, he's the adversary of God and the deceiver of mankind. And he's been granted temporary authority over the systems of this fallen world. And so to me, it makes a lot of sense in context to the world that we see around us today. Because who else would seek to destroy the family unit and kill babies and mutilate our bodies and degrade our culture and poison the population and lead humanity into a web of deception and confusion other than Satan himself, right? I mean, we know from scripture that Satan's ultimate goal is to lead the world into chaos and rebellion against God. But he knows that any authority he has is only temporary, and he knows that his power is limited and that his time is running out. And so if you think that our leaders would never engage in something so sinister or so deceptive as an alien invasion hoax, there's really no reason to question the motive or to ask why they would do it. You know, it's the same agenda as always, to contradict God's word, to reject God's authority, and to drive humanity further from God. And in 2 Corinthians chapter 11, Paul warns us that Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light. So for me, the idea that they might present themselves as aliens fits this description almost perfectly, you know, because that's a story that we've been conditioned to accept over generations. And when some of these end-time prophecies of Revelation unfold, the world will grasp at any explanation, no matter how far-fetched, to avoid acknowledging the biblical reality of what's actually happening.
We're past the point. Yes, aliens exist, whatever. We have reverse engineered their craft. We have these materials. We know this now. That's on the Congressional record. We have this stuff. Like, let's move the conversation beyond that.
We will use NASA's expertise to work with other agencies to analyze UAP. We will use AI and machine learning to search the skies for anomalies, as we have been searching the heavens, and will continue to search the heavens for habitability. And NASA will do this transparently.
You know, after more than 2 years of relentless research and 4 full-length documentaries, I wish I could close out this series with some type of dramatic, groundbreaking evidence, or some bombshell revelation to finally prove the definitive truth behind UFOs and the alien agenda. I mean, it'd be really cool if I could tell you that I have single-handedly solved this mystery once and for all, and then roll the credits. But, of course, I have not. And I think the truth is that we were never meant to, because some mysteries belong to God alone. Some of God's plans are not intended for us to fully grasp or understand, but just to simply accept and to trust in Him through faith and not by sight. And anyone who has studied the book of Revelation could agree that biblical prophecies and visions about the end times are not necessarily the easiest literature to read or comprehend. And that's by design. Such scriptures are not intended to offer clear step-by-step predictions for the future, but to reveal deep and symbolic spiritual realities to those with eyes to see and with ears to hear. And I believe that we should approach this alien agenda topic with that same understanding. Not like a riddle that can be solved, but more like a test of spiritual discernment. I wasn't required to provide any grainy pictures of fallen angels or to debunk UFO videos or to reveal any top secret documents to make my case. I came equipped with nothing more than a genuine faith in God and a modest amount of common sense. And using only the wisdom that God has made available to us through His Word, it becomes pretty obvious that these so-called alien revelations are not what they claim to be. And I would hope that for all of my effort in creating this film series, you can now see that this alien phenomenon is nothing more than a worldly agenda that was constructed through decades of witchcraft, occult influences, and institutions like governments, militaries, academia, Hollywood, and the media, all working together to create and then perpetuate this modern alien narrative, pushing it beyond the confines of science fiction and into the real world around us, only to turn around and then use that same narrative to distort reality and distract humanity from the truth of the gospel of Jesus Christ. And if you can see that, then you should be able to easily identify that the culprit of this entire conspiracy is Satan himself, the adversary, the enemy of God. Because from the fall of man to the end of days, his mission has always been to undermine God's authority and to lead human souls astray. So if you ask me, this whole alien narrative is really just the latest chapter in the ancient battle of good and evil. It's just another secular theory that's trying to explain something spiritual using worldly and material terms, and attempting to persuade the world to reject the Creator while embracing His creation. And I believe that as these end-time events begin to unfold before the eyes of men, both in the heavens and on the earth, that many will be deceived. But as believers, we are not called to fear. We are called to stand firm, discerning truth from fiction and trusting in the promises of God. But whatever happens, whether this world observes the arrival of fallen angels disguised as aliens, or perhaps we experience a giant invasion hoax, like Project Bluebeam suggests, or maybe I'm just completely wrong, and aliens really do exist, and we have some type of Independence Day style invasion. All I know for sure is that in the end, every knee will bow and every tongue will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. And if there's one thing that I hope you take away from this film series, it would be an increased faith and deeper trust in God's sovereignty and the reliability of His Word. Because if this alien disclosure campaign ever does transcend into an actual invasion, whether real or staged, the people of this fallen world will be suddenly looking for the truth. And sadly, most will turn around and seek answers from the very same institutions who had been orchestrating the agenda all along. But in that moment, those of us who do know the truth must be ready. And we must be prepared to proclaim the gospel of Jesus Christ to a world that will be yearning for answers more than ever before. And sharing the truth is actually really simple because we have the gospel, so the work is already done. Salvation has come to the world through Jesus Christ. And you don't need to be a scholar or a theologian to share that truth, because we have the Bible, because we have the Word of God. And it's accessible to the world, and everything that this world needs to know is right there. And it will guide us through this age of darkness like a lamp to our feet. And in the midst of all the chaos and confusion surrounding us in these end times, we can find great peace and comfort in knowing that everything we experience down here is all part of God's divine plan. And it's a plan that traces all the way back to the very first verse of the Bible, when in the beginning,
I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus our Lord.